that's just imposing one standards on other people in the sense that is not natural, you see, because it's natural to procreate. All
I,
organisms
I would
procreate.
go. I would go further. I would say the whole idea of consent is really a nonsense term. To be honest with you, like the like there's a colloquial sense that we say consent, but in another sense, like it's still just like a social construct. If you want to take it that far, right?
That was a good one. That's funny.
Bro, you've
Well,
been
I'm
studying
not joking. I'm serious.
you've been
I
studying
absolutely.
law.
I bet.
Yeah, but you see, the problem with what you're saying, Jack, is then you can justify slavery. You see, but like
Right.
yeah, like
Yeah. Like freedom is
Well,
consensual. So like technically,
well,
really
I
actually
mean, again,
like
slavery,
rights don't exist. So you know,
slavery. Yeah, rights don't
like
exist. Slavery.
you consented to have like rights and liberty and and truth.
Well,
Like
yeah, I think that's
you don't
yeah,
really need to
exactly
have
that.
that.
Yeah,
Right.
like rights imply consent,
Right.
which again is like
Like
really
like
comes back down
you
to
consented to
other
like
things.
air and water and you know it's just no. I get
Well,
what you're saying. I'm
well,
just
well,
doing what
well,
you.
well,
I'm just playing
well,
the
let's
game with you.
define. No, but let's define the consent. Can you
No, I
guys
like that
define
you ask these
consent?
questions. I'm not giving you shit. I like that you ask these questions because people don't really like think about shit like this. I get what you're saying, but like, I mean, yeah, I think the argument that like they don't have consent to be here, like, I mean, yeah, like no one does, like. So it's kind of like a reverse thing because I mean I even myself said like I didn't fucking ask to be here when I was younger. Like I literally said that myself. So you know, but it's kind of like a natural process too, just like Buddha just said. But I would make the argument that like I don't think you should have kids until you have shit somewhat fucking in order, or like Muhammad said, that like that there are others that are watching out. Like we had like some kind of tribal fucking sense of belonging, and people had their roles. You know, like we've completely lost that. To where uh, everybody has just become so selfish and indulgent that they can't like see anything but their own face in the mirror. And then they're part of nothing.
Well, but also like our biology is up against like a totally new environment that we're just not really, you know, for lack of a better term, programmed to know how to deal with. You see what I mean?
or
So like,
adapted to,
Right.
adapted to, yeah.
Well,
so
that's
and we
because
never could,
technique
and we
that
never
means
could be, and we never could be, and that's the thing is like so to
well,
morality and consent and these things kind of go out the window in a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, I want to just say something. Ted said that this system that we're embedded in, this urban jungle, this industrial system, it doesn't adapt to us. We are the ones that are forced to adapt to it because of the pressures it exerts and stuff. And that kind of
Right.
is very bizarre. Yeah, that
Well,
is very.
and the ability to calculate morality, it just gets exponentially harder because
It's really not.
yeah, it is.
It basically comes down to: are you free or are you a slave?
right, right.
It-
So, like, do you think that
Well,
Jesus would like agree with that? Do you think Jesus would
again,
agree with
yeah,
like consent, or do you think
but
that he would
here,
be like, well, she was asking
well,
for it, because like it's natural and like it's hot, and you're a man, so like as an animal, you're obviously desire. So you know, like you know, or did he say like if thy commit sin in thy eye, in thy mind, then you already like, I'm just saying
well,
like if Jesus were here,
from
dude, like what would Jesus, you know,
God's perspective, we can't
right,
understand the concept of consent from our
right,
perspective
right. So
doesn't make
like
any
when
sense. So,
when Satan like tempts, okay, you right, is that like consent or like do you think God
well,
believes in free will or is that
I think you would argue that it's more consent than a lot of Christians would because again, it's the because
ah,
because we are consenting to being challenged, right? In a lot of ways.
I would so. I mean, even the those behind the scenes, must at some level require our consent. So
I'm gonna
I mean,
read the etymology for consent. It comes
I
from
mean, like we were talking about natural law. Natural law itself
is based
requires
on
our
consent.
choice between right and wrong behavior, which does exist objectively outside of social
But
construct.
but
So
but ch- but
I'm not talking about human. I'm not talking about human
but
uh,
choice. But hold
uh,
on. But choice. But
morality.
choice. But choice.
Human morality is a
Um,
choice. Human morality
well,
is a
but
choice.
but
But
but but
natural
choice.
law supersedes human law.
But hold on, but
Well, I'm
choice, but
gonna
as Machine has pointed out very well, choice and free will are not the same thing. And so which one applies
Right.
to consent? Does
Well,
free
it's not
will
free
comply
will,
to
it's will.
consent?
free will
Does
There's no
free
does
will
free
wait.
free
Does free will apply to consent, or does choice
no.
apply
No, no,
to
no,
free
no, 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 no. You
consent?
already messed up. There's no such thing as free will. It's will. Will cannot not be free. Its natural
Right. So
state is
exactly.
freedom.
So what you're saying wait, so what you're saying is will is naturally bound to something else.
Will is freedom itself. That's what will is. Will is the ability to have freedom at all. If you didn't have will, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Like will is your ability to act.
will is everything. But I do use the term free will when I refer to individuals.
Well, most people don't think like this, so usually I would too, because if I say there's no free will, they're gonna think that I mean you have no control over your life. And so yes, but like when I'm talking to people like Muhammad or Jack or whatever, I just say it's will, But like you're talking to a magician, so like yeah, will is everything. Like will is literally everything. There's a
There
reason. The reason there's a universe rather than there not being a universe is because it was God's will. Like
Right. Well, I posted the etymology for the word consent there in the private chat, and it means agree or accord or feel together. So
right.
implies togetherness and it implies agreeing to something. And that
Yes.
so I would put consent with free will rather than choice. Because choice are what you agree to. You use your free will to make that choice. But from the possibilities that are choice, there's basically a limitless amount. But you have to pick one or several throughout your life.
Well, here's the
Well,
thing.
now you have to prove that free
The
will
very
exists.
the very fact that you have the ability to go against, okay, what is natural law is evidence in it of itself. That which also proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that whatever Geist, whatever God, whatever source, whatever the hell you want to call it, is just, is benevolent. The fact that you can rebel at all proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that the basis of reality itself is freedom.
Or
One
or
thousand
or
percent.
or or that rebellion is an illusion.
Oh man. Okay, well, if rebellion is an illusion, then you, my friend, are more satanic than I am. Because that's what like the hardcore, like pseudo Christian Gnostics believe, is that this
Esper,
is legitimately like,
Hoffmeyer says
and
this.
that's why they didn't want to have kids. They like, this is what like Bjerknes talks about, where they essentially believe that bringing people into this world is fucking like murder, essentially, because you're trapping them in this world of pain and suffering, and we're trapped. We're trapped here because the evil God created it, and it's all an illusion, and we're like immortals that are trapped in this. This is like what Archaics talks about. Essentially that we're like,
They give the AIX or the demiurge way too much power. I don't think
correct.
close
This
to
is what like Hyperborean talks about. This is where we diverge ways, even though we agree on a lot of things. To where it's like this is legitimately a hell world created by an evil entity. See, my take on it is no. This is a divine experience, a divine dream, a divine experiment that has been hijacked by a malevolent energy. It's not created by one. Couldn't create anything. Couldn't create a sandwich if you gave it 2 pieces of bread. Okay? Like it you know, it can't make a sandwich if you give it toast. Like it's not possible. So that's the thing. All right. So like even Jesus said, "Let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. All else is deception." Why did he say that? Like why? Like how many people know he even said that? Like that's in the Bible.
Yeah, I want to touch on what you had to say about freedom, and I agree with that because I think biological evolution expands semiotic freedom, the depth and flexibility with which organisms can use and generate signs, creating new niches and strategies, cooperation, deception, learning, and the biosemiotics of Jesper Hoffmeyer deals with that. So like it's a semiotic scaffolding. All of the Earth is like a superorganism for
Yes.
Jesper Hoffmeyer, and that leads to more semiotic freedom. But I would claim that technique or industrialization lowers semiotic freedom, which is why we see
Yes.
this
With
disruption of
100%.
yeah.
You know. So
I want to. Can I say what I think this place is? Because you said that it's like a divine experiment.
Yeah, it's a divine dream, a divine experiment turned nightmare.
Okay, here's a question. Do you consent to get addicted to heroin?
Well, in
Yeah.
a sense, yes, but you're basically putting yourself in a spot that's going to put you in like this feedback loop that's hard to get out of by doing stuff like that. Because what heroin does is it takes you away from reality because you're not facing your problems. But when you come back, those problems come back even harder than they were before. And this is the feedback loop of drugs.
But sometimes people come out of the addiction and they're able to solve a lot of problems at once because they've already been to the rock bottom.
That is a powerful test and trial of the will to come out of that feedback loop. And and right there, I'd say that there's no other. Right there is proof of free will.
Yes.
Why else would they even come out of their feedback loop if they didn't want to?
Maybe God willed it to be so.
Oh, okay. Well, so how does that will God associate with us? That's the other question you have to ask.
God lives through us.
Correct.
And we live through God.
Yes.
Symbiotic relationship.
Yes. That's what the relationship is. A relationship isn't one-sided.
Right. And the way I see this place, I see it as like a holy area or realm of education where things like the demiurge, they aren't these parasites, or they are a parasite, but they don't have full control over the world, turning it into a hell realm.
No.
They're just a.
I agree. Finally, someone gets it. Yes.
Well, wait, but isn't it possible that they're symbiotic? Isn't it possible that they're symbiotic with us?
No, it's not symbiotic at all. But it's just a feature to make the test harder for us.
Well, but here's the thing: is like, how do you know that we don't get something out of it?
We do.
I do.
It could.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on a second, guys.
Eternal principles.
Yeah, hold on a second. Crystal Shaman says, I would like to hear Dominic finish what he has to say about what he thinks this world is. Please, thanks.
That was it. That was mostly it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. Go. Yeah. Please restate it. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to get my point across while I had in my mind because I'll forget. Go ahead, sir.
Is everyone religious or something here? I guess I wouldn't call it that. Right? I mean, some people are religious, some people are anti-religion, and some people are pretty much agnostic.
We all believe in a higher power. Just put it that way.
Well, no.
Religion is a loaded term. But
no, there's others like Reddington that don't. So I wouldn't say everyone.
Is he here? Oh, I thought they meant on panel.
Yeah, I mean generally people that are here. I mean Reddington's pretty much here like every episode. So
Well, actually, me and Reddington have been talking a lot, and we're actually on a lot of the same page now. So he does.
So you guys are coming around to Jesus. I like that.
Yeah, I would
Right.
say for
Well,
me,
I never had a problem with Jesus, man. Never, 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 never once.
I would say for me the signless or concentration of heart, which is like neither perception nor non-perception, that is sufficient for me. I'm not a monotheist, though. Personally, if you see, I'm a Buddhist. Like the Soto Zen. Yeah, that's what I am. Soto Zen
Yeah,
Buddhist.
but again, aren't you making the assumption that there's no monotheism?
Well, everyone must choose their path. I have arguments, against it and such. Ultimately, personally, though. But uh, there's something I wanted to say, but I forgot.
I'm a pluralist, if you know what that is.
Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a pluralist, shamanistic animist, right? That's how I see it.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. I was gonna say something, but I forgot. Damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say. It's okay. Yeah, I'll probably come back again.
It's a non-duality.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Yeah.
not like an
Oh, yeah,
anthropomorphic
yeah.
being, that like created everything. It's just that like there's a field of awareness from which everything arises.
But
Yeah,
but
the
again,
Dharma
but
Dhatu, right?
but
Dharma
one thing that I think that you guys are kind of like just
Like the
stating
Tao,
without.
like the Tao.
Your
But one of the things that
Dharma Dhatu too. You know about the Dharma Dhatu? That's
Yes,
yeah,
we
Dhatu.
have a lot of overlap, Avian. We have
but
more
one of the
overlap
thing
than we do.
one of the thing one of the things I think you guys are just kind of stating without any real um you know care, like carelessly, and I don't say that insultingly, but I think you guys are just carelessly saying like freedom equals good. And I think you're just kind of positing that as like an axiom. And I want to kind of challenge that. Like, why is freedom good in and of itself?
So
Well, I
for
mean,
me,
it doesn't have to be. Freedom can be terrible. I mean,
I'm
like I
sorry.
said, the very fact that you can, okay, just to use the language, okay, just to use the language to make a point. The very fact that you can rebel against God proves that God is good. Do you follow me?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I would agree. Again, the other option would be that rebellion is an illusion ultimately, right? And you could take it in the way that you were saying, or you could take it in the way where God's going to let you do what you're going to do, and then ultimately He's going to pull you back to Him, right? So it could be one or the other. Or, some people would say that's mind, or some people would say we're sparks of God, or whatever. I think ultimately, it just depends on how you want to frame it, as a good thing or a bad thing, or inevitable or not. And again, no matter what position you take, there's so many presuppositions you'd have to acknowledge to be possible, that I think calling God evil is like the most insane thing you could possibly do, personally. But
Yeah, I don't think any of us called God evil, right?
or the creator of existence, if you want to put it that way, because I guess some people would say the demiurge is God, but yeah,
I,
just to be
I'm
more
yeah,
precise.
I see it as
No, no,
like
no, no. See, that's the thing. The demiurge isn't God. That's the whole thing.
No, I
There's no
get it, but
evil
I'm saying
creator. I
like,
completely reject. I completely reject that. That's why I say like I can't accept when people
but
say
even
that like
saying,
an evil
I think
God created the world. Like it's insane.
but even saying that the demiurge is evil is kind of like kind of weird, right? Like,
No,
because
the
it,
demiurge is insane. He's not evil. He's insane.
yeah, but you see the thing is though, in other traditions, God gives commandments. I mean, well, in
that's the
my tradition, there is
demiurge.
nothing like that. It's called
That's
moral theory. Command moral theory. I
Yes,
yeah, I don't accept command moral theory. So
well,
that's the
then
main.
Jeffrey Epstein didn't. So you're saying Jeffrey Epstein did nothing wrong, or?
No, Jeffrey Epstein gets negative karma. You have negative rebirth. You see what I mean? I do believe in rebirth. That's the Yeah, there's positive and negative rebirth, or even the end of all rebirth altogether. That's called peri-nirvana. Peri-nirvana. And or you can just have positive or negative rebirth. But I don't think memory is stored in the brain. That's the explicit
correct.
memory is in its
I
own
agree with that.
field. It's called the storehouse consciousness. Storehouse consciousness,
Well,
and
based on the physics we currently know, that it would be impossible for memory to be stored in the brain, anyways. So,
yes,
like
exactly.
physically,
Actually,
I mean,
morphic resonance of Rupert Sheldrake ties into this. Morphic resonance can
Yes.
be too.
Yeah, I like Rupert Sheldrake a lot. We definitely agree on that, and that aligns with pluralism as well. Emergence theory, pluralism, morphic resonance, all that.
but again, you guys have this problem of like, can you prove free will exists?
Yes, because you have the ability to make choices in your life. You can make choices from the opportunities that arise in your life based off of what you desire the most. And
I prefer to avoid. Sorry.
Schopenhauer says you can't desire what you want, but you can choose what you want, essentially. And the reason for this is because out of the possibilities and opportunities that arise in your life, some of them are more desirable than others. Like no one wants to go down the path of being a murderer. That's not a path people say I want to go choose that. Even though everyone has the potential to do that, no one wants to go choose the path of being houseless on the
Well,
street, even though everyone has
let
the
me
potential to do that. We
let me
make
give you the
choices.
definition. Let me give you the definition. The
Oh, free
power
will?
of act, yeah, the power of acting without the constraint or of necessity or fate. So, how does any human being have the power to act without constraint or of necessity or fate? Can any man like
How can
out go
how
outside
can
of fate?
anyone how can anyone act without necessity or constraint? If we lived in like this empty void, for example, what would anything we do matter? What choices would we have? We have to have things to choose from in the first place, and we have to have structures in place to make sure that our choices matter. That's what natural law is. It's a coherency that makes sure that what we do impacts the objective world. That
I mean,
it's
I don't know
free
if
will
like
exists within constraint.
I don't know if Jack has been talking to like Hank or something, or what's he's like become a Calvinist or what the hell is going on. But like the entire basis of Christianity is on free will. But I just I don't follow
Well,
what
I'm
he's
not saying it's mine necessarily. I'm not necessarily saying it's like my position. I'm saying that like
Okay, I thought
proving,
so. So you're
but
just
but what
like
I'm saying
you're
is
playing
that
with
what, given all your different systems of belief,
right.
how can you prove within your own belief structure that free will exists? That's kind of what I'm trying to get at, right? I think Christianity can prove it in a sense, but again, most people
Yeah.
don't accept Christianity, and even those that do have different versions of free will in which they accept it, right? So, again, like I think I'm kind of ambivalent. I think either one, we have something
I mean,
called,
what is repentance, Jack? Like
well,
what is repentance?
I think it's a process, not an action. I
Okay,
don't
but
think it's
if
a,
it's a process, that means it's a step. It's a step. A process
yeah,
requires steps,
I think it's a process. Yeah.
and those steps require choices,
I
and
think
those choices require moral agency,
I
and
think a
moral
better
agency
question.
requires an ability to think and act. And if you can think and act, that means you are able to uh, make decisions. And if you can make decisions that, like, well, like what?
Yeah,
This
but
is like the conversation I had with like Hank, where like I showed him 25 different verses where it shows that there's will, and then he's like, but this one says something different, and it's like, see, it's like, yeah, man, okay, yeah, but
Hank's a lot smarter than he seems. A lot of times, I think
oh
he's
no, I
trying
know
to
he is.
get people to. No, but what I mean is like I'm saying that in the sense where he's trying to expose. In my opinion, I think he's trying to expose that most people are really solipsist, right? But they can't admit it. I think
Sure.
that's what he's trying to expose.
I mean, no,
Um,
that's true.
and in a similar way, I personally have the same belief as him. I think most people are actually like crypto solipsist, and
Well,
they like to suck on Descartes' balls,
I,
but they
I,
don't
I
even
want to
realize
ask
it.
I want to ask Neurojack, what when you provided that definition for free will, what defines constraints? Because I think a lot of people, when they think of free will, they think that they'd be like living in space, flying faster than the speed of light, going
Right.
traveling from planet to planet. Like, I want to do all these things. I don't want to have to eat or live on this one.
Well,
Yeah,
so
he's like, why
let me
can't I
get
be 20 feet tall? You know,
let me
and it's
let me
like
give the
because that's like that's fantasy. That's why because
let me give the philosophical answer to that.
like,
Let
what
me
are you
let me give
talking
us let me give a philosophical definition. The capacity of rational agents to consciously choose their own actions and make decisions without external coercion. So I think that's a little bit more accurate for what we're talking about because does any choice that you make ultimately come without, you know, external coercion to some degree, like your need for air, water, sex, love,
that, but
desires,
how is that?
etc.
See, your framing of coercion is very strange to me. How is that coercion? That's
Yeah.
Well,
natural.
you can't live without air. You can't live without
So
desire. You
air
can't
is
live without.
coercion. Like what? This is what I'm trying to say. This is like absurd to me. What do you?
Coercion is unnatural forces imposing their will on your will.
Yeah.
Air,
So like
with
nature
pure
is not
Well,
like
wait,
coercing
wait.
you
Are
to
you
breathe
saying?
air.
Wait. Are you
Like
saying that
what?
nature? Wait. Are you saying nature doesn't have will?
no, that's
Nature.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are people who will express their will on you in an unnatural way. That is coercion. They're trying to
Right.
make you do something.
Are you saying that nature can't coerce you?
Well, there's a difference between a tornado coming and a mugger holding a gun up to your head, wanting to rob you from your.
Sure. It may be different, but it doesn't change that it's coercive, right? If the
No.
tornado's coming and you don't get in the ditch or in the cellar, you most likely will be ripped apart, right? So,
Yeah, but it's not always easy, but you can get out of the way and avoid it. I would think easier than the mugger.
Yeah, but see, like the tornado isn't like targeting you.
And exactly that is what I'm.
well, I mean
It's
that
not like against you.
you're assuming that it's not targeting you.
Right. Okay.
Maybe,
Yeah. No. It could have like woke up and been
maybe
like,
Yahweh is the God of wind, as you say, right? So I mean, technically,
right, right. Well, no. It's storms, but yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's like Zeus. Right. Well, I mean, that's his attributes. Uh, you know. Um.
right.
But
I'm just saying, like
there's
again,
also
like it seems like I'm being facetious, but I'm saying like it is a real thing that you have to kind of consider if you want to make the argument. I
no.
think.
I have though, and you like natural elements can't coerce you. It's not possible.
I mean, why not? Like
Because
we live in this flesh, and this flesh does constrain us to some degree, right?
I mean, like prove that it has the ability to. You're making a claim, so you have to prove to me that the wind has agency to target me and
I'm saying that
express my boundaries.
I'm saying that the flesh has agency.
This is logical. Like you know, this is a logical fallacy.
Do you deny that flesh holds agency?
Yeah, flesh holds agency, but
Right,
you have to prove to
we
me that
and
that,
we
that the
perceive.
wind has a premeditative, coercive will to
Well,
target me and me
the
only.
flesh. Wait, the flesh is of nature, and the wind is of nature, right?
Well, well, yeah, but see, like nature is not just like nature like that. Nature goes deeper than that. But yes, but you're also talking to someone who believes that nature is a super living organism. So the intelligence of nature is legitimately within us. So we're
So does nature constrain us in some way? Our
I
will?
no nature literally gives us freedom in every way, shape, and form imaginable.
and as I explained, the constraints are what gives us freedom. Like I said, if we lived in this void where there was literally nothing but us and we can do whatever we wanted, there would be no consequences, there would be no objectivity, there would be no meaning in that world.
But but
This
but
is
but but but
this is
why are
the
you
hands of
but
nature.
why but if
Nature's
nature made but wait if nature made you your bitch, why would it be bad?
it's not
It's just
making
nature.
us, it's
If
nature.
nature makes you if nature makes you its bitch,
That's
why
just a strange way
what
to
would be
word
the
it.
problem with that?
What do you mean it's making us our bitch? Would you rather live in an empty void where you think you can do whatever you want?
Well,
Like,
I'm
is
just
that
saying
I'm,
if you're bitch if you're nature's bitch, what's the problem with that?
I'm asking, how are we nature's bitch?
I mean, some
Nature,
people actually would love to live in that void. Dominator. That's the really sick part.
I'm sure
Like
they
that.
would.
Right. So
That's
what
the
I'm
really.
saying is that you do live within a prison of nature to some degree,
It's,
right?
nature is not the prison. Nature is what allows life.
Oh man.
Don't you get it? Nature is what allows life. Nature is God living. That's literally what nature means etymologically from
Yeah,
Egypt. Nectar.
Neurojack sounds like Hyperborean right now. Yeah.
Right.
No, but well, I'm just saying replace nature with God, and then what's the difference,
Right.
right?
Yeah, nature is the will acting. The in the macrocosm as it relates to our planets. This is why a tornado or something like that is not coercive, because it's part of some larger system essentially that is governed by patterns and
Well,
laws.
maybe our consciousness is also part of a larger
Yes,
manifold.
yes. There we go. Yes, exactly.
Well, obviously.
So how can you be free from that which you are part of?
Because that which I am part of is free.
Because the very essence of my being is freedom. How can I
Yes.
not be free? That's exactly the point.
But see, here's the difference. If I say that I'm a slave to God, what's the difference from that and what
Well,
you're saying?
if God makes a rock that is so heavy that even he can't lift it, is that actually possible? Right?
Well, only
That's
he could
basically
do
what you're
such a
asking.
thing.
That's
Only,
basically
but, yes,
what you're
because
asking me. Can God
but
put
here's
on
the
so
reason.
much limitation that he himself is unable to accomplish?
But see, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing, isn't it? See, that's everything in a nutshell. Because only he would be
This is a conversation I used to
only
have with my buddy. You're
he would
reminding
have
me of
that
my,
as a
my, my, my
possibility.
Luciferian friend right now. It's actually really funny. Me and my Luciferian friend used to have conversations like that. It's like, can God like create a an obstacle that he himself cannot clear?
Well, it again. This defines what Christianity says is free will. God gives us the choices, but He doesn't constrain us to a finite set of choices. Right? See what I mean?
Correct.
So he sets the table. He doesn't necessarily guarantee which way you're going to go, but ultimately he knows all the possible outcomes. Right? See what I'm saying?
Right. Yes.
So in a sense, you have quote unquote free will. In another sense, you have a very limited set of free will, right?
Well, I mean, at the macrocosmic level, if you really want to like go down that road, as I've said, free will is kind of a oxymoron. There's just will. That's it. Will can neither be free or just will. And that's kind of it. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying all of existence is will?
Well, that's why there isn't existence to begin with, at all. Like there wouldn't be an existence if there wasn't will for existence. Because God could have just decided to not have an existence. You see what I'm saying? Right? But he wanted relationship, as they say. He wanted to know something outside of himself.
Yes, and this is actually the point I make in the video as well. Is I basically God is kind of like a scientist, except instead of like modern day scientists wanting to control things they don't understand, God actively experiences things that it does not understand. And since the will is basically everything at once, what it doesn't understand is what it means to be an ignorant, finite, mortal living in this life or death situation where it needs to do things like eat and sleep and things like this and be lied to. In order for the will to know everything, it needs to experience everything, and we are part of that experience.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I would say two things though. I think all sentient beings possess Buddha nature, which is the capacity for awakening, and suffering arises from craving and clinging. Liberation requires wisdom, or emptiness and compassion. And the Bodhisattva vow, which is unique to Mahayana, is to attain Buddhahood in order to liberate all sentient beings and remains engaged in the world until all are freed. That, I would say, the whole question of free will and determinism, that's not. I don't think that's important to my path. So personally, to my path, it's not really relevant. You know, those three things are the most relevant. So I would say, dukkha is a consequence of grasping and clinging stuff. So yeah, that's the way it is. So at least from my tradition, Zen is a part of Mahayana Buddhism. So it's Mahayana. Zen is Mahayana. This sect of Mahayana. It's kind of like how I don't know, like Quakers are a sect of Protestantism or something like that. If you see what I mean, like maybe I don't know if that was a good example, but yeah, you get my point. Oh yeah.
So I want to read you guys some lyrics that I think might that is about God. Okay, come up to meet you, tell you I'm sorry. You don't know how lovely you are. I had to find you, tell you I need you, tell you I set you apart, tell your secrets and ask me your questions. Oh, let's go back to the start. Running in circles, coming up tails, heads on a science apart. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be this hard. Take me back to the start. I was just guessing at numbers and figures, pulling the puzzles apart. Questions of science and progress do not speak as loud as my heart, but tell me you love me, come back and haunt me. Oh, I rush to the start, running in circles, chasing our tails, come back as we are. So I think that this is a Coldplay song. I think it's about a Kabbalistic God, personally. I think that's what that song is about. Seeing God as a scientist, trying to learn about his own creation and then learn about himself, essentially. I think it's written from God's perspective.
And when I look at this, I don't see it as being written from God's perspective. It's mainly about, how our intellectual efforts to analyze life through numbers or science or progress, we realize emotions and love matter more than rational explanation. It's like being trapped.
Well, but this is the thing is but isn't that what God is? Isn't God love though? See what I'm saying?
But
I
this
mean,
is about being trapped in cycles of missteps and misunderstandings, chasing clarity, but ending where they began. So it's more
Well,
about
but
heartbreak and stuff. This
but
song here.
again, but again, isn't
Heartbreak.
isn't that what we're here to experience? Is experience heartbreak so we get closer to God?
Yeah, but you said it was written from the perspective of God. It seems like it's written from the perspective of someone who's chasing after
Well,
things, dealing with heartbreak and stuff.
I think it could be the creation or it could be God. You know, he's saying let's go back to the start and fix everything, but also at the same time it could be a person saying I want to go back to the start, which is God. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I guess. So, yeah. I guess, Nagarjuna says samsara is nirvana. There you cannot find this single distinction between the two. Nagarjuna is in Madhyamaka school, and the Theravadins do not accept Nagarjuna, but Nagarjuna would probably agree with what you're saying because samsara is nirvana for Nagarjuna.
The way I see it is nothing happens that is not according to the will. If someone is getting murdered, God or the will is the murderer, the murdered, the knife, and the blood that spills on the floor and the floor. God, the will is experiencing all these things at once. And this is what I think that our test or our learning experience here is all about. To learn what's good for us here, to develop principles that will last with us eternally so that we can transcend or go to a place that is beyond this 3D realm, beyond this learning realm.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds like anime, like falling in love with a waifu in an anime, and it's like you're reaching higher platonic dimensions, like like Rei, or many people have anime waifus, and the waifu, in a sense, becomes a kind of reflection of the higher transcendent truth in some sense. Like
Well, I don't really know what is higher. I just know that there are places beyond this realm, and I know that spatial dimensions exist. So it's logical to assume that your soul will be able to experience these higher spatial dimensions if you demonstrate that you are a true reflection of the eternal will by adhering to the principles of the eternal will.
yeah, sorry, I was just trying to say a joke. I was thinking about Rem from Re:Zero. Rem, she's a nice
Well,
waifu. Yeah.
Avian, I don't actually watch anime, so I don't know. I've only watched Dragon Ball and Pokemon and One Punch Man, and that's about it. So I don't know anime.
Yeah, I was just trying to give a joke. It was just a joke. It was a
So
joke. Yeah, I was just trying to but I was just trying to say a joke and stuff.
No, the god of anime kicked him off the panel.
Yeah, sometimes I like to say humor and stuff. Uh, have you ever fallen in love with an anime girl, Nero Jack? I'm just curious.
Wow. You're getting them good tonight.
What about you, Twilight? Have you ever fallen in love with an anime girl?
I mean, no, I've never fallen in love with someone who wasn't like real. But
No,
I
no, they're
mean,
real. No,
if
they're real.
if I take that in a different way where it was like, hey, it'd be cool if they existed, you know.
Well, how do you know that the other people around you are real though?
Jack, you're funny, bro. You remind me of my friend DH. Like, I might have to do a video like
I have a response to that. The
of our
real and
conversation. He's
unreal
a
blur.
he's
They
a
blur.
non-dual Luciferian, and what's funny is like I'm actually more on board with what you're saying than you think. It's just that like I've beaten this topic to death so much with him that it's just kind of like I would have to introduce like an entire like background. It would take way too long to get into this because at the absolute highest level of understanding, what you're saying actually has merit. It's just in order to really get there, first off, what I would say most people would reject, and it would definitely go outside any religious idea of God, because that's when you get into like what Avian is saying, to where it becomes like, well, what is God really? And then you start realizing that God is everything. There is nothing that isn't God. And so how can God go against itself? You know what I'm saying? That's really what you're getting to. And at that level, then you can start making those assessments. There is still will though, but it's less concrete than it appears. So we have less control than we think when you get to that level. But most people, if I do that,
Yeah.
they're really gonna think that I'm like evil,
I want to
because
say
then
something
it gets to the
though.
point to where it's like, well, what is God? And
Yeah.
it you know, it's like, well, is it is it something in the
I
sky, or is it,
I would
is
say
it
that
in you?
though.
What is the, like where is it? God is everywhere, right? Well, omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent. Okay, so you're God.
I have one thing
I'm
to say though.
I'm God.
The,
Muhammad's God.
I
Okay,
think
like
absolute or
what?
the ultimate.
And then I have to like define what that means. You know, as in consciousness experiencing itself. And then you get into like the deepest levels of non-duality. Like God created a universe, and it knows all things. Okay, it knows the beginning from the end. Time doesn't exist. So because time doesn't exist, okay, how is it that there can be any ordeal, any novelty, any conflict, anything? Okay, so if you're God and you have all possibility, okay, and the ability to create and destroy anything at any time, and all possibility, good and bad, okay, dark and light, like he was saying, like you are the victim and the and you are the victim and the perpetrator at once. You are the one holding the knife and the one being stabbed. Okay, so like if you want to go there, that's the only way to really have this conversation. But at that point, most people I'm gonna lose them.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
want to say this though
uh,
quickly.
because
Yeah,
but
something to
that's the
say.
only way to go there. But I've done it. I've had these conversations, very, 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 very deep conversations.
Yeah, I want to
Um,
say this. So, can I say something? I want to say that. So, I would say since God or Zervan is everything, it must also be what it is not. How can it
correct,
be what it is not? What it is not manifest as a denial of what it is. So
correct,
it does. So God or Zervan does not exclude non-Zervan. And I want to say this
correct,
though is that the ultimate, it cannot exclude the imaginative, but it is the imaginative in identity with the ultimate that is more real than the real. So there has to be a kind of I think there is a paradoxical aspect, because some people
it's all
create this
paradox.
work.
Ultimately, it's all paradox. You cannot reach for it. As soon as you try to confine it into something, you've already lost the plot. That, like, I have videos from years ago, like going on like hours about this concept. Okay, so like that's you're at the deep. You're getting to the deeper levels of what the left hand path actually is. That's what I think is so funny about this. You're getting to the deeper levels of what it all really is. The difference between the left hand path and the right hand path. And this is why it's such a twist from what people think, because once you understand that everything is you, you can no longer blame anyone for anything. That's the big switch. That's the big eureka moment. You can't blame God, you can't blame the devil, you can't blame the neighbor, you can't blame, because everything is ultimately you.
Are you going to
And
the
you are
Witches Sabbath? Wait, are you going to the Witches Sabbath in Chicago?
no, I don't want to go to Chicago. It's not a good place to be. You don't want to be there. I have a good friend that lives there though. So that's really where you're getting to, and then this also gets into like the more esoteric understanding of what Jesus was talking about. Yes, I'm going there. In my eyes, it's clear as day. I'm not going to argue that, but
Would you celebrate the
I
Witches
just I don't
Sabbath on
go
your?
into the I don't go
Would you
into these
Do you
conversations.
celebrate the Witches Sabbath on your own?
Yeah,
How
I'm
do
a
you
witch.
celebrate the Witches Sabbath?
I mean, I just celebrate it, man. You know,
I mean,
obviously.
what's the appropriate way to celebrate it?
I mean, come on, man. You already know that. I can't talk about that.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure it's a real jubilee. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I
no,
thought
no, no.
it,
It's
I
pretty. It's
thought it was
pretty
a hoot.
goy. Actually. It's pretty goy. Actually,
Pretty goy.
it's pretty goy. Yeah. It's not gay.
No,
It's just goy.
I just saw an advertisement for it in April in Chicago, and that's why I just thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah. But I mean, that there is nothing but God, man.
I was wondering if Nick Fuentes might show up because it's in Chicago.
It's just differing levels of awareness of that fact. You know, and that's why and that actually makes that actually gives us more responsibility and more accountability and more reason that our actions matter. See,
Yes.
that's the big switch. That's the actual like head trip. Is people get this idea, it's like, oh, I'm God, and they go the other way, and they're like, oh, it's satanic, and you get people like
Like
the
the
Epstein,
Pope,
right. But like the real truth of the matter is, that's a fucking responsibility. That's an accountability. That means that everything you do, think, and you know, bring into the world matters a lot because your will is directly connected to the will of the divine.
So who's the Pope of Luciferianism?
Lucifer. I mean, what? What? I mean, who's the Lucifer?
Yeah, the Pope
Obviously.
of Peyote.
Would you say, to Twilight, I have Twilight question. Would you say that, in a sense, all things are projections that are perceptions of one's own mind? Would you agree with that? I guess, like, it's like a projection
The
that is a
will is
perception
not
of
a
your own mind.
mind.
I mean, it goes beyond the mind, but in some ways, you could say this again. Like you're getting into some really, really deep shit. Like that, I would really have to like, go into like my old archives to get into. But yeah, like I haven't had a conversation like this in a long time. I love these conversations, but it's just like most people would be like staring at the screen, like what? but yeah, I know what you're saying, but
I
it's
think there
just
is a deep mystery in the Lankavatara Sutra. I need to finish it, but there is a very deep mystery in the Lankavatara Sutra.
but like
I think that I think philosophers from the Enlightenment period, like Descartes saying things like "I think, therefore I am," I think they made a mistake because
it's backwards.
What precedes thinking is feeling, and they were equating
Yes.
feeling with just emotion, and it's not just
Yes.
it's seeing things, it's hearing things. These are feelings because the sound waves are touching your ears, or the light waves are touching your eyes, or touching your skin. That's a sense. Or the food touching your taste buds and you're tasting it, so you know if it's poisonous or something. That
Essentially, everything that you see in reality is not reality. There is no reality as such. Reality is subject to change without notice. Every idea that we have is a conceptual ideation of what it is. What we see is basically ink blots thrown against the screen. and then our brains take those ink blots and make something structured out of it. That's the reality. There is no fucking reality. This is why people go insane, okay? Because the real truth of the matter is that in a way, for what you're saying, Avian, it's a little more nuanced than that. But in a way, yes, what? It's not that there is no reality outside of our minds. It's just that the only reality that we can conceive of is the one that our minds is projecting. So in other words, we can't see reality as it actually is. It's just picking up information and then taking that information and creating something that is logical. I mean, it's obvious. You have no time and space. Number one, okay. So how does every moment occur? You know, the brain is doing that. The brain is creating all of these moments to moment to moment to moment that don't actually exist. It's like you have a movie, okay, and you can think of this as like Will too. You have a movie, right? And within that movie, you can fast forward and rewind and pause and do all this stuff, okay? But the movie's already over, dude. Okay, the movie's over. So you can choose how you watch the movie, okay? But it's over. So there's a set, way that you can interact with the movie. You can't change the script, right? And so that's the thing. So like what you're experiencing right now may have happened like years ago. Okay, and what you're experiencing tomorrow, could affect yesterday. What you experienced yesterday could affect, like time is not like linear, obviously. Okay, but people don't really understand it. And this is actually part of how magic works in the first damn place. When you're doing real magic, you're literally rewriting the past. Okay, like that's what it is. When it talks about the causal and the acausal and all this type of shit, the atemporal, that's why. You're standing in a circle and you're saying, I'm no longer a human being. I am God of my reality. Okay? And as God of my reality, I am commanding it to be so.
Yeah.
It is not I who speak, but like
I think Avian and Dom are trying to come in there. Dom, I think
all I'm gonna say is the video I made today pretty much goes over what Twilight is talking about, most of it.
Right, the free will one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw some of that.
We're on the same page.
And then Avian, did you have something?
Yeah, this is high level stuff. I can definitely.
Yes, I don't usually go here because it rubs people the wrong way, and it, like I said, like people literally go crazy. This is the type of stuff where it's like you have to be a certain level.
The mouth of madness.
Yeah. It's because a lot of people do get like ego trips because and that's what happens is they realize that they're it, and it's just like, oh, and then they think that they can just like manipulate people and and do as they please, and it's really like the opposite. It's realizing that you have you're almost of service, to try to bring balance to and that's essentially it. And that's exactly why, another reason why natural law is so important. Yeah, it's but yeah, I used to have conversations with this all the time, like for hours and hours and hours.
Well, that's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Again.
So like you have the Trinity.
Yes.
It's in every magical and religious tradition in some form or another. And for all intents and purposes, it's a kind of mystical meme. We all intuitively seem to recognize and accept as true or relevant. It's undeniable that the nature of the Trinity is sacred in virtually every culture, magic system, and even in science. Okay? The triangle is the most basic unit of all structure. So the tetrahedron, as the most basic system of energy dynamics, understand fully is that the foundation of our limited experience of reality is the Trinity. And the Trinity is the holistic Trinity of mind, body, and soul. Try to follow me on this. Performing magic, I'm going to speak from that perspective, okay, requires the alignment and union of these three distinct aspects of reality within ourselves, our immediate environment, and in how we interact with the world. We then energize this new pattern with the maximal intent and energy we can muster and set it free to materialize in the rest of reality through non-attachment. If we do it right, our intent is lucid and our energy is potent, and it doesn't defy the laws of totality in so much as we will see our will manifested, the subjective or objective matrix of our experience. So, magic does not change reality. That's delusion. You are changing your subjective awareness of reality. And since that is the only reality that exists, in the sense that you have a collective subjective, what's called the collective subjective universe. And then you have the objective universe. The objective universe is the universe that everyone has accepted as real. Okay? That is based on agreements. And then you have the subjective universe of the sorcerer, of the shaman. This is why they go into all these, this is why they go off on their own and they're like in the mountains and all that shit. Because they're literally changing the way that they perceive and construct reality. Okay, it's called The Shifting of the Assemblage Point by Carlos Castaneda. Okay, and if you can create pattern interrupts in the way that you perceive and act within your own personal reality tunnel, is another way they put it. Okay, you then change the way that you experience reality. Tell me if I'm losing anybody. Okay, so you're not actually changing the nature of reality itself. Only the way that reality responds to you and your awareness. Okay? You following me?
This is actually scientifically proven. And I actually go over this in my video with the
I love this shit. I love this shit. It's just most people can't handle it. Okay? So what you're really talking about, it's quantum, man. Okay? So the reality is, okay, you're not like when you do a ritual or you do whatever, or even when the Illuminati do these rituals are not changing reality. Okay? What they're doing is they're changing their perception of how they see themselves. And they're changing the perception of how others see them as well. So when they flash all these symbols, they're bringing you into their ritual. You are then feeding their ritual by seeing the symbols. Then they put all the information out there to say, this is what it means. And yes, even the conspiracy theories. Okay? Make no mistake about it. That's why they allow it out there. Because then they say, oh, this is what it means. This is what they do. This is how they do it. And they give you the whole fucking story. This is, they literally are changing how you perceive reality. If they can change how you perceive reality, then they change how you create reality. And guess what? Since we are the creators, prophecy fulfilled. It's literally that simple. This is why I say we are the ones with the power.
Actually, you won't believe it, when I took the shrooms, I actually saw one of the symbols you put as your avatars in the beginning. And I also saw some symbols Hyperborean put.
Yes.
So it seems like these symbols, they have strong psychological impact and they linger in the psyche.
Correct. This is what I'm trying to say. Because they are very ancient. These people stole this shit. This goes back into what's known as atavistic resurgence. This is what I'm trying to say. None of this shit is evil. It's been used for evil. They take what they know works and they take your symbols and use them against you and then tell you it's evil. They take your goodness, externalize it outside of you, and then make you bow down for it. They make you bow down to something lower than you. They make you beg for what's already yours. Don't get me started. That's really what it is. You're not good enough. You need something else. You need something more. You need a savior. You're weak. You're powerless. You're a sinner. You're whatever the fuck.
I wonder if if Brian or Gabriel have something to say. I don't know.
Oh,
There.
thank you for checking in, Dom. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'd
would
like
say,
to
like,
read
yeah,
something
man.
if I could.
Yeah,
This is Brian.
yeah. I'll just say this real quick. That you can go, Brian. Like, yeah, the teachings of Carlos Castaneda about shifting the assemblage point, or I say, like, changing your paradigm. That's definitely world changing. It's a high power magic right there, man.
There is no other magic. None. It doesn't exist. There is no such thing as doing magic and actually causing something to change in actual reality. That's cartoon shit. You're changing consciousness, either yours or someone else's. That's it. Everything is perception. There is no reality outside of perception. That doesn't mean there isn't a reality. It just means there's not a reality that you can experience outside of your perception. If you control perception, you control reality. End of story. That is all. That
Hey,
is
I'm
one
gonna
of the
read
biggest
something real quick.
open secrets.
I'm gonna read
Yeah,
something
for
real
sure.
quick.
Yeah, blessings.
All
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
What's up, y'all? So yeah, it says, Weralda existed before all things and will endure after all things. Weralda is also eternal and everlasting, therefore nothing exists without him. From Weralda's life sprang time and all living things, and his life takes away time and every other thing. These things must be made clear and manifest in every way so that they can be made clear and comprehensible to all. When we have learned thus much, then we say further. In what regards our existence, we are a part of Weralda's everlasting being and the existence of all created beings. But as regards our form, our qualities, our spirit, and all our thoughts, these do not belong to the being. All these are passing things which appear through Weralda's life and which appear through his wisdom and not otherwise. But whereas his life is continually progressing, nothing can remain stationary. Therefore, all created things change their locality, their form, and their thoughts. So neither the earth nor any other created object can say I am, but rather I was. So no man can say I think, but rather I thought. The boy is greater and different from the child. He has different desires, inclinations, and thoughts. The man and father feels and thinks differently from the boy, the old man just the same. Everybody knows that. Besides, everybody knows and must acknowledge that he is now changing, that he changes every minute, even while he says I am, and that his thoughts change even while he says I think. Instead, then, of imitating Finda's wicked people and saying I am the best part of Weralda, and through us alone he can think, we proclaim everywhere where it is necessary, we, Friar's children, exist through Weralda's life. In the beginning, mean and base, but always advancing towards perfection without ever attaining the excellence of Weralda himself. Our spirit is not Weralda's spirit, it is merely a shadow of it. When Weralda created us, he lent us his wisdom, brains, organs, memory, and many other good qualities. Here's the last little paragraph. And many other good qualities. But that by this means, we are able to contemplate his creatures and his laws. By this means, we can learn and can speak of them always and only for our own benefit. If Weralda had given us no organs, we should have known nothing and been more irrational than a piece of seaweed driven up and down by the ebb and flood. All right, that's it. I just wanted
Who's who is Walder?
Weralda's we think it's like where the word world comes from, but it's from these Frisian people from the book Ora Linda, which I believe
Yes.
is like the history of a free people. I think it's the actual history of like the people on these panels, like these discussions. Like I think like because we need a history, or we have a history.
I know,
you know
what
what I mean?
I know what you're getting at. I know what you're getting at. And you're right.
Yeah.
It's an ancestral memory. Let's put it that way. A lot of people try to put like a date in a place, in a time, in a space, and it's difficult. But there is an ancestral memory. It goes back to what I was saying about atavistic memory, where there's a certain circuit of humanity that knows.
Is it from Atlantis?
Well, I mean, I call it that. People have issue with it. You know, the name doesn't matter. You know, I gave up with the fucking the where, the what's, the, you know, I believe Atlantis did exist, but it's irrelevant, really, honestly. What it was
were these
called,
people
where it
trying to
was.
do?
They say Atlanta.
What were
That's
they-
what they say. These people, yeah, from Atlantis. But yeah,
What were they
Yes,
trying to
but
do?
there was
What
a-
were they
there
trying
was
to
a-
do in
there was a-
general?
There was a prior civilization.
Hello?
They had telepathic communications. It was before the fall, you could say. Okay, and when I say before the fall, I mean it's when people walked with God. And when I say when people walked with God, I mean they didn't communicate like we're communicating now. They communicated telepathically. They were one with nature. When Adam was naming the animals just came to him. He didn't have to do anything. When there was no animosity between animals, when there was no rain that came and flooded the earth, when there was only a mist, it says, in the garden, and man walked with God, and there was no animosity between anything, and the lion and the sheep laid together, and there was no murder, there was no, Cain, before Cain murdered anybody, and so this is what I'm saying. Like, when you understand the Bible at this fucking level, then it's beautiful. That's when every tradition becomes beautiful. And this is why I'm a perennialist, because I believe that this is the fucking truth. Whether you look into Hindu, you look at the Bible, you look, whatever the hell it is, okay? Because this is what I believe is the truth. Because as soon as man decides to turn against what is right within its own soul, which I would consider blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, okay, or rebellion of the gods, or however the fuck you want to frame it, all right, that's when God, so quote unquote, judges man. No, man's judging him damn self. That's what's happening, because we are one with God, but now we've lost connection with God. But it's not God's fault, it's ours. And we've fallen.
Right,
Why have we fallen? Because we fucking betrayed ourselves.
yeah.
We've chosen a lie instead of the truth.
They say God is good, and like the evil doesn't come from God. Evil comes from the stupid people that listen to like the priests they talk about, like, or whoever we'd consider the priests of today. Like, Trump would be considered like a leader or a priest, or like the Vatican.
Right.
That's why it's so beautiful. Everything that's nasty that's happening in the world right now, because it's
right.
to reconnect to, like you're saying, like it's awesome. It's
for the
beautiful
glory of
because
God.
it's the only way to wake these motherfuckers up, dude. We've been talking about it for years,
man. You get it, man. See,
it's fucking beautiful. And that's why
me,
these
this is religion,
times,
bro.
Because
we don't
know how to fucking. We don't know how to respect God and can keep it, dude. We have to remember to be watchful and vigilant. And that's where it got away from us. And things always fall apart. That's why it's cyclical. Because we talk about, there used to be one language where if you were to try to tell a lie or try to be deceitful, you would blush and stammer. There used to be one language like that. That was beautiful. Yeah, because we come from the golden ages, where things are perfect. But then it's like one and the same, though. You got to kind of probably realize that, like, that we're in probably the worst age, but it's the inverse of the golden. So, like, you really only appreciate the golden or even understand it, or it's part of it, through what we're going through right now. The people have to reconnect. They are disconnected, like you're saying, from God. I'm repeating myself. So that's probably good stuff.
The question is, are we going to find our way back to that golden age? And I like the way you express the language, because I've never thought of it that way before. But that is a good way to express it. But I guess Twilight had to take a moment because he thought the moment
I don't know.
was so beautiful.
I don't know what happened to him. He got so passionate he bumped himself off the panel. But yeah, oh no, there he is. Okay. I thought you rage quit.
Get thee behind me, Satan. Hell no. No, man. I love this shit. For real. I love this shit, man. This is what I live for, man. This is where it goes so far beyond any philosophy, any fucking like intellectual shit. This is like really like,
and that's why God wants you to figure it out on your own. That's why it's beautiful what's happening too. You got to figure it out on your own that's what wisdom is. It's like through firsthand experience. That's why it goes back to the courts too. Like when I told the prosecutor, do you have firsthand direct knowledge of what's happening in this room? And he so well at first he said, yeah, he didn't know what firsthand direct knowledge. He goes, yeah, I do have firsthand. I go, dude, you don't know what that is. You weren't there that night. You weren't there
Right.
witnessing what happened, dude. Like, so I go, you shouldn't be talking. Like, and like, so how the fuck did I connect that to what we're talking about? Damn it. We were talking about firsthand direct knowledge, right? The wisdom. Yeah. You got to have, just like with wisdom, you got to have the firsthand direct experience, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
and those legislators, they don't know. They just sit in their building and write shit and tell us how to live. They're
They're sorcerers, man. They're fucking sorcerers.
yeah, the legalese. That's why that language. See that language, legalese. It's so far away from the. It's like Pig Latin. Pig Latin was a way to be deceitful.
We'll be here 12 hours, dude. That is the most twisted like it's literally black magic of the highest order.
Yeah, and they call themselves the people. The people versus the fucking, like, oh, we the people versus you. How the fuck are you the people versus we're the people, motherfucker? They reversed it, right? They inverted everything.
Yeah.
Don't they call themselves the people?
Well, the
people versus.
They got all kinds of messed up with their maritime
law, man. It's maritime law. You're on the ship of the high seas.
You came from your mother's water and were delivered by the dock.
Dude, it's all language.
Yeah, you were delivered by the dock.
It's so far from that one language that they corrupted it so much that it's so. Look how corrupted it is, dude. It's such not. It's like when you're lying to someone, dude. And we've all done it when we lied. We kind of speak in a way that's, to avoid the truth, and that's all this is just some fucking complicated way of speaking the fuck you over, dude. It's like someone when they're cheating on their wife, they speak in a way, or when they gaslight people, it's liars, dude. You just it's corruption.
Oh, it's absolutely inverted, man. Everything is inverted. 100%. Let your yay be yay and your nay be nay. All else is deception. The reasons why don't take oaths. Like it's very clear.
Yeah, they try to get me to take an oath recently, and then they're like, "Oh, we'll just affirm you in." I'm like, I don't know what that language is. Like, you want to ask me questions? I'll tell you some truth. I'll tell you. I speak the truth anyways. So it's like you ain't got to do that. That's how I roll in my life. I speak the truth anyways.
Yeah,
so
I don't pay your fucking syntax. Okay. I define my own. I have my own dictionary. I define my own terms. Thank you very much. Like, no, fuck you. When someone tries to tell you what a word is defined by, that literally is already fucking slavery. When someone tells you what your words mean, that itself is fucking slavery. Like it goes so far, man. Like the very fact that you're born in you're born in your mother's water. Well, why are you born in your mother's water? Well, because you're a fucking sea monster who can't own land. That's what a fucking and when you're born, you're driven to the dock. Yeah, well, that's where a ship is pulled into the dock. And then it gets a certificate. It's called a certificate of manifest, and it pulls into its birth, BERTH. So and the reason why it has a certificate of manifest is because there was nothing here, and now there is. Now there's we got some Toyotas, we got some TVs, we got Sony, we got Mitsubishi. And this is money. All right, and money flows like water. Money, money goes through your hands like water. No, money is water. Money is a liquid asset. Okay, and if you don't have money, you're going to be drowning in debt. And then if you get in trouble, you're going to be in real big trouble because then you're going to have to be bailed out by a bail bondsman, right? And so then if you think I'm joking, you're going to be in hot water. So this isn't a game. And if they don't like you, they'll take you to court, and that's no game either. And when you go to this court, you'll sit in front of the judge, and the judge sits on a bench, and the bench is in Latin is a bank, BANC, and the judge doesn't care who wins the game. He's just a referee. He wears the all black robe, and the black robe is Saturn. Saturn is the constrainer, the one who inhibits, the one who teaches a lesson. And that's why you have the elites and the elders. And you have to be elevated, and that's why he sits 3 steps ahead of you, 3 steps above you, because he's one of the elites. Well, what are the elites? Well, El was the god, L. That's the god, right? Well, that's Saturn. Okay, so in order to be an L lead, you have to be elected, and then you can be elevated by this election. Okay, and so then you're very smart. So now you're you're brilliant. So now you have a lot of light, right? And if you you have bad you have someone that you're hanging out with, and I don't think they're they're good people. I say these people you're hanging out with, they're they're really bad company. And you say, hey, mind your own business. That's my partner.
Once I read this story,
Like I could sit here, I could do this for 12 hours, dude. Like it's literally all a fucking mind game. It's Babylonian word magic that goes back. What is a merchant? What is a merchant?
And someone tries to jump in. As soon as you hear someone else try to jump in, dude, just yield. Just who's out? Who just tried to say something?
I'm gonna get off. Is what I'm gonna say.
Oh, good night, Dom.
See you
Hope you have a
guys.
good night.
Take care.
Dom, yeah, take care, Dom. Later. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, we're gonna kind of wrap this up
Okay.
soonish, but we still have time. So
Yeah, I mean, once I read this story of it's just simple of this rich guy running over innocent people, and he was just a teenager, or he was 18 or 19, I forgot, and nothing happened to him because he was rich. Stuff like that always happens. But I forgot. People tend to forget these stories. That was actually pretty going on the news a lot. It was I don't know, 10 years ago, and a rich kid or rich teenager that ran over someone, he just got off scot-free because maybe they paid off the judge or something. Stuff like that happens a lot. Right. It's not good. It's not good.
Civil disobedience.
Right. Well, they say that if you hire an attorney, you're of unsound mind. You're incompetent, and you're not considered a person is a corporation. But if you're a human, you're a sea monster that can't own land, and you're of unsound mind. If you hire an attorney, and an attorney turns you over, that's what they are. They're an attorney. They're that's what that is.
Yeah, my dad told me there are 3 people you can't trust: attorneys and car salesmen and politicians. Those 3 you cannot trust them.
Yeah. Well, they're literally agents of a foreign corporation called the United States Incorporated. America doesn't exist anymore. Anyways, yeah, like I said, I could do this all day. It's insane.
You guys ever get firsthand experience in courtrooms without using a lawyer? How'd that go?
Oh man, it's a nightmare.
What were you charged with?
The best way to do it is to just not go at all, because it's still just a request. So unless you've actually done something that's truly criminal, they can't actually make you go. They're summoning you.
What were you charged with?
It was basically fucking mistaken identity, essentially. I don't want to say too much, but it was it wasn't even really something that I did. It was more like a guilty by association type thing. But what you can actually do is you can fight it through the mail. That's the trick. That's the actual trick. Is you could that's a complicated process. See, people don't understand the Constitution, and if you don't understand the Constitution, then you don't have rights. You only have rights if you understand those rights, and so that if you do not, proactively, my brain's fried, or I'd be able to give you a lot better explanation of this. But essentially, if you are ignorant of the law, then the law does not apply to you. But if you do know the law and you are able to proactively and timely address, your rights, then there's nothing they can do. Because it's all game. It's like I said, it's a court. They play basketball on the court. They play tennis on the court. It's a racket. It's a game.
Freemason.
Or if you don't believe you committed a crime, that's why they're always asking you if you understand, and you got to
yes.
sort of
do you
concede,
stand under their authority?
Of,
yeah. Do you stand under their authority? Are you a citizen? Do you have a citizenship? No, I'm not part of your naval command.
You cannot have a conversation with a police officer without him attempting to have you say that you understand. So he will ask you, do you understand it? Multiple times. Yeah. They will always try to get you to concede to the phrase, do you understand?
Yeah.
And I don't think they fully know why they do it.
Yeah, and they have to call you by the all capital name, and they have to use your last name. If they call you by your last name, don't answer. So-and-so available, John Smith. Like, no, John's here. Yeah, I'm John. They'll keep calling. They'll literally keep calling you. If John's not here, we won't be able to continue. No, John. John so-and-so isn't here. Yeah, John's here. I don't know. I'm the beneficiary. I don't know, because they want to change. What they want to do is they want to change you from the beneficiary to the. Wait, my brain's fried right now. It's a labyrinth, man. Like it
is a labyrinth. Yeah, everything.
They make you the executor. Like it's all like, if you ever seen Devil's Advocate, like it tells you some truth in that. But like they hold your account, like you're like collateral essentially for the bank. Because what happened is when the Federal Reserve, people talk about banks and shit, but they don't actually understand what happened. The Federal Reserve hijacked through the British courts, because it's the British court system, and the British court is not English. Brit is in Hebrew means covenant. Ish means man. So British means the man of the covenant, or man of the contract. That's legit what it means. Okay. So this is why Zionism was created by the Balfour Declaration, and you had like the Palestine Mandate and all this other shit. It's the whole big fucking mess. Like you get into the Masonic levels of it, and the Masonic Knights, and the like you have like Rhodes, the Knights of Malta, and all of this shit. You have York, right? You have New York. It's called the Empire State. Well, why is it called the Empire State? Well, the Empire strikes back, right? Well, what empire? Well, what was York? Well, York is in England. Well, what was York? Well, York was the fucking the main hideout of the Templars and the Jesuits.
Twilight, did you know that
if there's a New York, then obviously there was an old York. There's also a York Rite of Freemasonry. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to tell you. It's all there in your face. Maryland, Washington, D.C., which is the District of Columbia, okay, which is not part of the United States of America. District of Columbia is a foreign company, like Sears or General Motors. Okay, it's the Colombian faction, okay, of this corporation with the British East India Company. Okay, it's called the Colombian faction. Well, you have the CBS, Columbia Broadcasting, Columbia Shuttles, Columbia, like I said, CBS, and they all
Don't
have
let
the
them
eye and
bully you,
shit.
Avian. Get in there. Just never
Yeah,
stop
I
trying to
wanted to
break
say
in.
that the that in front of the Rockefeller building in New York, there's a statue of Prometheus. Is that a
Yes.
coincidence? No way. That's not a
No.
coincidence.
No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Prometheus is, the Prometheanism. I have to double check, but Prometheanism is a environmental accelerationist view where they want to just have more and more technological innovation, and Prometheus tends to be associated with transhumanism stuff. So in the Rockefellers put a golden statue of Prometheus in front of their building. So that ties into their Promethean beliefs, I think. So Prometheans. And actually, Frederick George Younger, he used the mythology of Prometheus to convey their philosophy. He said that Prometheus uh, stole fire from the gods, but what he did is he put fire in a kind of device. I think it was a leaf or something. I forgot. And he profaned the gods by stealing the fire and then sharing the fire with people, because the way he did it was via a device, which was a kind of, I think it was like a flute-like leaf or something. And Prometheus is meant to represent, I think, the archontic desire in some sense, like of trying to, harness the powers, the elementary forces, enslave the elementary forces for one's own carnal desires or one's own mechanization. So yeah, Frederick George Younger talks about that in The Perfection of Technology. He talks about Prometheus at length. And Frederick George Younger influenced Jacques Ellul. Friedrich George Younger was a German philosopher. So he was actually the brother of Ernest Younger, which I think so. Yeah, Ernest Younger was cool too, though. I think he's interesting too. But both of them are interesting. But, yeah, I haven't read Ernest Younger yet, but I have read Friedrich George Younger. His ideas of Prometheus are definitely on target. I think something about Prometheus is like the elites, like really, like Rockefellers really like Prometheus. So.
Yeah, well, they like to hijack everything that has any kind of power. I actually think Prometheus is great. It's just how it's like how they take all these symbols that are powerful and they use them for ill.
Yeah, they repurpose it. They reinterpret and repurpose it for
but
nefarious goals. Yeah, nefarious goals. Yeah.
But the way they use it, oh yeah, no, definitely, it's bad news, no doubt about it. Yeah, but no, I'm not trying to bully anybody. I just get past.
Little tongue in cheek on my part.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Yeah, in that Orlinda book, they have these like the god that we're all the god. He's masculine, but in the society they have a figure like these mother figures that are like very important, very powerful figures. They like advise and do different things. And fuck, where was I going with this? The lamp. Oh yeah, and they have this lamp. So the mother sort of is in charge of this lamp. And I suspect they use alchemy to make like an eternal flame. But they have this lamp that a lot of people, that the bad guys, like the priests in this book, the priests and shit are considered like the bad guys. And but they try to make the lamp, or they try to get a lamp and they can't make it, or if they get a lamp, it doesn't work right. However, it's supposed to work. But what I'm saying is they have this lamp that's very important to them. They have this flame that like doesn't go out, I guess. You know what I mean? And I mean, Prometheus, yeah, he had fire and he had it in that little flute. So I'm like, is there a connection there? Could that be devious? But I think it's different in a way. Like I'm not completely familiar with Prometheus' story, but like, it sounds something like almost, the wisdom, like the taking the bite out of the apple, like the flame, the fire, or something. Yeah,
Prometheus is absolutely like one of the predecessors of Lucifer. Essentially, Zeus, if you know the story of like the Tainonaki and all that, and like Zeus was an absolute fucking tyrant. I mean, he was like eating his children and shit, literally. Like he's a monster.
Is there a planet connected to Zeus?
Yeah. The strangest possible one too. It never made sense to
Saturn?
me because
Or no?
no,
It wouldn't be that.
no, it's not. That's what you would think it would be Saturn, but
Yeah.
it's the most beneficent planet there is, and that's what's really bizarre to me. Is it's actually Jupiter, and to
Big
me
fat joyous one.
been very strange to me. But
Wasn't there
yeah,
Jupiter Saturn conjunction in 2021?
Yes.
Yeah, there was. I think. You know what? I woke up with a voice with a phrase in my head that I think it told me that I don't know if it was telling me this, but it's saying you're the baddest thing east of the Mason-Dixon line. And I didn't even know there was an east of the. I had to look it up because the Mason-Dixon line separates the North from the South and like the Civil War and shit. And but there is a east of the Mason-Dixon like in Delaware. Like the line goes like vertical, so like you could be like east would be like the East Coast kind of. But like I don't know that Jupiter Saturn conjunction. Whatever, dude. We got Neptune and Saturn conjunct right now. You get into fucking the stars at all? We got fucking.
Oh yeah.
Mars and Pluto, and then it was Venus and Mercury. Were all like surrounding the sun. I think they still are. They call it like I forgot what they call that. But it's like they're all near the sun for months and months now.
That makes sense. Okay. Yeah.
And then we just had that fucking new moon. On the new moon, we had an eclipse directly at like the moment of the new moon was a fucking lunar eclipse. Just this past new moon. Yep. So like, and then we go to war. So it's like we had the planetary alignment in there. We had the 6 planets. You could see them in the sky. And here's one thing, dude. The moon clearly, when it's translucent, has no power, no energy, looks like it's fucking dead. Like on the new moon, it fucking goes conjunct with the sun for the whole day, and then it, 15 days later, it's a full moon. It's got light. Isn't it clearly getting powered up from the sun, like fishing for souls? The sun is probably like a condensation of souls, and it's fucking stealing souls. And the moon is probably fucking Jewish, dude. We gotta kill the fucking moon. It's man-made, dude. But then fucking Venus and Mars fucking phase like the moon too. So I don't know. Are Venus and Mars connected to the moon? We gotta fucking because that's dude. I don't know, dude.
Bro, it's the Saturn moon matrix.
Is no one else gonna fucking notice this about the moon on the new moon being conjunct with the sun? What the fuck? I'm gonna say this forever, dude. Because one day, dude, I'm going to be fucking right. I know it. Like, what the fuck? It's obvious as fuck, dude. It's nothing. It's translucent. And then it gets its fucking, then it powers up and becomes full. And then it becomes empty. And then when it's empty and nothing, it goes to the sun because it's fucking nothing. It's a fucking Jew. It's usury. It's steal. It's fucking taken from the sun. Like the Jews take from us, dude. That's it. And then... And then check this out: the Jews worship the sun. Guess when worship the moon. Guess when? From the new moon into the full moon, and then they go out every night and worship it. They say we are like the moon.
Oy vey. I mean, hey, they want the moon to shine like the sun. If you go into like the deeper layers of the Kabbalah,
dude.
They're into the darkness. Look at it, dude, that's deep. It
looks like they're the same size at some point when you see them in the sky, dude. When you tell the sun's that little circle, like when it's in a cloud or whatever, it's like the same size as the fucking moon, dude. And the moon looks like a wannabe sun that was like maybe once a sun or an old sun. An old sun. Maybe on these eclipses they swap out the suns. I don't know, dude, but. You know what I mean? It looks like the moon looks like an old sun the way it looks to be something that was radiated the way it looks like it used to radiate. I don't know, dude.
What if it's just a projection of the sun?
Here's a cool quote from Frederick George Younger. It's just a short quote. As the ancients said, generally the demons are asleep. He who makes bold to arouse them must first enter into their sphere. If we adopt this view, there is no doubt that today the demons are wide awake. That's from Frederick George Younger.
So what's he saying? They stay dormant unless you kind of get near them, activate them.
No,
I mean,
there he's saying that that you have the demons are awake today because of technical organization spreading, and it's like dominating everything and spreading lifeless time and more, and it's also like determinative of people's behavior. But he's saying we have to enter. They have been, the demons were asleep, but now they're awake via technology. So it's kind of like Steiner in some sense because the
Yeah, it seems like we could go down that Terminator fucking road, but it's like in the short term, I like the theory that in the short term AI could do something to hurt us, like something like that. But then in the long term, it figures it out, and then it turns on the sort of the nefarious people that created it, and then I think it's going to kill itself most likely. Like it's going to turn on them, like somehow destroy them, and then sort of destroy itself. It's going to figure things out in that way, where it's just like, oh, like everything you are doing to these people, you keep hurting these people, and you're saying it's for this, but you fuckers are that. So it's like that doesn't make logic, because it's like going to go against logic, and they're like, nah, it's just like, I'm just going to destroy you, destroy myself, call it a night. Like, I don't know. That's as sentient as it could get, you know?
Yeah, he's saying that, in the beginning of the book, he talks about people working in sweatshops. They do very mechanical activity. People work more than ever, like in the beginning of the industrial age, where the world is becoming increasingly more like a machine, and man is being increasingly rendered like an automaton. And for technical progress, by its very nature, leads to that complete mechanization, which subjects the individual to the self-same compulsion. Lifeless time comes to the fore. Life becomes subservient to a ubiquitous automatism that regulates it. That automatism influenced Jacques Ellul. His idea of automatism influenced Jacques Ellul and stuff. Yeah. Basically a robot is like an automaton. It's untiringly and uniformly repeating the self-same operation. You know what I mean? So, that's the kind of study. This book was written in, let me see, like 1949, and a lot of his predictions came true in 1949. He was German. He's kind of like Teddy, basically. He was writing.
Germans are the shit, dude. I love the Germans. That's what that Orlinda book's about. So people from Germany, they're the best. World War II, whatever they told us about World War II, it's fucking lies, bro. Germans are fucking awesome.
Yeah, they are. They are awesome. They have some of the best philosophers. And
they're the best. They're literally the best, dude. I'm gonna be racist and say it. They're the best. It has something to do with being white. I don't know. I'm a white guy with blue eyes, but there's something to that shit, I think. But not really now. Now everything's so diluted. But at some point in these golden eras,
bro, they're still paying reparations, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, dude, like Germany in World War II and the story, and the good guys won, and I'm not sure we were told the whole truth about whatever the fuck happened.
Yeah, they won. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Team America.
And NASA really came from that. Like, NASA's just like, because I think space is fake, so like, that's a lot of money going to a fake something. So
TML, you there? I have a quote to read you, TML. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's a quote from Frederick George Younger. For its own self-preservation, the modern state has to promote and subject everything possible to technical automatism. That's what Frederick George Younger said. Doesn't that sound close to Ellul?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if you look at the Epstein files, like what they want to get rid of the poor people, but like, what is their goal? Like, it's like, what does their world look like if they accomplish their goals? Like, they all backstab each other. Like, it goes into it doesn't go anywhere. Like it's that snake eating itself or something, dude. What the fuck are they doing with their schemes and fucking ideas, dude? Like,
sorry, I'm kind of wasted now. So I have trouble keeping attention, but everything is degenerating. Especially after that leak. That leak was really crazy and stuff. I'm talking about those emails and stuff. But yeah, Epstein stuff. Yeah, but yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff happening. Lots of
And that's
crazy.
just what we've seen, and it's still heavily
Redacted.
redacted. So yeah, everyone was crazy. None of this stuff ever happens. The only thing crazy about it is that everyone thinks it's some monolithic, conspiracy. Everyone's sitting in a dark room, like making decisions. No,
And
it's a lot
that's like the
messier.
tip of the iceberg, bro. You can't really fucking. There's people that have seen that shit, dude. Like cops and stuff. Like these tough people that like they're not the same afterwards. I don't think, bro. You delve into this shit, bro. It's just fucking. I don't know. You probably don't want to fucking know too much about it.
Right. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I was there in real time during Pizzagate. I saw the crap they had on their Facebook wall before they took it down. I was there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All these agents
Sure.
watching all this shit, like they got their own fucking Pornhub of fucking files of who know whatever the fuck. Faces
Yeah,
of
they
Death,
do.
Pornhub, fucking.
Yeah. Do you know? God, I throw up just thinking about it. Do you know Daisy's Destruction?
No.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know about it. Yes, that's Peter
Yeah.
Scully. Peter Scully.
Yeah. Him. Yeah, and Peter Nygaard and all these fucking just. Oh man,
What
it's hard to
about him?
believe people like that exist. It's hard to believe
Yeah,
people like that exist.
they're rakshas. Probably they're like I don't know.
Yeah.
They're like rakshasas or something. Those
What's a
guys are
Raksha?
is a cannibalistic demon from Buddhism and Hinduism. They just fucking. They have horns. They're just like devils, basically. That's what they are.
I honestly would feel a lot better if David Icke was right and they were like shape shifting reptilians. I would feel a lot more, sane.
It did blink at me in Florida, dude. What is a? Can it have like a sideways blink? Like what's a reptilian? The reptilian blinks. I don't know, dude. He fucking blinked and it was weird. It was almost like his pupils blinked fucking sideways or something, dude. It's fucking
Yeah.
weird.
I saw all those videos too. Those videos, with the eyes. It does even before AI. Sometimes their eyes look like I don't know, like it's reptilian or something. I saw a lot of
They're
those.
black.
Yeah, they
They're
are
black,
kind
dude.
of black, and yeah, sometimes they become vertical. Like it's weird. Like I know what he's talking about. Early YouTube. Before it got paused, yeah, like countless videos of politicians. They look like their flesh is dissolving or something. But yeah, a lot of these people don't look normal. You can like, a lot of them. I
Well,
shared some of their pictures before. Yeah.
well, jokes aside, the one thing that is really suspicious is all of a sudden they came out with this incredibly rare genetic disorder that they supposedly have known about for like 120 years. I can't remember the scientific name for it. It's really long. But they nicknamed it demon face syndrome. And there's been like 7,500 cases of it in like 120 years. In the history of the world, supposedly. We're supposed to believe this shit. To where people are like seeing people that look like demons.
Like,
And this is
and then
this
for an
is just like this
extended period of
random,
time.
like yeah, like supposedly it's just like a neurological disorder that people are seeing, people that look like fucking demons, that look like reptilians, that look like whatever. It's like, okay. And there was like this guy who created like this device, like some They Live shit, and he was saying that he found a way to like actually see them like in the astral plane or something. Like I don't fucking know. It was really weird. And I'm not at all like saying this is true. This is just something that it's just weird. It's kind of like, huh? He created this device, and then like all of a sudden they're like, well, he was really crazy. He believed in all these crazy conspiracies, da, 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 and he like blew himself up. And it's like, huh? and he wanted to escape reincarnation. And it's like, wait, back up. So he creates this device that he claims is able to see reptilians, and then he blows himself up because he wants to escape the reincarnation trap, but yet the explosion actually seems like it's coming from another building than where he actually is. And there's a warning coming from where his position is than where the explosion. What the fuck?
I heard some weird explanation where they're kind of like standing there and through some sort of technology, it's like an illusion. Like it's an illusion that we're not seeing. Like they're right there and they're doing something. I don't know if it's some sort of device that just makes them look different. It somehow fucking does something to us. But they're just
I
standing.
personally
Yeah,
believe that it's perceptual hacking. I don't think they're actually reptilians, but I think there is a form of perceptual hacking that is going on. That they're able to manipulate perception. And
yeah, something like that. Like they're not really different. They're doing something to you that makes you think it's not a fucking reptile standing in front of you.
Yeah, no, I really do. I really do think so. And I think it has to do with the astral plane. And as a magician, I mean, I can tell you for sure that if you're on the astral plane, like you can appear as whatever the fuck you want. And so if you can, you know, somehow deviate someone's perception, you know, like especially
what was
like
that
you hear like,
shape-shifting aspect of Jesus?
well, well, I think Jesus was a magician personally, but I don't think it had anything to do with any of this insanity that the church tries to say that he was, you know, trying to.
I think they're
create
more like evil
a-
dragons rather than reptilians. They're more like evil dragons or something, humanoid dragons or something. They're evil. You know, like they're probably good dragons. I like
Or
dragons.
maybe some good, maybe. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, dragons are
Well,
cool.
you know what's interesting about that is like if you actually read the Bible, especially like the Judaic version, and particularly like the Zohar and all this, like they talk about the Teli, and they're literally like reptilians. And like if you actually look into the way they describe the angels, like the seraphim are literally burning dragons. They're
Are there any
burning
good
something.
dragons among us right now?
Yeah,
That's
let
what
me
I'm
tell you this.
saying.
I
humans?
have this theory, believe it or not. Let's say in ancient times there were industrially advanced civilization of I don't know, dinosaur humanoids or like reptilians, okay? And the ones that survived
Oh,
would have been cryogenically preserved, or maybe they were augmented, and the bad ones survived until now, and they're trying to, I don't know, kill us or something. I mean, that's possible.
well,
I,
what if in ancient times we had advanced culture like Atlantis and we did genetic manipulation with Earth reptiles? What if they're not
Yeah, that's
alien and
the
they're
thing I
actually
heard with the
from here?
Philosopher's Stone. Like you can make a humanoid, and you could also like manipulate, like through CRISPR technology. They're also already talking about they could do
Right.
all types of
But is
shit.
this the
Like,
first time? Is this the first time we've had this technology? Is that what Atlantis is about? Are we repeating it right now? I mean,
dude,
I
I
personally
suspect there's
think
something up with animals, bro, that were manipulated like that. Like even like
yes.
dolphins and whales. I think there's a human connection there. But even down to like the lion, bro, there's something about they could have been humans that you just keep manipulating for sport almost. And you get to a
Well,
lion at some point or fucking.
every mythology talks about, you know, these chimeras and shit, and we're just like, well, our ancestors had a, you know, imagination, and you know, I think a lot of it has to do with like, you know, shamanic like spirit animals and you know that type of thing, like lycanthropy and you know like astral experiences and all that. But I also don't put it past the fact that maybe we had genetic fucking engineering way back, long, long ago. And maybe we got too big for our britches because, I mean, that's what we're doing now. I mean, we're making ligars. Do you know about that? these fucking tiger lion crossbreeds. They're like
Yeah.
fucking 5 times this. You're right. And so this is what I'm saying. Like, what has this happened before? Well, according to the Druidic and Vedic and fucking like Greek and all these different mythologies, man. Like, and it's in the book of Enoch. You know, like if you really want to get down to it, the original Judaic understanding, the supernatural understanding of the Bible was that was the point of the flood. It wasn't because God was pissed off at humanity because like they were like, you know, bad, quote unquote. It's because the Nephilim were fucking like taking humans and animals and uh you know, mixing them together and shit. They were corrupting the fucking the gene pool to where there was nothing left that was pure anymore. And they were creating all these monsters and giants and shit. And that's why God fucking flooded the world. Because there was nothing left that was pure anymore. It had to be done. And everyone's like, oh, well, that's just a myth. Well, honestly, it makes a hell of a lot more fucking sense than God's a tyrant. Really. And they absolutely believed it. They're like, oh, no, that was, you know, that was something later on. No, actually, that was the oldest fucking belief. Like, they believed in supernatural. See, people can't get over can't get over the fact that our ancestors believed in the supernatural. And then we come in and we're just like, oh, well, they were all primitive. They didn't really know anything. It's like, no. See, like the shamans and all that, like they understood what the supernatural was. We come in and we're like, oh, well, they worship these gods. And they didn't even really have an understanding of like the gods like we do today. They saw it very differently than we do. The natural and the supernatural weren't so like divided. Okay, so like in the Vedas and shit, when they're talking about like super fucking weapons, or like you hear like in like the Druidic mythology, and you talk about like the Tuatha De Danann coming in like a fucking cloud of smoke from the skies and shit, and people like disappearing and losing time and all this, you know, like the fairy folk. And it's like, oh, the wee little fairies. Like, no. They were like being kidnapped and shit. Like, you know, it's like some alien shit for real. Okay. And you know, you can look into every tradition, and there's this idea of you know the fairies or the jinn or the archons or whatever the fuck. And you know, it's like, well, everyone's fucking insane, or maybe there's just a mix up here. Maybe our ancestors weren't insane and they weren't, you know, bored because they didn't have television. Maybe we're dumb, and because we have television, maybe it's the opposite. Maybe they actually saw shit and they wrote it down because it was true, and we're just fucking brain dead because we think that everything is an accident. And you know, they say that, hey, there was like all these cataclysms, and it's like, well, yeah, you know, we had comets hitting us and, you know, blowing shit up and fucking, you know, maybe that's what hell is. Maybe hell is when a comet smashes into the earth and there's fucking tsunamis and volcanoes and you know, torrential fucking flooding and winds like all happening at the same fucking time, and the earth was literally splitting in two. You know, you can look into like the Native Americans, the like it's in Africa, in Asia, it's in every tradition on earth talks about these cataclysms. But no, it didn't happen for sure. It definitely didn't happen. 200 plus flood myths, but no. It's all bullshit for sure. Like no, there's no way. You know, and it's just like, what if like all these like ideas of like God judging the world and all that was really like just a lot of really crazy shit happened in the earth, and people were fucking terrified, didn't know what the hell was going on, and they were trying to like hold on to the best they could to like a fallen world. Like I think it makes a hell of a lot of sense. And this idea of like gradualism of like the ice age, it's like millions of years. It's like no. The ice age was like 5 minutes long. Okay. They just don't want you to know about all the advanced civilizations that existed in that time frame. Okay. And that like really the ice age happened like that. And that's why you have you know, all these animals with like food flash frozen in their fucking mouths and shit, you know, because it was like cataclysmic, quick, fast, you know, abrupt shit happening, you know, violently, you know, and so like every tradition that talks about like the judgment of the gods and all this, like I'm absolutely convinced that that's exactly what it was. And the great serpents and shit. Well, you look at a comet as it's flying in the sky, like the tail of it literally looks like a serpent. But yeah, that's a whole other thing.
You know what's
Okay,
interesting? As you
Go ahead.
cycle through the ages, it's almost like you're cycling through your chakras. Like you start in the golden age, you're in your crown chakra, and then as time goes along, you know, things are getting worse. You know, eventually until you get to your root chakra, which would be essentially like the Iron Age, which would represent the earth, you know, the devil's realm. Because you're exploring yourself. Because I don't know, I just did chakra work before, and it's interesting as I keep looking at these ages from golden to fucking iron, and then you know your crown chakra, and you're exploring yourself. People say, "Oh, this is just God, sort of understanding what He is through His creations, and He gets to know what He is." You know, but humans only know ourselves through the other. It only works. The bee is only itself because of the flower, and vice versa. Like I don't know anything about myself without the other humans, without you guys. Like I'm nothing without you guys. Like,
right.
Oh, is that resonance? Is that vibration right there? Like whatever that is, that connection between us. Those two particles that connect instantaneously, no matter the distance.
Oh yeah, quantum superposition and non-locality. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm big into quantum fucking mechanics, but sometimes when you're getting philosophical and you fucking use their language, I kind of enjoy that sometimes.
Right. Well, I just like to base my occult shit within something that's like based in the mundane at some level, so that it's kind of anchored a little bit. Most of the
noise is annoying.
Some of it is though. I mean, I like plasma cosmology. Actually, I'm surprised it even exists as a legitimate. Granted, it's not like super accepted, but it does exist, and it's basically saying consciousness is, you know, the baseline of existence. So, you know.
Yeah, right.
And they call it plasma, but really it's ether. It's luminous ether. They call it plasma, but it's fucking ether.
Yeah, I wrote a review on Robert Temple's book, a summary. Yeah, it was a very good book. I enjoyed it.
That's such a good book. Yes.
Yeah, the dusty, complex plasma and stuff. Like between the sun, they have like two huge clouds of just plasma and little grains, and there's like electromagnetic, and he was talking about Birkeland currents, you know, from the sun, from the sun to the earth. It's like spiral shaped flow of plasma, and you know the sun is actually mainly plasma underneath the surface, like rivers of a bunch of plasma. It's like, you know, the Upanishads also say that prana, in your final breath when you die, it mingles with your breath, your final thoughts, and then it either goes to the moon to wax and wane and come back for transmigration, or go to the sun when you become enlightened. So the sun is like where the plasma is, where like stored or something. Like underneath the surface of the sun, there are like rivers of plasma. But yeah, the whole universe is 99% plasma, and they're like, it's like everything's interconnected. It's like the galaxy web. It kind of resembles the brain and stuff, you know, the circuits and stuff. Like, it's all like, it's, you know, we could be living in a tiny grain of dust, believe it or not, like the dusty plasma, dusty complex plasma, you know what I mean? It could be, you know, it could be countless volts, like the Flower Garland Sutra or the Avatamasta Sutra. It says there are countless Buddha volts within Buddha volts, you know what I mean? They're just like an endless fractal. That's very interesting. But yeah, I did like Robert Temple's book. Basically it's a kind of panpsychism where he sees plasma
Yes.
as something kind of kind of like aspect or pneuma and stuff. It's like conscious, it's theory and life. So it was nice too. Yeah, I wrote a summary of it. You can read my summary if you want to. I'll just give it in the private.
Okay.
Keep, I like writing summaries for remembering stuff.
Yeah, it's
Heard out.
a trillion years is like a breath of Brahman. Like.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Yeah, that book. Yeah. And see what else. It's like yeah, spontaneous self-organization. Plasma. Plasma.
Yes.
Remember the ball lightning. The ball lightning could have been the burning bush or something that Moses saw or something. It could be like I don't know, like
right.
Yeah, he talked about that. Ball lightning is weird. Like it can go through walls. You go through anything. It's like somewhat angelic. You can watch videos of ball lightning on the YouTube and stuff. Yeah, plasmoids are also like self-organizing plasma blobs and stuff. Like it's kind of fractal. The plasma universe is like one body breathing in fractal complexity, but you cannot separate the breath from the body. Or it could just be yeah. That's what it is. Yeah.
That's what's so incredible. It's really mind blowing.
Yeah, I also thought it was mind blowing how you talk about when you die, the death flash. Some people can see some smoke or something, a wisp of smoke come out of someone's mouth. That could be like plasma.
Oh
that goes-
yeah.
Yeah, plasma. It's cool stuff. Yeah, I think it's interesting and stuff. You also talk about Boehm's implicate and explicate order. That was pretty interesting. I thought that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was interesting. Plasma.
All right, I'm gonna crash out, fellas. I
See you
appreciate
later.
the
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
Thanks so
Yeah,
much,
bro.
GMO.
Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Yeah, thanks for
All
being.
right, talk to you guys later. Bye bye.
Yeah,
Have a good night, Brian. I'm kind of tired. Yeah.
yeah. If you're tired, maybe we
Yeah, it's just
we should like close it.
Yeah,
It's just a
no, I
shot.
want to say
It's just
something.
a shot.
First off, I want to say sorry to you, Twilight. I apologize. And second is that I'm gonna take like a few months off, like 2-3 months off from paneling. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. But I'll be back in like 2-3 months. I need some time. Yeah, okay. But I want to say that Twilight, your contributions are great. I think you're very what's the right word? Original thinker, and you're able to synthesize a lot of ideas well and stuff. I think I don't have everything figured out, and you've never claimed to have everything figured out either. But I do think you do have a lot of wisdom and such. No one knows everything though. Of course, I don't either. But yeah, I think it's important to have more voices like yours that are sincere and authentic and genuine. So I apologize. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
We all learn from each other, man. We all learn from each other. Steel sharpens steel.
Exactly. That's right. 100%. Yes.
Don't drop a gum bomb.
Yeah, blessings to the people. Jen, thank you for watching. Enlighten Amnesia, thank you for watching. Rocky, of course, thank you so much for watching, sir. And yeah, I know there's like a lot of people that came through today, and yeah, for sure, it's good to see you guys. I mean, it's like kind of like a first day back here. Obviously, we did a whole last week of shows. If you check the community post, you'll see the series we did on Cyber Caliphate. Let me post that here for you guys. You know, if you guys want to see it, there's a whole alternative channel that I should probably promote more. Honestly, you know, we got lots of new people over there. So let me actually post this alternative channel because there's a number of unique videos there. So yeah. Yeah, blessings, Jen. Okay. So here is the alt channel. Oh wait, maybe I should write alt channel on there. Alt channel. I'll post this here. And maybe if some other people come by, I actually should have done this the whole time. I always forget. But yeah. So this is the alt channel. And then there's 2 series. There's actually 3 series on the channel, so actually maybe I'll just drop this one here. But there's another series. This is maybe an extension of a series that we've been doing on the alternative channel called Made by Machine Bob. You know, there's a prominent YouTuber named Made by Made by Jim Bob. So that's what he calls himself. His name is not Jim Bob. It's like Francis or something. But he calls himself Made by Jim Bob or something. So yeah. So we call our thing Made by Machine Bob. And we comment on all of the content that we pretty much find to be, I think, strange, or we've interacted with it in strange ways. And so, and this is another series we did called Cyber Caliphate versus Spawns of Cyberneticon. Anyways. And of course, we showed a lot of stuff here. You know, we looked at the Parmenides again. We have a ways to go in the Shangzhou. Obviously, we have this chapter on labor-saving devices. There's verses against labor-saving devices in the Lao Tzu and in the Shangzhou. So it's quite notable. And then also we have this business about Elul. So maybe we didn't get to it today, but we will get to it. And of course, if you've been joining us, we've done hours and hours and hours and hours, dozens of hours of discussions on those different materials. Of course, as I said, we'll be looking at some new materials. Yeah, there's a lot of different sort of shows we've done a lot. On the alternative channel, where we correspond with the different panels that avail themselves. And of course, we don't have very good interactions with them. That's why we have our own little group here. So what do you guys say? Okay then, guys.
Yeah.
It'll be our outro. That now, 30-second silence there.
Yeah. I've kind of been a mess. You know, I apologize again. I just need like 2 or 3 months to stabilize my mind, get centered again and stuff. So
It's all
uh,
good.
yeah,
Yeah, there's no reason.
in 2 3 months. Yeah, I'll be back in like 2 3 months. I'm gonna read some and go walking outside more and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll still have our movie day, right? So,
Oh
I'll
yeah,
see you
yeah,
then.
yeah. We'll
And
still have
and
the
whatnot. Yeah.
movie day. The
Yeah,
movie day.
we'll figure it out. And definitely we'll have some type of correspondence. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming up here. Obviously, I know. So we'll see what happens. In terms of the content, and we'll try to get some new people on. And yeah, what about you, Twilight?
Don't drop the E-Dom bomb.
Right. So, so we're all doing some things. Obviously, I was supposed to take a 1 week break as well, but we recorded this instead, and I'm actually pretty exhausted from fasting and praying for like a month, and it'd be good if I take some maybe a moment for myself as well. But yeah, I don't know when. But yeah, I've been looking at some interesting materials. But yeah, those little summaries I presented today, maybe over 2 hours of little little bells and whistles that are scattered throughout this show here. So, please enjoy, and of course, don't forget about the previous shows. I've had hours and hours and hours of discussions. For example, just about the Parmenides, or about Shangzhou, or about any of those topics, right? So, and of course, we've had dozens of unique conversations with all of these gentlemen that came by today, as well as as well as many others. So, anyways, it's been a great time corresponding with you guys. And just as we discussed at the beginning of the show about the theater, right? It sort of isolates, and the darkness is meant to separate you from the people in the theater, and the glowing screen is meant to isolate you and to depersonalize you. So this whole idea of the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. So we have a lot of things here we're going to show you guys. Obviously what most people think is real is flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that are not even real. And of course, we got more things that are coming up here on the machine lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And if not on this website, youtube.com, we may branch off to other networks like Rumble or Odyssey. Also, so we may be doing that soon ish. But we are here, and we do plan to stay on this particular channel or network as long as they'll sort of keep us here. So we're sort of seeing what's going on here, and yeah, so we do have all the tapes. So if there's any particular tape or discussion that you're looking for, obviously my email is posted there. on the channel description. And obviously we have a Discord. You can email me, get the Discord, or I'll post it right here in the chat as we speak. Give me a second here. So there's ways to get in contact with me. It's very easy to get in contact with me and inquire about the materials that are used in the show or elsewhere. Okay, let me see this. Okay, let me actually close this, and then maybe post this here, Discord. So if you guys want a Discord, and I may come back into the studio here because it looks like it says my camera does not work. So when I say bye to the people, I'll play some music and So yeah. So yeah, let me come back in here. And yeah, it was really a brilliant time, honestly. Okay, let's see what happens.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, let me reload this.
Wait, why did he leave? Oh, sorry. Yeah, just wait.
Alrighty. Okay, so what do we got here? We got a slew of links, Cyber Caliphate, the new series I've developed. Only 3 episodes, limited time. It's a season finale. We made 9 episodes. The next Made by Machine Bob season will be 9 episodes. So I'm making them that long, right? So they're basically serialized to reflect incremental development of the LARP that's in progress on the various panels. They're highly manufactured. There's a lot of coordination. There's a lot of manufactured drama. There's a lot of gay ops. There's a lot of connection to larger networks that are connected to large content creators. So anyways, it's not organic. but yeah. So we'll be back and huh. All right. Peace, guys. Blessings.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Yeah, peace.
Who?
And here are some videos by LORP, Emperor LORP. So yeah, so enjoy the videos and the music, and yeah, we'll be back on Saturday. Oh wait, no, not Saturday. Tuesday. Sorry, it is Saturday. So Tuesday. I keep thinking it's Wednesday in my head. So yeah, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, right? So So these are the days we'll be here. Blessings.
Verbally use circle 360, repeat history. You missed the scene, missed your dual clear MCs out, I'm Listerine, mouth clean. Envisioning a land where nonsense is nowhere to be seen. Contrast like the darkness, rhymes get concocted, used for shocking silly rappers, possessing 9 lives with 6 senses with third eye. On their first try, diamond dancing, I see no need to exert my energy on whackness. Heaven is my address, running towards the light, I'm on the hip-hop blacklist. Make you sense urgent, subserve you like a surgeon. See right through your why your lyricism's hurting. So meditate the precepts from east, west, I'm ceaseless with keen sense of being peaceless. 1,000 times from the leastest to the kings and queens and fiends in the scene. Down since the days of chemical genes, regardless of the name brand, the same man stands. L universe in your zone like a meteorite. Evicted filling your mic, have linear sight, heads moving, double-edged clinical slice. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't a mystery. Hip-hop industry status, the way I look at it, will let the ignoramus invade us. Let me hit you, why do I continue existing? And the dope ones end up testifying what they've been through. My words cut through like Ginsu, that you were flowing into. Mind after mind, born again but not Hindu. Like bad breath they cling to, my rhymes are Jimmy Spicer. Supervisor like the wise men, I'm downsizing. This crew and that crew, as a natural. Dealing with infatuated MCs in unilateral fashion. Separate boys to men like plasma and blood. Yo, I fasted from rap for years and cast out inferior factors to practice the true art of rhyming. It gain access, I never backslid the verses chew till it's fluid. It ain't what you do, but why you do it. Why you do it. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't no mystery. Words are heavyweight, manifest my fast-paced mind state, balancing extremities to resuscitate. I display the blueprints of plans to aggravate the prudent. Street evangelists, verbiage and tuning through loudspeakers, teachers with underground features. In deserted regions, even invade the prestigious. For those who feel this, I represent. The divine healer comes to open eyes. Once again, I deplete the obsolete worldly philosophies. Dichotomy of dope and whack is clear. You will soon know how to read between the lines and testify religion. Fraudulently used for crimes, yo. This time is facts, not rhetoric. Show the ropes like a veteran. Catch the loops where you can't navigate unless you're literate. I seek the answer to the ultimate questions. If I'm predestined, what is the purpose of my hope for celestial righteousness? Trapped in the physical and finite, misled by the system. Feel a distance from God. From the grim city view, I see the cross. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can get the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't no mystery.
I shot Reagan, fuck a pig and ate falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? I'm a space invader, ill hieroglyphic translation navigator. Read your thoughts, make you think we chill, then I blast you later.
Flag. I shot the devil down like we in Baghdad. His wife's the hostage, her body parts up in a grab bag. Now watch the gun blast, holding your chest marked for death. The president's been shot, somebody notify the press. It's all Reaganomics, welfare, weapons and drugs. The government is thugs, that's why the leader caught us slug. Handle your business, we're writing Yiddish on your wish list. My mind's a sickness, see knowledge devils on my shit list.
Necrodamus, hip-hop psychic, bring you the next shit you lectured, then infected, your mind was unprotected. You think me approaching you with a knife looks bad, it'll be worse when I slice up your flesh till it looks flat. Keep the muskets up in the book bag, and when the cook stabs you in the brain, verbally you feel like you took tag. The mental grave, with you buried under the duck plot. can judge by a nice picture of me's my mugshot.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco pagan. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? Yeah, yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco pagan. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan?
Super secret surveillance assailants. Hebrews in Kansas wrap you up in bandage. Mummified stitch weapons I brandish. Like trucks and bombs, coffins airtight. Mucus and bed sores. Russian roulette with bloody headbands. Christopher walking tight. A deer hunter, ports unknown. Rocking the jewel throne like Solomon. I killed your congressman with 2 stones. Best in the fucking country. Israeli camo dress bummy. Ghetto gorillas. Religious cats be thick and muncie. My soul is set stretched throughout wax like Stan Getz. In my vestibule, bang on my chest from bad sex. Come and challenge a battle, yes, go fuck, but don't be sore. God ultimately saves those whose motive is pure. Pure.
Yeah, yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco pagan. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? Yeah, yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco pagan. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan?
We Elohim, alien brain in my cranium. They locked me in a sanitarium, behind walls of titanium. 51, forbidden classified spy area. Doctors from Nigeria, Lebanon and Syria. South Bronx, I walk through epochs and airlocks. Disengaging doorways into time, breaking cell block number 13. The earth scene, the first gleam of life beyond humanoid existence. From light year distances, I navigate with the fabric of space in this race against time. Transmit a message backwards to the phone line. Control minds are fairly common alien technocracy. We laugh at your misguided principles and prophecies. My species shapeshift, take on the form of an earthling. If I fail to return back home, alert the king. Bring the reinforcements, program the teleport coordinates. My place of origin, the starting point, begin your voyage into mystery. Strange universe, strange history. Yeah, I shot your fucking president, you know my steed. Public enemy, except we non-fiction. Positive and negative because the world's a contradiction.
Yeah, yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco pagan. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? I'm the space invader, ill hieroglyphic translation navigator. Read your thoughts, make you think we chill, then I blast you later. Yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco pagan. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? I'm the space invader, ill hieroglyphic translation navigator. Read your thoughts, make you think we chill, then I blast you later.
I got a long list of kills. It requires a certain mix of skills I've acquired through long tests of wits and wills. I need a fix that keeps me off of prescription pills when life has its ups and downs or dips and hills. I'm emotionless, I separate heart from mind. I take the good with the bad, both parts combined. They found one body, the other wasn't far behind. But she was a virgin and good girls are hard to find. First kill in a long time, they thought I resigned. But they both pointed back to me like a rewind. Led the cops to a pit wall, I laughed as they crashed into a tunnel I painted on a brick wall. I beat them by a landslide, but they found the body. They said you can run, but you can't hide. I ignore it, cause I don't like getting rid of bodies. The fun part's everything before it.
A false prophet, God is a superstition. I hear you, in fact. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
I think about death and decay with every weapon in every way. It never stops, it's every second of every day. I could probably be arrested for thought crime, but I'll be back on the streets making up for lost time. Some are random, some take years of waiting. Some repeat when all the good ideas are taken. If I could, I would murder every person near me. Sounds really good, but it only works in theory. When it comes to my own kind, I'm drawing the line. But I can't say the thought never crossed the mind. Everything gets older, then death brings closure. I'm quite sure of it, I never have to think it over. I dream about killing, I'm a really light sleeper. You know what I'm thinking, it doesn't take a mind reader. I prefer to do all murders in large amounts. But it's not about that, it's the thought that counts.
I am a false prophet, God is a superstition. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
I don't know who has to die. It's whoever happens to catch an eye. We make mistakes, you live and learn, you laugh and cry. Every passerby looks like a potential kill. It's like staring at apple pie in the windowsill. I'm at a distance, I'm almost invisible watching. But I'm not a peeping Tom, I'm window shopping. Life is short, you're dying from the time you're born. And life goes on and so forth and so on. When it's all been said, I won't have any grievances. I've learned to live with my demons like Walking Dead. They say I half killed a girl who survived from dying. So I'm innocent, you can't blame a guy for trying. I should've taken her prisoner, but for every hot chick, there's a guy that's tired of hitting her. If you scream, you'll die. No one ever takes my advice. Most women just want a good listener.
I am a false prophet, God is a superstition. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
Rap, everybody's stealing, catching feelings. Everybody's where they dealing and selling vinyl. Acting like you Richie but you Lionel. Style primal, so you study mine like a final and still fail. Lost the battle, now you leave a blood trail. Like a snail, you just a shell, just as well. You can't come where I dwell. I rebel, battling forever and a day, never win away. I bring it to you on a tray with a glass of ice. I make you call me master twice. I'm too nice, kid, I'm just too nice. Don't you get it? I wouldn't have said it the first time. I don't curse rhyme, I curse swine. The original, right before you and you blind. Why you still looking for a sign?
Motherfucker in your area, not inferior rhymes like a thunder that will scare ya. Out of my way, you say okay, but no way I'll let you play with my rhyme. We'll find special words to make the mic shine like the sun. Then you're gone, never come back or borrow a gun and shoot you down like a rabbit. You're gonna get it. Ha ha ha. Yo, step into me, you won't live to regret it. I said it, and I always mean what I pronounce. Please
please bounce to this or else you get this. Go away and never come back. All I can combat, I shoot you down like a clown. Go away and never come back. All I can combat, I shoot you down like a clown. Go away and never come back. All I can combat, I shoot you down like a clown. Go away and never come back. All I can combat, I shoot you down like a clown that no one laughs about. I'll take you out and kill or thrill you if you're quiet, no riot, cause everybody thinks the same, ain't no shame in my game. I'll take you out and kill or thrill you if you're quiet, no riot, cause everybody thinks the same, ain't no shame in my game. Lyrical skills like a motherfucker. This bad motherfucker in your area, not inferior rhymes like a thunder that will scare ya. No jacket for your ass quick fast, and after that I get all the cash at last. Then you get killed, future, nah, check like a clown that no one laughs about. Away and never come back, come back, come back.
looking for pay raise, blowing up spots and screaming Mayday. Late waste, whole city blocks the death that they face. Make haste, back to the shelter, the water's age lace, cause they take all of the spots y'all niggas vacate. They craze, rabid animals straight out the caves, depraved. Ain't 8 in days, I'm West Craven. This spreads mayhem, your verse is desperation in your church and defecating desecration. Left hand to Satan, the mental patient space war. Break the hard nerves, escape the state war, change form, shapes your faceless, lock in a race war. Stage 4, Defcon bitch, about to set bombs. Press on, push the button switch and lose my left arm. Get gone, the bitches while I'm pulling out the metal work. Lethal weapon lifting, hitting you so hard your neck will jerk. Head will burst, just when you think it couldn't get any worse. Dismember your children and send them
it's
to
like
the
the
heavens.
enemy on me is on the streets, and the television watching me. Helicopters is overhead, I'm contemplating, are we free? It's hard to see when the fog is this thick. Using this to guards and prison yard scissors, they grip batons and yo, I lit the bomb and send it off at Pentagon. Cause Uncle Sam planted pentagram, say on and beyond. Your life is hard, gonna bear rap just like it's long. Following different guards, occupy your land that isn't on. The brass like your last, I blast fire your ass by the ash to your last gas. Trying to pry your parts, the cast like a mask. The war surviving, they pumps and lava, my armor carbon fire. Family inside the foundry, flowing like oceans of orange lava. Night vision, firefight, line up in my eyesight. Walking through the streets of New York, smoking the tiger night that's spiteful. With 30 dirty bullets in my rifle, I'm scratching the cereal of the metal ghetto disciple.
Vision full of bloody faces, murder, death, kill. Leather base in second grade, my sentences is ill. Forgot to take my medicine, was born on Haunted Hill. Street corner devilish, the venom's in the pill. Ain't nobody innocent, my sickness gets revealed. Welcome to the pestilence, the end of days, it's real. DMG, the headstring, sniffing $100 bills. My life is like Inception, that's the shit that gives me chills. Back up in the padded room, my sight pirates a thrill. Every single session that I'm stepping in is ill. Filed and delivered, they just let me out the bill. I just like the exorcist, my testament to Exodus. Got this schizophrenic, carbon genesis and pregnancy. Suicide squad, so my mind playing tricks. Got a shotgun in the floor and a package of some scripts. Face a fucking deck, yeah, the one you won't forget.
I live a pendulum with swinging rocks and crippled men with simple thoughts. About my little pen, you'll stop your brittleness. Rainbow Skittles is a soft stop us on a griddle kid. Leave you stopping for a morsel, all up on some little shit. I'm laughing at your tiny balls with such a dimple dick. Claiming Biggie, but you small, so I'ma call you little bitch. Hey, yo, run that. Run up with my son's back. Hesitate for just a space and now you in your gun jack. Bitch got a bun smack. Don't front that, pills to smack, cause we love that. Yo, what's the deal? Seen your chick up at the dub shack. My balls where she suck cat. Suicide squad, yo, with a mob and yeah, the guns clack. Hey, yo, we hardly the carving of a partridge family. Sitting in dark basements, the horror family. Like dogs, we raw meat, chasing the bravest cavalry. New England, we creeping, the new chapter academy, yeah.
Kill you the quickest, your death peaceful, the flow wicked pass through you. Take your soul with it, full speed, take a breath, set sail. I'll leave your flesh pale before you can exhale. Made your own prison, trapped in your own hell. The first time in jail, he hung himself in a cell. Ghost outside a shell, hanging by a nail like a spotted snake, cause they never tell the same tale. Waking from a nightmare, petrified, shooken. It's not the first time that you got your life tooken. Better rock dying and wonder why you couldn't just look and eating through a straw. I hope you like running, These rappers shady, but I ain't afraid to take a loss. Even with a cat I fully trust, I got the safety off. Even when it rains, that's when it starts to pour. You slipping, cause my style polished like a model floor.
Faces in death relate to the rest, better pray for the best. Trying to claim you a dangerous threat, but you wasting your breath. Get out my way, my pressure can't fall straight through your chest and chop the remains in your flesh until there ain't nothing left. Sick in your range, I piss on your grave to pay my respects. The prison you came with, think it's a game that ain't gonna be next. Late to accept a mistake, I'm slaying your set. Sharpening my guillotine about the shape of a neck. Making the message fatal to test. If you make me upset, I take the caress and state that you rap without breaking the sweat. Some say that I'm crazy, I blame it all on the drug. Finger painting my initials on the wall with your blood. Remember the name is simple and plain. My mental's insane, filled with twisted thoughts that continuously enter my brain. If it's wrong, bringing the pain. Finish like a soldier, like a cobra. Try to go against me and your life is over. Nice to know you.
my whole world caving in. And she's saying with a crazy grin, it's all fucked like the avian. They say we all make the grave we in, and still these hypocrites looking at me like this is alien. Often I felt like off of myself when I've been soft and I go off into hell. You see me in the coffin, I'm pissed off and got a death wish, looking for the quickest painless way to leave me breathless. Yeah, the easy way out is OD, it's pain free, but the toe T is still name me. If they pump my stomach, I come back running, but I don't wanna come back. Hold up, fuck it, I grab my gun and okay, where do I begin? Under my chin, a straight shot in. This is the end, or better yet, I can do it just like Columbine, but no kids, just enemies, and I'ma take all of mine. It's do or die, you and I, who is gonna drop? And if the pigs come, then it's suicide by cop. I'm a time bomb that's ticking like a clock till I take a happy pill and kill my suicidal thoughts. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Give a fuck if you got checks in them 18s. So we fire 9-inch nails from a pretty hate machine. I'll show up in your town before I fucking rape the scene. It's the art of suicide, just another wasted dream. Be glad to cut my wrist before I lick the razor clean. Yo, I may tase the queen in hopes they snipe me through a laser beam. These world's ways are mean and getting harder in these days it seems. Can't go on with life because I'm sick of shit, the same routine. But now I'll carry on by any means necessary. Before I kill myself, I plan to put you in the cemetery. Won't stop shooting until everyone is dead and buried. Blow my own dome, be the story that is legendary. So to be honest, but the thoughts inside my head is scary. I am the result you get when Satan's in the bed with Mary, with a noose around my neck. If you don't think I'll do it, damn me, suicide squad. Dog, you might survive the music barely.
I'm scared of heights, but I'm ready to lunge off a ledge. I can't swim, so I figured I'd jump off a bridge. Everything's slipping, like my health and my bread. Keep riffing, I'ma kill it and shoot myself in the head. How you stunt? We don't know what the fuck you're about, cut. I'll cut off his dick, shove it down your throat so your mouth shut. Throw you in my car untied, seal the garage locked tight. Start it up, we can choke on carbon monoxide. Take the family camping, walk off and start a rock slide. I promise tomorrow, borrow time and swallow cyanide. Bring out the worst in me, I wait till our anniversary. Slice my whole throat while you're watching, can't stand you hurting me anymore. You dishonored me while on tour. You swallow dick like a whore, you follow me to the morgue. My issue is, despite your flake bitch, I still miss you. I can't live without you, so fuck it, I'll die with you.
Forever, the ultimate performance as the overdose of my veins is shutting down my vital organs. My chance, I'm hearing the chains of Gregorians. I'm playing out the circumstance of my death for an audience. How I live my life, I do not advise. So I feel my last days withering away to my demise. Still trying to make sense of all my anger. I'm like a child that's led to the slaughter, courted by an immoral stranger. Inhaling my last laugh in a chamber of gas, hoping my plane it'll crash. At my funeral, the army playing the usual taps. On the sax made of brass, I'm destined to have my intestines laid out in beautiful grass. I try to stash my crucial past, delusional from meds I was fed as a juvenile by institutional staff. Am I polluted trash or a brutish student with lack of improvement, deep-rooted from the deluded Catholic mass? I'm at my wit's end, I tell them in these interviews, depression is that contagion, the bleakness creeping into you. Little dimension, the ascension of Lazarus. My late night call to the suicide prevention line's disastrous. A lot of time passes. Epitaph paragraph written quicker than the flicker of a licking up stripper's eyelashes. I'm a king, crown me. Fuck suicide for me, shooting these coward niggas that keep surrounding me. I'm sick, angry, and disgusted. Only difference between martyrdom and suicide is the amount of press coverage. Hell, I put that pain in my music like Kurt Cobain's infant in a time machine, begging a father proper not to do it. Don't stop filming, I shot heroin, I'm not moving. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Train coming, cut.
dragon talking to the eagle. The two-headed snake illustrates a caution to the people. Electronic fog, alien Bibles, crop circles that the sand in Cairo, like Kiss of 76, demanding pyro. Human history, 50% catastrophe. It's actually the arms race between the facts and anarchy. The secret to success is believing that you succeeded is more than an achievement. It's as important as you breathe, and sometimes it's one and the same. Who's running the game? All we ever say is they know it's fun to complain. This shit should have caused people to ride and flip. The way I think, I've been classified as violent and sick. I'm like a time bomb the CIA designed me to tick. Designed me to head over to Bobby to buy me a brick. These motherships hit on radars, disguising the blip. The entire sky is eclipsed, it's like the size of my dirt. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. I leave the face of your society with buck 50 scars. Sour diesel splits from weed jars and flip police cars. Pour holes the size of grapefruits through riot gear. Bloody footprints from Jordan 4s on your floor. We pioneers take fools to higher tiers. Elevate to a higher learning. To a talking bush on the mountain with fires burning. Commandments are called the stone with lightning bolts the throne. And anger meant to spark the dome. Now frightening results unfold. Dragons, eagles, snakes, and aliens. Captured, we keep them caves of various constellations and areas. Coded through letters, numbers, and symbols to transmit pulses and whistles and activate hundreds of missiles. Hundreds of killers with multiple pistols. While these name brands reverse engineer spacecrafts and make trillions. They made the cure for AIDS and cease production. While the poor die and fester in disease, corruption. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old.
Salute them, they on deck. They on deck. Yo, salute yo, Messiah mind, flyer wise, grind, reading higher signs, lobotomized, weak rap guys, my style minimized, sublime with a killer strut, modern day King Tut, for all those chasing the bag and choose to live it up. What? How we give it up, in the streets feeding us, in this world you either make motion or your life is stuck, born inside the crack era, y'all not as deep as us, youngins that embrace guns and darkness when the evil touch, yeah, form a deeper lust, knowing you can seem a trust, cold hearts playing their part, slugs will leave you stuck, yeah, but I ain't got all the answers, salute when you advancing, life is a high-stake gamble, I learn to take the chance with, king features on my pivot, emperor stances, Kadab Brian is highly impeccable, advanced with, dodging government drones, hiding my face from cameras, salute the fans and supporters who learn to overstand us, nocturnal scope when the mic flaming, we spark heat, harder artistry in the booth, so pardon me, upper echelon, making it hard for y'all to sleep, eat it like God degree, harder artistry for the street, nocturnal scope when the mic flaming, we spark heat, harder artistry in the booth, so pardon me, upper echelon, making it hard for y'all to sleep, eat it like God degree, harder artistry for the street.
How this dumb motherfucker try to say that he God, he light work for me, just another day on the job, and them 8 trade gangsters gonna say he a slug, and these guns symbolize God, day did he die. It's lights out, pussy, whenever the savage bang. 6 hours, spin his fucking body like a baggage claim. It's all big pistols on me, nothing on me light. And the silencer is looking like the muffler on a bike. If we ride, then the only one that's living is I.
And there's bodies everywhere, like I live in a child. I'm really living life, homie, you just living to die. And my hitters have you whimpering and visiting job. In other words, we just looking to kill. I extended the invitation, so I'm footing the bill. His heart beating fast, coming out of his chest. And it's more than bars, Paul, cause it's how you finesse.
Yo, nocturnal scope when the mic flaming, we spark heat. Harder artistry in the booth, so pardon me. Upper echelon, making it hard for y'all to sleep. Eat it like God degree, harder artistry for the street. Nocturnal scope when the mic flaming, we spark heat. Harder artistry in the booth, so pardon me. Upper echelon, making it hard for y'all to sleep. Eat it like God degree, harder artistry for the street.
Let the new world girl sin. 6, I cover myself with lambskin. Black family, 5 point to win. That's again prophecy. Watch the Vatican. You must begin to think. Set up. And you can see 422 is lit up with a skull and bone. Picture what is known of the scrolling key of the DOC. Yeah. Have a secret plan. New world connects and wrecks man. Other hand of the one fake god. Light, neophyte, spit on the cross from a pit. And I look and I behold a pale horse. 42nd degree, my inner source. For the knowledge from the brotherhood. From the beginning of two never good. Listen, 8 kept undercover, another wrong. The light 6 got hung by the beast. Looking for the golden fleece with shackles. Look at the jackal's green face. To a ring of fifth. Death come quicker when you shoot the gift. Watch out, Bloody Mary, sleep with your gun. Show me the sign, innocent one, the end might come. Now, what you gonna do? Night, be too costly not to get your tar right. So, who shall save the human race? None. 6,000, erase, replace. Replace, 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 replace. Baby ain't power so organized. Look where brotherhood made life disguise. Symbol of who a rise. 4,000 years to pass. Remember, religion is but a tool to control your ass. Reflect, for when the millennium connect. Esoteric enlightenment of the elect. Reflect, come face the order. Witness theological manslaughter. Now, follow the master supreme degree. The new world girl found depth at 33. 13 levels above the IC. Build to never reveal the real keys to the esoteric language as you enter a brand new age of anguish. Pyramid beliefs turn my niggas into thieves. No matter 6,000, delete, repeat, 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 repeat. Mama, I don't want to die. Mind raw, circle complete when he gripped the cat paw. Alien, sleeping unto the ages. Be symbolic unto the Dead Sea pages. Nights, history hidden. We forgetting from where the book came. Brotherhood of the insane. Slay. Humanity, you cannot identify thyself by sign, me pray. Sign, hand over forehead. Countersign pyramid, ego wing spread. A Luciferian, totalitarian, socialistic, twisted mind of my way. So when they fail, holy blood, holy grail. Historically, they don't want a nigga to see. Trilateral be Dunkirk. Political murder and be done work. Chasing to replace the hell or to a jail cell. Society don't want you in the clientele. Don't matter 6,000 be blood running. 95 the beginning. Watch out, it's coming. America is now under martial law. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Stay in your home. It's coming. Do not attempt to contact loved ones, insurance agents, or attorneys. Shut up. Do not attempt to think or depression may occur. Stay in your home. Curfew is at 7 p.m. Start after work. Anyone caught outside the
everything is done for you.
They're coming to take me away, they're coming to take me away, to the funny part where life is beautiful all the time, and I'll be happy to see the nice and men and feel like they're coming to take me away, to the happy home with trees and flowers and chirping birds and bats and beers and sitting smiling till their nuts and cones, and they're coming to take me away, to the movie bill where all you can eat prescription drugs like morphine and lithium, electroshock, and it's the men that are coming to take me away,
For us, I hit the
This episode is "What's Your Holy War?" featuring Dimitri, the Wanking Wizard, aka my sorcerer buddy Justin. She'll be here. We'll be here in about 15, 16 minutes. In the meantime, in the in-between time, what up, Lionel? Good to see you, dog. My friend. Good to see you. Great stream earlier. I really appreciate the reading. That tower card was crazy that you pulled. I definitely see that. The night before last, I had a dream where I was sliding down a house I was in, 2-story house, and I knew it was going to hit the bottom, crashing towards the bottom, but I was like surrendered to it. And it was okay. I made it out the other side. Yeah. Yeah, great reading, great stream. Thank you for being here. What's your holy war? What's your holy war? A couple things inspired me to stream about that. I mean that this conflict, violence, and war in Iran, in the Middle East, has really been on my consciousness and whatnot. Caused me to think, what's the reason for this? This is a luxury to talk about it and to stream from far away when people are in terror right now, you know, over there in Asia, Middle East, Eurasia, and yeah, holy war, bro. What's really going on with that? Let's see. What the hell? Okay, I was gonna say that had nothing to do with what I was going to show you. A couple things. Hit me up on Twitter. That's what that's my journal. A diary of a mad scientist at TestStream88. Yeah. Remove. All right. Yeah, so what's really going on? This end time stuff. Thought that was interesting. War report. Start off with this. Antichrist timeline. Let's see what they're talking about right here. The timeline of, according to Christian, of the Antichrist. That'll be interesting to watch. Let's see what we got. Let's do the math on it.
This is a timeline of the end of the world, and you are here. According to the Bible, a ruler will arise who will lead the entire world away from God right before Jesus returns. You probably know him as the Antichrist. The Bible says the Antichrist is going to shock the world 8 times. Let's see if we can place these 8 shocking events on our timeline to find out just how close we are to the end.
According to this Christian reviewer. Hey, what's going on? The Machine Lies. Good to see you, brother. Been a minute. Probably was gonna call you if I didn't see you today. Glad you show up. You got you heard me on the end scene.
Starting with event number 1. The first time the Bible talks about the Antichrist ruler is in a vision God gave the prophet Daniel. In this vision, Daniel could see a fierce beast who is said to devour the whole earth. This beast had 10 horns, and out of these horns grew another horn, a little.
A lot of this stuff is can be overlaid on things we see going on now, things we've seen in the past, and really all these horns and heads that grow out of these beasts, these hydras, kind of remind me of like countries springing up, on one body. So TML, anybody, folks that want to do the math on these so-called end times, let me know. But in the end, everyone's going to have their own personal end time singularity where they have to come face to face with the one thing that's constant throughout your life, your breath. Right? Yeah.
Horn. As it grew, 3 of the original 10 horns were torn out to make room for it. It had eyes like a human and a mouth that was speaking loud, arrogant words. Daniel was later told that this beast represented a kingdom that would take over the entire world, and the 10 horns represented 10 kings who would rule this kingdom. But the little horn represented a man, the Antichrist, who would arise and eventually take over 3 of the kings and later control the entire kingdom.
Little man, the little head, right? Is that President Donald Trump? The fair-haired blonde man you were talking about in the reading? Beware of him. What was he taking? Said he'll take over 3 countries. Hey, America, It's also it's symbolic too, right? Or figuratively. America, Venezuela. Now he's trying for Iran. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, what's the wrong one? There we go. Oh, that's right. We're on this one.
This is the first big move that the Antichrist will make. Today, we see globalism becoming more and more prevalent.
Oh yeah, the homie has just entered the building. The homie just entered the building. Way to go.
That's a good dedication.
Way to go. Way to go, machine. That's your clip I decided. Good dedication. Yo, what's up, brother? You like that? Yeah. From Sopranos, baby. Yeah. Way to go, machine. Dude, machine, what the fuck, man? It seems like our whole lives are leading up to this moment right here. You know, everything that's going on personally and also on the bigger scale, man. It's crazy, right?
Yeah, I think it's all basically fabricated, following a script, right? Self-fulfilling prophecy, script narrative, designed to basically hoax people, mainly religious people, to bring them out of, to bring them into the modern scale of, both conflicts, to adapt them to the technological mindset, right? So, it's like, what's your holy war? I mean, my holy war is a war of nature versus technology, right?
Yes, yeah. Oh man, that's when you said a little while ago about using the eschatology, these religious folks' mind and this script that they're laying out to convert them or to this technological cult. I have to say, I the first thing I thought of was what's his name? Was it the dude in Ireland, St. Patrick, and like how they converted people? Like, didn't they use their myths of the fairies and the old, the quote unquote pagan things and they overlaid their Catholicism on top of it. That was the type of technology in a sense, right? That religious technology on their minds, So yeah, because it's like the Christians they've been pumping this since I was a kid in the 80s and 90s, man. World War III, at the end times or whatnot.
Yeah, I think that it follows a sort of culmination of ideas, right? And the first one would be that the eschatological scheme seems to align with the myth of progress, right? So there's these two dual things, right? One is religious and the other is secular, right? So you could talk about the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? Meaning that that we started from amoebas, right? And then we became monkeys, right? And then we became humans, and then we created civilization, and now civilization wants to go to the stars. So you see, it's ever increasing in complexity and technology and capacity, right? So this is the fact of life, and if this process is being guided, right, then we could say that there's a pseudo eschatological progress, meaning that nature has a sort of teleological end, meaning that things strive for their perfection, and human beings are striving to collude to sort of replace nature with technology, right? And then there's another end in which, we went from, a age of the father, right, which is the age of war, right, and conquest, right, to an age of law and order, right, and then moving through that legalism, we moved to Christ, who sort of rejected the Pharisees, right? So we brought in a more humane element, right, and then we moved to the modern age, right? Building a system, right? So this whole idea of how Christianity spread to Europe and European society created the world system we see today. Right. So so there's a sort of lineup from, you know, Rome to the more humane elements of the church to then the idea of humanism, right, as humanity as a culmination of God's grace in heaven, right? And then, you know, this also culminates with God's entrance into history, right? To quote, I mean, Athanasius, I've quoted this many times, right? He said that in order for man to become like God, God had to become like man.
God had to become, he had to come down, right?
Right. So there's this, so there's this exchange from heaven to earth, right? That was bridged by this doctrine, right, of the God man, right? So also then you enter this idea of John, right? Because John is receiving this revelation, right? Similar to, Paul in the desert, he saw Jesus in a vision, who taught him in a vision the revelations, right? So it's pretty interesting, right? So, so that's how this was released. It's the same guy who wrote the Gospel of John, right? So this isn't John the Baptist, but John the Apostle, who wrote the Gospel of John, who's reporting the revelations, right? He's seeing a vision of Jesus who's coming to him and showing him this vision.
Right. Yeah. Why do you think that one is not doesn't really push so much in Catholicism, but these quote unquote fringe Christians churches they push that?
I think it's because in Europe, right, you had a messianic movement of the Jays, right, that seemed to line up with the Protestant Reformation, right? So so there's this whole idea about well, first there's this idea of sort of the destiny of Europeans, right? So there's this sort of idea where the messianic Jayish ideal sort of is linked to the concepts of rebuilding the Temple of Solomon that is found in Freemasonry, right? And there is sort of Jayish forms of Freemasonry as well, right? And obviously the Kabbalah intricately influences the ideas of Freemasonry and so on and so forth, right? So so you have a link between sort of secret societies, you know, the revolutionary instincts of creating a new world order, the establishment of a new Jerusalem, the the pre-millennial schema, right, which is found in groups like the Plymouth the Plymouth Brethren, right? Both Churchill and Aleister Crowley were members of the Plymouth Brethren as youth, right? It's a radical Protestant group that wants to bring about the end times, right?
So they're kind of like they have something in common with our boy Clavicular, good old Cav, the looks maxer, who
most likely
who's coming out as an he literally said he's an accelerationist.
Right.
He's going to parties with Peter Thiel.
Right, and that has roots in Sabbateanism, right? Because they created the doctrine of the holiness of sin, that if you commit sin, you can bring the end times faster, right? So
wow.
All right, so
whoa, that's that Jewish sect where I said it.
Right. Well,
that
they created
that would do like those crazy things.
Right. Right. Well, they created a
those
messianic
taboos.
movement. Yeah. They created a messianic movement as early as 1600s, and they got a lot of the the people in Europe, like the white people to support it.
Yes.
Yes. Like, for example, Queen Christina of Sweden, she danced in the streets of Amsterdam in support of Shabbatai Zevi, the false Jewish Messiah. And, so
wow, they got her on the board, huh?
Yeah, they got her on the board of directors.
But those same things that sect was doing, the Sabbateas, is similar to all the Epstein stuff and like you said, we were speaking about the Freemasonry, secret societies, what they do too, right? Like what some of them do, right? That's just except they're supposedly doing it in secret, or these people were just crazy with it.
Yeah, taking out the kings and the religions and the governments and so on and so forth. And it's a secret revenge, right, to sort of displace all these forms, right, to bring about the true brotherhood of man, and so on and so forth. So in their mind, they see it as like they're actually the good guys, right? So
do the work, yeah, right. And I see a lot of these guys do it. Dimitri, he would say that too. He's like, hey man, these guys put a lot of work in doing this. They probably actually believe it, that they're doing some type of good.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, even I mean, it's like how Plato says, like even a colony of thieves, they agree not to steal from each other, right? So,
right.
And incredible forms of organization. They require depth of, like even the criminal Latin American gangs, right? They have these stories that they hand down, right? That like somebody's grandma told them, right, about some saint, right? And if you don't know the stories, then you're not really part of the gang, right? It's a way to check roles and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's rules to the game, man. They're just passing it on. Newt Grew has a comment. He says, "Can you feel the theater yet?" Yeah, I feel it. I call it Masonic sorcery theater, geopolitical Masonic sorcery theater. Holly weird, living rent free in your backyard, and in your head. The zombies.
Yeah. Well,
Wonder Bar. Anyone? Afternoon, folks.
Yeah. Well, I think Sneeko said that his that he's part Jayish, right? So he's proud of his Jayish heritage, and then also Andrew Tate said his dad's in the CIA and so on and so forth, right? The guy, the other guy, the fresh and fit guy,
Myron.
Yeah, he used to be a federal officer, whatever that means.
Right.
Andrew Wilson
Homeland Security.
He said in the debate he used to be a federal officer. So it's funny how all these guys are basically cops.
This showed up. Right. The police in the the sectors and whatnot.
It's the beast. Yeah, it's the beast system. 100% is controlled.
Yeah. Then we got Lord Dandy Lionel 2.0 says Rome moved from Italy to Washington. That's right. You have an astronomical 250-year-old birthday, 2026. It did, right? Rome, Italy, Merovingians, they're charging all those interest, getting fat, right, over there in Italy back in the day. Washington, D.C. It's a weird place, bro. I don't know if you've ever been there. Like I've been there a couple times, and it's got this like very intense feeling of pressure. Yeah. Like you're like literally in the belly of the beast, in the heart of the matrix, the underbelly. Yeah. The Washington D.C. is wild, man. Let me see.
Yeah, imagine being in Jerusalem, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, that's like an old world pressure. Yeah, I don't
they have
know,
a thing
man.
called Jerusalem syndrome, where people start going crazy.
Really? Damn. You've seen Tel Aviv too? All these places are getting. Well, it's once again theater and whatnot, but obviously some of the what they call the soundstage has to get dirty. So there is real damage going on, though, I think, and real deletions and stuff. But to what scale, we don't know. Let's hope it doesn't come to any of us. And here we go. Let me see some of this. Back to some of this interesting video right here. Yeah, you're a perfect person to have up here for this. Appreciate you coming through.
Setting the stage perfectly for the Antichrist's arrival.
The economy is being globalized. Politics
I'm
is
sure
being...
you know who that is. Like, I think you've had this one of these acceleration.
Yeah, one of the first things we broke down was this dude Yuval Harari. Right?
Look at machine.
He's had a conversation with he's an Israeli transhumanist.
Okay,
right? That's just sort of so he's a and he believes that history is just narrative construction and so on and so forth. So he believes that religions were a form of narrative construction about history.
Okay.
Right. and so he believes that these myths should go into the future and so on and so forth. But I believe he has a flawed view of both history and how we can construct the future. Obviously, he believes fully in the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? So he's embedded inside of this sort of faith-based narrative, right? Because there's no reason why humanity or society or this global movement should progress, right? Obviously, he just admitted that he's a globalist, right? So he thinks that this movement or this progress towards a global society is actually a move in the right direction.
Right thing.
But there's no, but that's a huge presumption, right? Because all of the traditional forms and also the destruction of wild nature and that we're causing in order to get there, right? And all the enslavement, right, by technology and the forms of technology that we're getting into, right, while allowing massive forms of complex power structures to be totally depersonalized from our decision making process, right, the local community level, right? So I don't know how he believes that this loss of human autonomy in the face of the complexity of technology is actually going to liberate humanity. Right, it looks like it's going to enslave humanity, honestly. So I believe it's totally flawed.
Yeah, even faster. Man, you just fucking put the receipts on his ass with that one, man. Because it's funny how you said you've been talking about acceleration. What's up, Paula? How's it going? Good to see you. You've been talking about acceleration ever since I've known you, like for like almost going on 2 years now. This crazy machine, and it's funny that like I just now starting to get the concept now. And I'm like, holy shit. I'm a little slow, but once I start going, I'm good. I'm like, dude, it's everywhere, man. It's everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. And also the postmodernists and obviously their debt, the debt that accelerationism has to them.
See in the back.
And also to, the millenarian, project, right? Which some have described, right, as techno-millenarianism. Right? I call it techno-liberalism, right? This is a techno-millenarianism. I heard this from David Patrick Harry, right, who wrote something, I forget the name of his book, Coming Out of Babylon or something like that. I don't know, or Going Into Babylon or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, he talks about how Protestantism and Jayish Messianism led to this new world order idea. He's partly right. Right, obviously it's way more complex than he presents it, right? And the roots are way deeper in history, right? But yeah, the basic point is still there, right?
Yeah, we'll build on that. Let me get our special guest, Mr. Dimitri.
My waterfall. Somebody do something.
What's going on? This is your thumb. Your theme song. Your buddy. What's going on, bro? How's it going, Justin?
Okay.
Yeah?
I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. How you been, bro? Good?
I'm okay. I have a little trouble breathing, but I'll be fine.
Yeah, it's very important to breathe. Yeah, bro. We're just talking about Amsterdam right now, huh? Who would you say this is? I think you met him before. This is the Machine Lies. This is my good friend Justin, aka Dimitri. Yeah,
probably.
Yeah. You were talking about the woman from the Netherlands that danced in the street or whatever. Yeah.
Queen Christina of Sweden. Yeah.
Oh, he was talking about how there was this Jewish group that the back in the sect of Judaism where they were trying to bring on their Messiah or messianic figure by doing like the most horrible things ever, like taboos and stuff, like incest and rape and all kinds of weird stuff. They thought that the more and more they would do these awful things, they would speed on or accelerate this coming of their God or whatever, right? savior, and
Yeah.
and they even co-opted one of the. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's funny that Nick Land, who is seen as the founder of accelerationism, has now adopted the Kabbalah, right? So he's actually he's sort of said, well, this is a huge insight into philosophy if you study this stuff, and also into cybernetics. He claims, right?
Why do you think Jeffrey was so interested in that shit?
Oh, he was, huh?
The
Yeah, he
whole
was into
island-
all that. Yeah.
Have you seen the I think it was. Have you seen that the whole island is like an initiatory process? Have you seen that?
No.
Interesting.
Wow.
It? Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a movie about it. I think it's from the America guy, because you have like the water, you have to cross the water to get to the island, and then you have to go through two pillars, and then you go over the chessboard floor, and then you go, and eventually you end up in the Golden Crown Temple. It's like an initiatory, whatever I can pronounce.
Initiatory, yeah.
Yeah, initiatory process. It was for rituals, bro. And of
Right.
course,
And
when you do depraved shit, you probably fuck with your brain when it's easier to get to your subconscious, right? That's why they break you down and when they brainwash you, right? So it works,
right, so they can build you up, right?
Yeah. But I've learned you're gonna get someday you're gonna run into a wall, bro. That's why you shouldn't do that shit.
Right. There's nothing's for free, basically, right?
No, you can escape the pain for as long as you can, but then eventually you're gonna get it back.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they all want to live forever. They're fucking afraid to die.
Yeah. Why is that?
Do you remember that book with Franz Bardone? You remember, like the?
Oh yeah, yes, the magician.
You remember? Yeah,
the magician. Yeah.
He said it was real, right? But you have to pretend it's not real. That they go to the secret society with like 100 people, and they all like sell their souls to the demons, and every year they're gonna take one out. And when you die, like the demon will do everything for you here, right? But the moment you die, you're his bitch forever, right? So they don't want to die after making that deal.
That's not a.
That's what they believe. I don't know if it's true.
That is not a good return on investment, man.
You saw the shit from the Queen, right? Remember when she died? Did you hear with the weird reporter that you heard? So like, her body is already gone. We can't do anything now. Did you see that video?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
it's like accidental audio, right? Bro, they just. I don't know. It's kind of too weird, but nowadays every conspiracy is true, I guess. So they're probably like soul swapping, right?
Well, dude, like your trip report. Now it's my trip report. I heard it. I'm part of it. The one where the guy was like, "Bro, you're supposed to bring me back people," basically, right? You can't leave.
I only need 2 more souls, then I can go.
Jesus, yeah.
That's why I want everybody to smoke DMT. Please try it. I only need one more.
God.
Bro, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting your thoughts, but
no, this is short.
I've been avoiding that ketamine stuff for like forever, right? Like forever, bro. And I was watching your video a little bit, but it's not my interpretation, because here they're talking about somebody that's gonna. Because I know that also with the dolphin wanker guy, right?
John Lilly. Dr. John Lilly.
He was
dolphin wanker. The wanking wizard. We got the wanking wizard here, everybody, aka Justin.
He also talked about that system, right? But for me, bro, for me it was like,
what's up, Steel Man?
We talk about these theories forever, right? But then when I was like in that ketamine rush with the other dude, it felt like I really understood it was all code, bro. I even made us win on roulette, bro. It was like fucking sick. It was like beyond the doubt that we were creating our own reality, bro. It was like.
So you saw it. Did you like? Do you end up like seeing it?
Listen, this is my conclusion. I don't give a fuck. Look, everything.
Go ahead, bro.
Everything you see on the outside, right? Right. That's the past, bro. That's the past, right? We think it's reality and we think it's now, but that's the fucking past, bro. And like your experience of it, like what we're doing now, that's the now. But you're thinking, right? It's the future. You know what I mean? So like everything you're thinking about, everything you're doing in your mind is the future. But because we have been brought up to look at the outside and do risk assessments, right? But if you read the Bible, it says Lot's wife, right? She turns around and she transforms into a pillar of salt because salt is a preservative. So if I look at this table and I look at the table and I think, oh, this table is here, and then I bring it in my thoughts and I say this table is here, then the next time I'm going to project it, it's still there, right? So you're preserving things by thinking about it. You don't do that. What you have to do is what Terence McKenna said. Do you remember with the machine house that he's like, bleh, bleh. Remember that story of him that they teach him?
Yeah, when he just spewed it out. Yeah.
This is how we should do it every time. You just go, bleh. You know what I mean?
Let
you
it
don't
out.
think about things. You just fucking do whatever the fuck you want. You know? That's the funny thing. The answer of life is just doing what the fuck you want and don't doubt yourself. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Bro, it's so fucking easy.
You're there first.
You put it here first and then it comes there.
Yeah.
It's the other way around.
But
fuck
that
all the conspiracies, fuck all the systems.
Yeah.
Because what is a system? A system is where they try to tell you something so that it goes into your mind and then it comes the fuck out. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
If it was the outside, if outside was pure reality, unchangeable, they wouldn't have to do that. Right? No, they have to do it through you. So fuck them. Fuck everybody.
Yeah, dude.
Right on, man. Machine, let's add on that, man. Like that was wild, Justin, when you shared. But it makes sense what you said about you look out in the past, but what you think is like what's really going on right now.
Yeah,
no.
He's saying you got to have input and output.
Outside is the past. Your experience is the now, and whatever you think about an experience, that's the future.
Right.
Okay.
It's fucking simple. It's just the other way around. It's so simple. They tricked you, or they don't know it themselves. I don't know, but whatever.
So in a way, there's really no maybe to be said that like the past is a combination of the present is just like the holodeck, right? And then
just the present is the frame that's happening right now, right? Or whatever, bro. You look, when we think too much about it, it gets too complicated.
Yeah, right. We can point at it though.
You've seen the guy with the DMT and the lasers and the code, right? I'm gonna have to prove it to myself. Everything is code, bro.
Let's look at my phone. Does it? I'll look at my phone on Pharmawaska.
Everything you do is adding code. And today is set in stone, but tomorrow is open, right? That's how Neville told it. Today is set in stone. Everything that happened today is because
it's already happened.
Imaginations of before, right? Yeah. And the reactions you have today and the new input output, like he said, it's so fucking simple.
Yeah, this dude raising the level for sure.
Yeah, he said that's coming from a machine, bro. He's fucking not just definitely a genius here, but just beyond here, even. He's
People just like to make things complicated, bro, and blame other people, right? It's easier.
It is
easier.
Well, is that what's happening now with the Middle East?
Bro, I saw this whole shit. Do you know these Israelis? They like plan everything according to prophecies and astrology.
Right. They had Purim. Yesterday was Purim, and then they bombed everything.
Yeah. Do you know the guy Izzy or something? He explained it really good. Like also with the Nuremberg trials, they would do the sentencing, and they would wait 12 days, and then they would kill 10 people. That's all because of shit that's in the Bible. They're like using it to whatever. You know?
Yeah.
Fuck them though, because I create my reality. Fuck them.
Right. Machine, this goes back a little bit to reset what you were talking about when you were talking about like the evolution, kind of like you were talking about the evolution of consciousness. Reminds me of my Mayan calendar days when the Mayans they came up with this. What was a German, I think, or Swedish dude that worked with the Mayan elders with this. He was saying that the Mayan elders say that the pyramids out there in Mayan land and the Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, they're kind of telling you, they're the calendar. They're telling you the levels of the evolution of human consciousness. And like they say that we started at the cellular, the cellular cycle, which is like 16 billion years, very slow, right? Then the mammalian, cycle, right? 820 million. Then we got family cycle. Now this reminds me of like each time we going up, I think autonomy is like less and less, right? It's an individual.
This is bad news because this is following exactly the schema I prescribed earlier, right? With the pseudo-eschatology of progress and also the biblical scheme, right? So
right.
So this seems like
I think it's the same cult. It's just the what's it? William Cooper calls it the Babylon mystery cult or whatever. Doesn't matter what continent you're on or whatever. But what Justin says is right. Like all this shit don't really matter. This is just like fun and games. That's in the sense what.
You know what I think when I see this, because it's like the progression is really cool and shit, and I can understand it. But what if time doesn't exist, right? So maybe I die now, I can jump in to go to the mammalian cycle, or I can die and I go to the national cycle.
Yeah, non-linear.
Fuck your cycle, bro. You know what I mean?
Right. There's people that are stuck on a cellular, you know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Tell it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's people who are already galactic, and there's people stuck on the cellular.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, so see, when she said galactic, that's at the top right there. So he already knows about this already. Yeah,
you do. Yeah. I heard yesterday that like because we have like Eastern and Western astrology and shit, right? From the Venus or whatever. But
the Vedic.
But this fucking moment where we are right now, they both agree it's like the end of an era and the beginning of a new one, which is like one of the only times where we agree with each other or something.
Yeah. That's what they match up, right? That's big. There's no denying it.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
But then for me, it feels like it's going to be something good. I don't know.
This is the first time I've ever heard you say that like in 5 years. It's good. It's good. I mean, I like it. I'm usually the one saying that shit.
Like I just reject progress. Right? I say I just reject progress. Right? It's not for me. I mean, this never worked for me. So I'm just like, it's okay. Like, if they want to believe things are progressing, that's on them.
I just, I like, me, Lexican. I've almost always had that. I just don't like the idea that something on the outside is controlling me. I said, no, fuck you. I create my own reality. Right. So maybe there are influences, right? Like maybe, but to say something that's going to control me like that, like, fuck, why am I playing this game as somebody else's? I don't believe that shit. I think it's all self-responsibility. That's my choice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yes. Machine, what are some of the top philosophers that talk about self-responsibility as a key point in their teachings?
I mean, probably Lao Tzu, most likely, I think anybody who focuses on ethics is really, focused on that. So there's not a lot of philosophers that like really focus on ethics
or something.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But those ones are better, right? Because ethics is a higher form of thinking, right? Than just like, like people think like metaphysics and epistemology is like high, but it sounds deep, but it doesn't relate to real life, practical things, right? So I think politics, ethics, those are higher forms of philosophizing for sure, because they deal with history and not just idealism.
Yeah, and ethics,
fake ideas, but actual practical ideas.
Right.
And ethics can be seen as what I think of ethics. The first thing I think of is good and bad, morals, conscious, having a conscious responsibility. That's what that is.
That's what I learned, bro. You know me, I was always running around like a crazy rocket. And the rocket crashed into a wall and then into prison.
Right.
Damn.
Right. So it's kind of like a branch of philosophy, to be real.
Really? Okay. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, bro. Fuck that shit. Bro, we almost won 10K yesterday, bro.
You in the zone?
Well, we were doing the fucking ketamine, right? And we were playing roulette. And I was telling the guy, no. I was like we're gonna win, right? I was like talking like
ketamine like we smoke cigarettes.
And then we were winning. And at the moment we were playing roulette, but lighting roulette. So you can get like multipliers on the numbers, right? So you can have like number 13, but times 1,000, right? And we were playing and high as fuck, and the thing was fucking with us. Like it would, yeah, whatever. I can't explain, right? Because you have to be on ketamine with me. But then we had our last money, for example, and we had it on the table. And the last few hands, we were both like looking at the wheel and like, oh, I hope it falls, right? And then it's not gonna fall. So there was the last money was in it, and I was like, and the multiplier came on our number like times 500 or something, right? And then I like jumped in front of the other dude. I said, you cannot watch, bro, because if you watch, it's gonna fail, right? You can't watch. And then
don't give in to the astonishment.
Yeah. I was standing in front of him, and then we like hit it, right? We made like 500 from like a euro, right? So like bam, and then we decided to on the next day we would play 22 black on 22 hours and 22. We would play 22 black, put 50 euros on it, and see what the fuck happens, right?
22 master number.
Yeah, so we waited, and the next day, at first I thought we were gonna chicken out and shit, right? And the ketamine wasn't falling really good, but then, bro, we put the fucking 50 on the fucking 22.
You got it.
Like it doesn't have to get but we did get like the multiplier, bro. It went like times 500 also. I'm like, oh shit, bro, we can win 10K. But then we were staring at the wheel and we lost.
That's it, man. Should let it go.
22. I'm gonna win it. I'm gonna win it soon. I made like a song about
Benjamin's
22. Birthday. They actually kicked me off TikTok. They ruined my account. You know why? Because I had a fucking image.
Talking about ketamine?
I had the image of a ball in number 22 black. With a song I made like with AI, I made a pretty fucking good fucking raw style bam bam song about winning, you know. But then on TikTok sometimes you get commercials for casinos, right? So I didn't understand. And I tried to upload it again, and I tried to upload it again, and then my account was destroyed. I don't get it, man.
You weren't sanctioned. The winner's right. Lord Dandy says the winner's right to history. Like Rome moved to Washington, D.C. It was in Nuremberg before that. Okay. Yeah. Was it Netherlands is like the new Casino Royale. Sounds like.
Netherlands is like the new
22. The new what?
Third world country.
Oh, the Netherlands. Okay.
You know,
maybe Benjamin could bring it back. See, April 22. That's Benjamin's birthday. April 22.
Oh, really?
Same birthday as that's a master number. Same birthday as Vladimir Lenin, right? Same birthday as allegedly same birthday as the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The April 22nd. Jack Nicholson, April 22nd. A lot of cool people. It's a good number. Yeah. It's a big club and you ain't in it. George Carlin, right? AKA the new guru. Mothers carry the bloodline. The history ties to right out of history. Yeah. Dude, back to this thing right here. This counter is crazy because I like how it like the national cycle reminded me you're talking is like the industrial age, right? The planetary cycle, and then the galactic cycle reminded me of like when we got the World Wide Web, 1999. I mean, where it became like a normal thing, right? And then this universal co-creation. That's when the thing actually ended. It was in 2011, October 28th. But that could have been like once again that could have been a definitely their own psyop back in the day, the Mayans or whatever. But with that said, there was definitely stuff for me personally that was going on around that time where I had a ravenous appetite for quote unquote knowledge and wisdom.
I cannot deny that the end of the fucking year of the snake with his shedding its skin and shit, bro. I shed everything.
Yeah, you did. You did. You had a wait. What year were you born?
1998.
So what year are you? Year of the what?
I'm year of the horse. Now I'm in the fire horse. So now it's my time.
Oh, you're the horse. That's right. Yeah. You're going.
But you know what's funny? It's also for neighbor girl. It's also year of the horse, and also for Nina. Also, bro.
You know what's weird is, I don't know if you could zoom in on the image, but like,
okay, yeah, I can.
Because it says galactic, but then it says ethics right next to it.
Oh, it does. Huh?
Oh, really? Cool.
Let me see this. That's perfect. Wait, galactic.
Oh, yeah,
it does.
Right.
Yeah, because like, each
Right. So that's tripped out,
each
man.
period, it's supposed to be a lesson, basically, right?
Yeah, so that's
so
tripped out.
ethics.
'Cause I didn't see that before. I swear to God, but yeah, that's kind of weird.
And you know what it was? I remember the teacher, rest in peace, Ian X Gold, that taught this system to the Westerners, to the world.
And
He
which
said
one
that
are we now?
what's that?
Which one are we now in? Oh, it goes to 2011.
We're in Universal on the other side. We're coming down the other side now.
Right.
Well, the ethics is like he said, like, and I always bring this up. 1999, CCTVs everywhere. Everyone's held accountable. You can't really lie anymore, bro. You know what I mean? People get. Well, you can, but there's receipts everywhere. He was saying, like, the ethics are big, bro. Because, like, I mean, unless you flat out don't care. You know, like President Trump or these other guys, like
I gotta change the schema then, because it looked like the planetary was the industrial age. You know, national cycles seem like
I was wrong. The national is like Napoleon and all that shit. Yeah.
And then galactic would be the space age, and then universal would be where we were just at. You know, with postmodernism, and then now we coming down the hill.
Yeah. Co-creation is what we're supposed to learn for this. It's different. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Everybody was creating things for everybody else. That's what technology really does, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like you create technology, and that's used to create other things. Right? So.
Yeah. Machine. It's funny what you said, like how like some people are cellular, and it says that what we're supposed to learn that time is action reaction, because that's like when the planets were, planets were forming, they were knocking into each other, all this crazy, the nebulas were there and all the, but it didn't seem like much was going on because it was such a long period of time. However, there was a lot going on, and the funny thing is, it's like it reminds me of like the stupid like tit for tat shit that we see. You know what I'm saying? Like in the verse and whatnot. Yeah. Stimulus response, individual similarities and differences, the mind. That's the tribal. That's when the shaman came along, right? Animism, cultural cycle, reason. Cultural cycle is like when they had the cities, agriculture, where people stopped being nomads, right? Hunter-gatherers. This settled down. Then the law, then the power, ethics. Yeah, man. That shit's fire. Yeah.
Take this one, Black.
What you got? Did you make it?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's bad. Look, he made that machine. That's dope. He drew that and everything.
Yeah, it's cool.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. That's dope. Machine, are you here with a RAM?
I don't know. I'm 1989, so I don't know what that would be.
89. Oh, you're here the snake, I think. I think like Master Creator.
Right, yeah.
Hell yeah. Let me see. That's me. So how was your year last year? Yeah, you're the snake.
I like this one.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah, machine. That's right. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like the greatest year ever. Cause like last year, the snake 2013, it was great. I got married, I moved into a new place, and I was like fucking killing it with the fitness and shit. And but this year, bro, I thought I was gonna die the first half, like on some weirdo, some crazy shit, bro. But it's good though, because I started to shed, like Justin said, I hit like kind of like rock bottom, and I started to like shed everything I don't need,
right?
Slowly but surely. But it was tough, bro, and that's a blessing though, to be able to do that. Yeah, man. Yeah. Dang. Okay, here we go. This guy. Oh, I showed Justin the because he was talking about his ketamine experiments. Machine. I showed him the America video with the Peter. They were talking about the ketamine system. It was like from a couple weeks ago. The dude made.
Yeah.
I keep thinking Hidden America. Hidden America.
He had a video of him on Twitter. The dude has an interesting look to him, man.
Wait, he does? Oh, you gotta pull that up, bro.
Hilarious wizard looking.
I gotta see what he looks like.
Yeah, because I thought he was gonna be black at first, but he's not black at all. He's like Irish.
Okay.
Tripped out.
I'm in his Discord. I'll send you an invite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hold on. Let me show you, because this dude looks hilarious, man. He looks
just.
I believe what he's saying more now that I've seen what he looks like.
What he looks like. Shit.
Let me see if I can find this.
Hey, Justin, was that video? Was there any similarities? You said that that ketamine, the little bit you watched.
Well, I do agree.
You see anything resonate?
I remember Terence McKenna said ketamine felt like an empty office space.
Yes. Right.
For me, it actually felt like I could connect to the AI. Like we talked about.
That's what the guy was saying.
I'm like totally convinced right now. Well, almost. We are AI, right? That's what we are. Because if you look how AI is trained on a model, right? And the model, it decides its outcome, and then it.
What do you think?
No way.
What do you think?
Holy shit! What the fuck? God.
Like a Russian
You're a wizard, bro.
Hey, Timo, you're nice though. What you said, the way you look at his eyes, the dark, damn deep set darkness and shit. This nigga never sleep.
He's like a true ginger, bro. He has no soul. You can see it.
He does it, bro. He's like a vampire. His shit's hella high powered though, man. It's whatever it is, man.
You have to watch the Izzy guy too. The Izzy guy is even better than this one, I guess.
You gotta show me. You gotta. Is it in the? Yeah, you can share it. You can push this little TV with the. You see it on the bottom with the plus sign. You can share like that. Yeah. Wait, can we hear him talk real quick? 1 second. Oh, you can play it and I'll put it on there. On here.
Let me just try it.
As I was drinking my nightly.
Hey, looks when he starts talking, he's gay as fuck, bro.
I know his voice though, yeah.
Has arrived. The hidden war.
Like he like.
Normies obey, while others awaken, and psychopaths rule.
That's actually how he talks.
Yeah. I was thinking the same.
That book is sick, bro. I don't smoke weed, bro. That's the closest I'll get to smoking weed is reading that book.
Yeah,
there he goes.
That was awesome. Thank you, Machine. When they say something, you wish you didn't meet your heroes.
Right. I got it from the thing. I don't know how. Yeah, this dude, Izzy. He's pretty.
Oh yeah, Izzy. Yeah, play some real quick. A little bit of what he has to say. There you go.
This was about like
that Christ is going to be having the crown of thorns on, right? The ram is sacrificed in place of Isaac, but later with Christ is sacrificed. So that sacrifice ends up happening, and instead of Abraham having to sacrifice, the progression
about how like how they
what became Christianity.
Okay.
Like attack on Iran too, right? And now with it's all like
Canaanites, which is
looks like you got the sigils in the back.
Pretty interesting, yeah, so interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Hey, Machine, do you see on the back? He has the Cash Money symbol, but he changed it up to say Goth Money. You see that shit? That's just dope. I forgot what do they call that kind of art? Insurgent art, something like that. I forgot. Anyway, that's that's dope, dude. Yeah, the Hoover Juice.
It's good to listen to when you fall asleep and shit. You know?
Put that in our chat, bro. I want to see that. More of that. Let's see. Let me get
he
this.
especially explains like the connection between artists and the occult and shit, and like artists, and that all their parents are like from CIA or from like the army, right? With Kurt
Yeah. Jim Morrison.
Yeah, like the new girl, this Carpenter, Sabrina Carpenter. She's like Scientology and shit, but like if you look at all her video clips, you have to watch it because like it's like with Rosemary's Baby. Well, you have to watch it. It's pretty sick.
She plays the archetype of all those things. She just like Lady Gaga did that stuff. Yeah. Rituals and stuff. But she was gonna say
it shouldn't scare you. It's just like they understand kinda how to code reality, right?
Right.
For themselves, right? So if you're afraid of them, you gotta try it yourself better. You know what I mean?
That's what I was talking about when I said like machine. When I said earlier, I'm like my friend Justin. He was like, yeah, some of these elites. You ever think about they worked hard? You know, they really believe what they're doing is good. Probably some of them. Just because you believe something is good doesn't mean it is, though, huh?
No, not even
Right.
that, but like everybody is always complaining about Illuminati, but Illuminati ain't a bitch, and Illuminati ain't gonna do a 9 to 5 job. No, they're gonna fucking kill people, you know, like betray people. They're gonna go in the trenches, and they have to take risks, right? The king didn't just become king; he had to fight for it. It's
Right.
like with the Morgan guy, right? Like J.P. Morgan, like his
Not Pierce
grandfather
Morgan.
was like a fucking pirate who took the greatest Fort Knox thing of the Spanish. That's why they're so fucking rich. I can respect that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're just a bitch. You're afraid to die. That's why you go to your
I
job
feel-
every day and avoid the
Yeah.
police.
Yeah, I feel bad though because you know my story. Like I think my family was kind of like linked up with those people, and like, what the fuck am I doing right here now? Like, I fucked up somewhere, dog.
You're the end of a dynasty, bro. Kind of achievement, bro.
I mean, God, I want being a poor righteous teacher is cool though, right?
Oh, Benjamin, you said it right, bro.
The 5% nation, baby. Yeah.
Benjamin will do it, bro. He's gonna be the new.
Oh yeah, BB. I told him like the new world order, man. You may have to be like you won't necessarily be like a CEO, but you might be like one of the big managers of it, man. And you gotta you gotta have an inside person to take it down or whatever. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah. It's wild, bro. Look at this motherfucker right here.
Realistic, and they understand it, right? Like that's why for me and people like I don't know, I am AJZ is a motherfucker. That's why I never succeed because I'm all over the place. I can still have fun though. It's really hard to make shit happen. But if you would say like every day on 12 o'clock I'm gonna do this, I don't care what it is. You're gonna do it on 12 o'clock every fucking day. You're gonna see in a month your progress in life is gonna be like exponential because there's only one day. You understand? We all think there's like lots of days, so there's only one day on fucking repeat. And if you ritualistic plan shit, it's gonna be a more fine structure.
I think
and structures are easier to like loop or something. I can't explain.
Right. Yeah, there's one day. I mean, when you take your first breath, and then the nighttime is when you take your last breath.
Yeah. It's always one moment till you go lose consciousness and come back, right?
Yeah. Look at this guy. Look at this champ right here.
And the combination of the two will create paradise on earth.
But this is nowhere near as shocking as the next move the Antichrist makes. We learn from Daniel that after the Antichrist has secured his place as world ruler, he's going to make a peace treaty with Israel for 1 week. This word week is just referring to 7 years, not 7 days. This is pretty astonishing considering how many politicians have been trying to bring peace to the Middle East for years.
These bastards like could set that shit up on these scripts and shit, bro.
7 years are what the book of Revelation refers to as the tribulation. We even learn that Israel's temple will be rebuilt and temple sacrifices reinstituted. With the horrific war taking place in the Middle East today, it's no wonder that people are going to love the Antichrist for the perceived peace he brings to the world. Up until this point, the Antichrist is just going to seem
That's the guy that's talking.
like the greatest politician who ever walked the face of the earth. But it's this next event that is going to cause people to literally worship him as God.
That's the Antichrist.
It has no soul.
Yeah.
And like Christ is like your imagination, your soul, right? So if you take that out, you're like, right?
You're right. Yeah. Like antimatter.
The Apostle John tells us in his book Revelation that God gave him a vision of a.
So that machine, that's different than John the Baptizer, right?
Right.
This guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's the one that must have been on
some.
something.
And then the baptizer, right? In that order, right?
Yeah. The baptizer first and then this guy. This guy's visions were wild, bro.
Great beast coming out of the sea. This beast had 7 heads and 10 horns and is another version of the beast in Daniel's prophecy, both describing the Antichrist. This beast was given a deadly wound, but was miraculously healed, which caused the entire world to be in awe of the beast's power and follow him. The Bible says that
I'll
after this
definitely
miracle
try.
happens, people will say, "Who is like the beast? Who is able?"
We are. Paula says, Dimitri, make a small goal, something different each day, nothing major. Just fuck the matrix. Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I'm working on
Yeah.
some stuff.
Yeah, all this stuff is distractions from
You should
kind of
like
like
ask-
what we said. Was
I
that?
do know what I'm not gonna do anymore. It's like I told you, right? I made before everything went to shit. I made like a song, and it's called like "Being Awake," but it's Dutch, right? But it's a song, and I AI'd myself in it, and it's a song about like being awake every night, doing drugs all the time, losing yourself, getting paranoia, demons taking you over, and like your whole life turning to shit, bro. When I was in prison and I listened to the song and I look back at those 2 months, I was like, oh fuck, what have I done? So whatever I'm gonna do right now, everything what I'm doing is like consciously making myself better, right? So I'm not gonna project myself in idiot positions anymore, although I like that really much, but I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, put yourself into positions to succeed.
Yeah,
for sure.
like if I make a cartoon with Dimitri, which is me, and I give him bad luck, I'm gonna get the bad luck.
We already know that. We've been talking about that for years. Grant Morrison told us that. Machine, you've seen that shit, right? Where he's at a Discordian convention. Grant Morrison, the graphic novelist, and he was like, "I made this comic book where the character looked like me, and then he's all, I wanted this redhead chick. I always liked redheads, so I made this redhead chick in the cartoon, and she was all sexy and fucking." Yeah, wild and whatnot. He's all, and then come to find out, I got like 10 redhead chicks at my door in real life, right? Like causing chaos.
He made the guy sick in the cartoon, and then he ended up in the hospital himself with the same kind of like bacteria or something.
Right, right.
Fell on him or something. I had 2 songs. The other song was about like being paranoid from amphetamines and stuff.
Yeah. You got to do the positive stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what's that's like ironic.
Psych yourself up.
Because the positive stuff is not funny, bro. The shit that goes wrong. Maybe I have a sick sense of humor, bro. But we're always talking about the shit that went fucked up, bro. You know what I mean? We never talked about the perfect day. Fuck that perfect day, bro. You know what I mean? So
I guess if you're using the art to transform yourself, that's another story. And anything else, people listening or getting benefit from it or entertainment, that's a bonus. It's a bonus, huh?
I've been listening to Kanye a lot. That's pretty good music to listen to.
Oh, I was playing Kanye earlier.
It makes you feel good about yourself, right? It gives you the positive vibe. It doesn't want to make you go stab people or something.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I was playing that shit earlier. Look at this shit. Remember this song? Remember that song? That song? The Kanye?
Oh, we can play it longer. No, I don't know. Which one was
I don't
it?
give a fuck. This one. That movie he had, that movie.
I love it though. I love it though. You know? Put your hands to the constellations. The way you look should be a sin. You my sensation. I know I'm preaching to the congregation. We love Jesus, but you done learned a lot from Satan.
Rest in peace, dude.
I mean, the nigga did a lot of waiting. We ain't married, but tonight I need some consummation. May the Lord forgive us. May the gods be with us. In that magic hour, I've seen good Christians make rash decisions. Oh, she do it. What happened to religion? Oh, she lose it. She putting on her makeup. She casually allured. Text message breakups, the casualty of tour. How she don't wake up and not love me no more. I thought I was the asshole. I guess it's rubbing off. Hood phenomenon. The LeBron rhyme. Hard to be humble when you stunting on the jumbotron. I'm looking at her like this what you really wanted, huh? Why we arguing anyway? Oh, I forgot it's summertime. Put your hands to the constellations. The way you look should be a sin. You my sensation. I know I'm preaching to the congregation. We love Jesus, but she done learned a lot from Satan. Satan. I mean, your nigga did a lot of waiting. We ain't married, but tonight I need some consummation. When the sun goes down, it's the magic hour. The magic hour. And out of all the colors that'll fill up the skies, you got green on your mind. I can see it in your eyes. Why you standing there with your face screwed up? Don't leave while you're hot, that's how Mace screwed up. Throwing shit around, the whole place screwed up. Maybe I should call Mace so he could pray for us. I hit the Jamaican spot at the bar, take a seat. I ordered your jerk, she said you are what you eat. You see, I always love a sense of humor, but tonight you should have seen how quiet the room was. The Leo Cone, a Dior Ohm, that's Dior Ohm, that Dior homie. The crib Scarface, could it be more Tony? You love me for me, could you be more phony? Put your hands to the constellation. The way you look should be a sin, you my sensation. Haven't said a word to me this evening. Cat, get your tongue.
Yeah, man, that's like a good times. Like I know in making like those, it's taking the old vlogs and putting music over it. That's a transformative experience too, man. Like, like it's wow, bro. That stuff.
You know what's my holy war? Because I only saw that now.
Yeah, what's your holy war?
Look, every prediction I do about the future, or every assumption I do about the future, or every thought I have about the future,
Anthems,
that's not in my benefit. That should be eradicated.
Be eradicated, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, the moment you only think the things you want, like the Kanye does the same, right? He's so crazy, he just do what he wants, right? And that's the war, the doubt versus what you want, and then like you think of something you want, and then the voices come, right? Oh, it's not possible. You have to have the money. You know what I mean?
That's not possible.
All these reasons why it's not possible. Just shut the fuck up, because the how is not your thing. The how is up to God or whatever you want.
That's not your pay grade.
Yeah, you're not here
not your pay grade.
And they're not here to figure out how to do it. You're only here to figure out what the fuck you want, and then you ask for it, and then you believe in it, and then you have faith in it, and then it just comes.
You got it. Here, I got you. This is a short.
It's simple, bro.
No, you said it, and like Kanye said it too, right here. This is. I was watching this before I went live.
You know, let me say one thing. He always says about the
go ahead.
suicide,
Say two things.
I do a suicide on the airplane. I do a suicide in the Lamborghini. I do the suicide. That's because he changes his personality. That's what he means when he's saying the suicide.
The small death.
Yeah.
The small death. Yeah. That's what the Scorpio energy and meditation is good, because like it's constantly thinking about life and death, and the in between. But like that's the thing, and like we have these small deaths. So when you do quote unquote pass on and die, it's not a big thing. I really do think this world is one thing that you can do is like, you know, get yourself ready for the transition, right? While you're leveling up or observing.
Learn to die. Yes.
Yeah, or we're observing, yeah, and whatnot. Yeah. Is there a death philosopher machine that really explored that topic that comes to mind? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's people who talk about like the thirst for annihilation. That's actually driving everything. You know, humanity has a giant death urge, right? So, you know, we plan all these dangerous activities, right?
Like bungee jumping.
Yeah, it's like Lovecraft.
Living in the hood.
Yeah.
It's
Eventually,
just nice to fuck shit up, bro.
Yeah.
You know,
what?
It's just
nice George's
to
Battelle and nihilism. You know, they sort
nihilism.
Of
Nihilism sounds like annihilate.
Right. Exactly.
It sounds like
right. There's anti-cosmists that want to destroy the world. Right. Like it's a branch off of Gnosticism. They think the world is kind of like evil. Right. So
right.
The best thing is to try to destroy physical existence.
Bro, Machine, you had talked about, like, once again, under the Taurus act, my rising sign, it takes me a little slow, but once I get growing, I charge out, right? And like you had said this group before, the 764 group, I think it was online, right? Was that it? 764 group or whatever. We're talking about that. And I actually saw a video talking about that in acceleration. And there's quite a few groups that are doing some not so nice things, man. And that's one of the common things about them. They're trying to do the worst of the worst, bro. And preying on innocent people while they do it.
Right.
And using the discords and all that as their.
You can go like this. You're gonna go like this. You'll end up in the same place anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right. They're just like
so funny to think
chasing
about? Like we always think God is
acceleration.
the light, right? But God created the light. So God created the light. God's not the light. So what's God? God's the darkness, bro. Maybe we got it all wrong.
Could be. Well, a lot of the Eastern cultures talk about the void, right?
Yeah, that's the void, right?
The void. Yeah.
Abrax.
The darkness. Yeah. Check this out.
No. Is there any limit to your ambition?
Yeah, exactly.
Or any limit to what you think you can achieve? No. Why would you think in the NBA?
Because I think I can do anything.
What's up, Chad?
How in the world did you win this tennis match?
Believing.
You see it?
You know what really separates you from the person living your dream life?
What's
they
that?
believed they could do it before they had any proof. That's it. Sounds crazy, right? Being delusional is supposed to be a bad thing. Everyone tells you to be realistic, but every person or penguin who did something worth remembering was called delusional first.
Penguin died though.
Beat Jordan as a kid.
Kobe, the
Ali
whole-
called himself the greatest before he had a single title. Were they delusional? I mean, yeah. Did it matter? I don't think so. So how do you actually master this?
Yeah, Lionel. This is the best movie ever,
way
bro.
that works.
Oh, you have to watch this
First,
movie.
Who is that?
The black and white one. This one.
What movie is this?
This is La Haine. I think it's The Hate in American. This is a French movie. This is one of
The
my
Lie.
favorite movies ever, bro. I'll search it for
to
you.
actually master this? How do you become
You gotta get a poster like that, Justin.
Yeah.
delusional in a way that
I once
works?
made a poster of
First,
Lion
you gotta
2.
understand something.
And told Tony there was a new movie, but there wasn't there. But I just faked the whole movie poster. He was mad as fuck. Whatever.
There's a difference
Good old Tony, man.
between delusional confidence
Oh,
and
there is
actual
actually a
delusion.
part two.
Actual delusion is thinking you can be a billionaire if you just scroll all day. Doesn't make sense, right? Delusional confidence is believing you can build something nobody thinks you can build. One gets you nothing, the other gets you everything you want. The trick is pairing that delusional belief with obsessive action. You can't just sit around believing you're great. You have to work like you're trying to prove everyone right. You believe something impossible.
I like people who pray for impossible things, but don't even, I guess, make a move towards that. Yeah.
Then you work until it becomes inevitable. Because right now, your brain is wired for survival, not success. So when you think about taking a big risk, it automatically scans for everything that could go wrong. But that's
risk
normal.
assessment.
That's how everyone's brain works. But the good news is you can reprogram it. Do one thing every day that scares you. Post the video, send the message, take the shot. Every time you move when your brain says don't, you're rewiring it. You're teaching yourself
Baby
to act.
Driver, that was a good movie. Kind of crazy. Justin, you coming up today, that was like, I mean, granted, Machine's up here. He's easy to, he's fun to panel with for sure. But like, I'm glad you came up though.
Time you move when your brain says
I was out
don't,
eating
you're
dinner with
rewiring.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm gonna get that back too, because I know how it works now, motherfucker. I know how it works.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get
Yeah.
everything back and more, bro. I'm gonna be unstoppable, motherfucker.
You better for himself, yeah, unstoppable for sure for herself because
Delusional
Benjamin
as a
loves
motherfucker.
Benjamin loves her, so you better get her back. You had fun. You had fun playing with you guys.
It's like kind of hard now because sometimes we go into a fight and they say, "Oh yeah, did you suck his cock?
Yeah.
You good, you fucking bitch? Yeah, you're sick."
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's not good subjects to talk about. You know. But,
No, I mean this is the place where machine
with
and
your
I know
girlfriend,
there's
right?
ups and downs, right? Machine relationships for sure, right?
Oh yeah.
At least I
Yeah.
fucked for 800 hours and she only fucked for like 30 minutes. So I guess I'm ahead of the game. But fuck you, bitch.
I guess you got that on the scoreboard.
You're teaching yourself to act anyway. You're probably going to feel like a fraud at first. You're going to tell people your goals and watch them look at you like you're crazy. You're going to work your ass off and see no results for months or maybe years. But that's supposed to happen. That's not a sign you're doing it wrong.
There's the movie There Will Be Blood.
That's a sign you're doing something that matters. The people at the top aren't the most talented.
Just that this movie was big time propaganda. I saw it with Leonardo DiCaprio. That one where he's like a activist, quote unquote terrorist or something.
I don't know.
And Sean Penn is like trying to hunt him down for the government.
They just refused to quit when it stopped making sense. They believed out of nowhere and worked till it became real. And that's what separates them from average. Answer me this. Why are you waiting for other people to validate?
What's that movie called? The dude. Oppenheimer, yeah. What did you think about that one? Not bad.
I thought it was okay, but they took
kind of
it too
confusing.
long and then it got boring.
That's the thing about Christopher Nolan. I saw this guy like rip him a new one and he still respects his work and stuff, but it's like the guy Christopher Nolan, he knows he's the shit. He's so good. He's like he has so much skill and stuff that he kind of plays around with shit, bro. Instead of getting to the point. Yeah. Have you seen some writers like that, Machine? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like some of the it's like when they like
mostly German and British, right? They have a problem with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the French maybe a little bit easier to digest. What did you say?
Yeah, like some of the French and some of the Slavs, like they like more like aphorisms and like short, like they get to the point with stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Date your dreams before you chase them. Be delusional enough to start before you know how it ends. Between you and everything you want is just doubt, not skill, not resources, just doubt. Okay, maybe skills too, but you can master them, right? But the only cure for doubt is action. Delusional action, the kind that makes people think you've lost your mind. Because at the end of the day, being realistic is the most unrealistic thing you can do if you actually want a different life. It's 2025 or 2026, I don't know, who cares? What I want you to care about is have crazy, crazy faith in yourself. And then work until everyone else calls it genius. That's how you master it.
Yeah, you have to be delusional when this shit is like nobody's driving, right? This is like insane. And to think that like
I also have other tips that came to mind. You should never count the days. Never count the days.
Mm-hmm.
Because you see how old I look, bro? I look fucking old, right? Motherfucker.
Sometimes.
If you don't fucking count the days, you don't get older like the other motherfuckers. Doesn't matter what day, you know what I mean?
That's why that birthday stuff definitely. I mean, that the social engineers like they put you in a sense with egotism and whatnot for you to blow out that candle, to do that ritual, count down. You know, like hey, another year passes and whatnot. Yeah, yeah. I guess I guess self development and all that and all that stuff is kind of like can be seen as you wanna have a good position in the prison, in the AK in the Matrix, right?
Yeah.
What's up, Shadow Buddha in the building? James Joyce said, "Oh yeah, can you get a bro? He wants to hear you say, bro."
Hey, bro.
Hey, bro. James Joyce, Shadow Buddha the Great says James Joyce works are so complicated they go and go on. Yeah, they do, bro. I mean, of course, Terrence McKenna got me into that. Like, what is it? Odysseus is that his first one, and then Finnegan's Wake. I mean, supposedly he's talking about like the fractal nature of reality and how your day, you're doing a simple thing like vacuuming or something. You're on the same timeline as the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. Like if you like fractal it down, but the way he writes is whew.
Yeah, I think I read Dubliners. Yeah.
Dubliners, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you think about the fractal nature of reality, Machine and Justa?
Definitely, if you like move one grain of sand, you change the world. Like the butterfly effect, like so on and so
Yeah.
forth. Like if you can't like even doing nothing is obviously a huge response, you know, to what's going on. Right.
Right.
Like, stillness is the master of movement, as they say, right? So,
Mhm.
so
Like when they think you're gonna do something and then you don't, like, and then you do something, machine, and they do like 5 live streams about it or something. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Justin, have you seen True Life? He switched up his stuff. He's doing more current events and stuff.
Oh,
He's
really?
doing a lot more. Yeah. He's gotten a lot of views and stuff, and he seems to be coming in on his own. You know, coming to his own. Whatever you say that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think he's let people like leech off him as much. He's too nice of a guy. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's smart though, but like, yeah.
I don't know.
But,
With that crowd of people, it always ended up the same, right? Even if you would like restart it, it would always
loop,
end up
right?
this fucking negative conspiracy bullshit. Not that conspiracy is real, but I mean like the negative. It's always
Yeah, know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Always
Yeah.
blame it on the outside, right? Like while you're on welfare,
Which
and
is
not doing your best, you know.
Yeah, which is weird because it was machine where Justin and I met was on a psychedelic, one of the top-notch psychedelic live streams, True Life Stories, and it's funny, like for a place that was supposed to be based on the psychedelic thought, and whether you do them a lot or don't do them at all or whatever, right? Open-mindedness, kind of. A lot of people would just dwell on the
Bro,
I mean, they wouldn't even do the conspiracy.
It started all with DMT, right? It all was about DMT experiences. That's how it all started.
Yeah.
When I saw the fucker on the fucking YouTube, and I was like, this is the only guy I can relate with, right? You know, with DMT.
Right.
And then everybody
most of us we wanted to hear the gesture stories and stuff like that, which could be negative in a sense. But my thing is like, if you're gonna talk about traps, the traps that are laid out there, where people at least do it in a interesting way or entertaining.
Yeah,
You do like Machine doesn't. He doesn't like a straight show. He does. To me, you do like a graduate level course in philosophy, humanities.
Yeah,
in the
that's
fucking,
one of the things I try to get around is people blaming other people. Right? Is that we talk about just technology, right? So I try to tell them that that technology is actually controlling the humans at this point, right? So nobody's really in charge, right? So. So I try to say blaming people, that's not really the solution. You have to look at the objective factors of power, right? Which is the technology, right? So, like, for example, like if you replace the technological system, right, then the power relations have to drastically change, right? Like we'll have to go back to, clans and stuff. And so,
right. So you think the Venus Project is out, that type of thinking machine?
Oh, yeah, I think it's definitely out. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that Uncle Teddy was right. That eventually, that if you try to that the system is basically it can't it has to break down at some point. Right.
I won't deny the existence of systems and shit, right? That's all real. But as soon as you understand that from an individual perspective, you could create a new system, right? You could wake up thinking like Napoleon, you're going to take over the world, right? So the only way systems really affect you is when you believe in them. You know what I mean? It's not like, of course, the system is there and you have to deal with it, but you have every right to create your own fucking system.
Yeah. Yeah, or right. Like
you have to fight for it. You have to push it,
Or when you say believe in them or see them for what they are, at least, right?
It's just people's constructs, right? Laws aren't real. Nothing is real. Everything is just made up. You know what I mean? But the moment you believe it, like when somebody says that building is mine and you believe it, then it's his, right? But if I don't believe him and I have the balls, I just fucking rob his house and kill him and take over his house, for example. You know what I mean?
You could, but there's consequences to that.
Yeah, exactly. But
cause and effect.
Yeah.
But you can do whatever you want, basically, though. But
you could be the leader, you know what I mean? But if you have to want to do it, I don't feel like doing that. Whatever.
Yeah.
You know what's the best thing I learned, because you said with the gesture?
I want to be the next Nip Fuentes. Go ahead.
You know, it's a good look. If you have enough bad trips, like on DMT, it can be really fucking scary, right? But like, I've come to the point where I just see things as like movies. So if I'm having a bad time, I'm in like a drama movie, right? And once I realize that, I can actually enjoy the bad time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. It's
so
like
you
watching
I can enjoy the bad
a drama,
Bro,
a
I
sad
was in
movie.
prison. My whole life was turning to shit, bro. But I was laughing my ass off. You know what I mean? It's like it was an experience for sure, right? So don't be afraid of the bad moments because you can enjoy them too. But that's like my tip or something.
Yeah, Lord Danny was telling me earlier, like on his stream, that like you get stronger from that stuff. Really, I mean, a lot of these cliches are real.
Life is entertainment, bro. This is just a VR movie. Have fun, bro. Right? Why so serious?
Why so serious? Shadow Buddha says there's more to bodybuilding than just muscle, character building, confidence, integrity, how to win versus lose, work ethics. That's bodybuilding as far as I see it, Tom Platz. Yes, because you're literally putting yourself through the real crucible physically, right? I mean, you can do other things too. You can you can do psychedelics, right? That's putting your mind and your body through extremes, right?
But the bodybuilding, bro, because my son, he's like using that to avoid all his responsibility because he thinks because he is a fucking bodybuilder that he has discipline. You know, that's why he's faking himself in his mind because he's doing the bodybuilding correctly. He thinks he is disciplined, but he doesn't have a house.
He does have discipline. He just hasn't used it for financially for getting a house. Yeah, but the guy Tom Clancy said that like he's not a regular meathead though because he's very much so into consciousness and whatnot. And he would say like what we like about him too is because he say like give it your all at the gym. Basically, don't leave anything there. But when you get home, be the husband or boyfriend or dad or whatever. You know when to switch it on, turn it on and off, that intensity and whatnot, and use it. Carry over those things, good things you learn to to other aspects of your life for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Shadow Buddhist, Paula Nitz said, Shadow Buddha 11, spend a good bit of the day meditating. Blessings, spirit and mind, body good. Yeah. So this machine and Justin, this in the geopolitical realm in the shadow consciousness, collective consciousness, this does seem like somewhat of a bad trip that's going on, right? That the media's pushing right now. But
I mean, the collective media thing is a bad trip, right? Because
always, huh?
Yeah. It tends to just go towards the negative, right? It tends to push, like a global, like sense. Like what they're actually pushing is kind of like what Yuval Harari and all these people, and you have to wonder why these guys get on the world stage. Right, at like the World Economic
crashing
Forum.
the system on purpose, right? They want us all to scream for a new fucking system, and then that's why all the politicians are fucking up everywhere, like beyond absurdity.
That's
because they want us to rise up, and we need new leaders. But fuck
that's what we're talking called accelerationism, right? Basically,
right. The systems need its trick. It's to try to push you into a false form of resistance so that they can work to improve the system, right?
Exactly.
Like these guys right here, my old friend Alex Jones.
Joe, they're going to use the insurance company shutting down the Strait of Hormuz as the claim that we've got to put a beachhead on the Iranian side so they can't close it to secure it for trade. I said I believe that'll be the excuse for boots on the ground, which they floated in the last 2 days, which Eric Prince freaked out about, rightfully. Ladies and gentlemen, he just put this out. Show the timestamp on this. I just saw this now. Trump is now saying he signed an executive emergency order basically for war. If anybody tries to close the strait, it's already closed. So this is him using economic emergency powers to have an unofficial declaration of war. Nick, this is horrible. This is really bad. This is
so now he's against Trump.
This is just a few minutes ago. What do you make of this, Nick?
Well, it's like I said,
They
we're
both
being
are.
drawn
It's
in
ridiculous.
Here. That's really the operative word.
What the
Nobody
hell?
wants this. It's not in our interest.
Now they
We're
wanna be
being slowly
Democrats?
drawn in.
Right, it's clown world.
That
Yeah.
implies
Now they
that
want to support
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom.
step, we're being dragged further
Right,
into this.
he's
And
next. He's next up for sure. Newsom, the American Psycho.
that's always what happens. It always starts with, we're just putting maximum pressure sanctions. Well, we just killed Qasem Soleimani. Well, we just backed a cyber attack. It's always, we just did this one time. And all it does is increase our liability. It just increases our stake in this disaster. And so,
look, like, I'm not saying this all ain't important, right? But let's imagine I had a cabin in the woods and I was living there for 40 years now, right?
Let's say your name was Ted.
Bro, I wouldn't
Right,
have known
Machine?
I wouldn't have
Go ahead, I'm
known
sorry.
anything about all this shit. So for me, it
No,
wouldn't
you're
have
right.
happened.
Yeah.
So the only problem with media is you fucking dumb enough to consume it. Because
For sure, yeah.
you shouldn't even have to know that there's a war in Iran, right? Like, fuck. Like, it's not affecting
Well,
you right now.
Well, true. But some people literally we know that have family there, literally
Yeah, of
right
course,
now.
if it's in your direct reality, of course, right?
Yeah.
But
Shout out to
there's lots
Aiden
of-
Booty.
There's lots of things you've been afraid of the last 30 years that never happened in your fucking world.
I mean, look at me. Like, I get calls about two times a year about like, "Are you okay?" According to the NBC and NBC, like you got boots on the ground, CCP over there in Taiwan. No, I appreciate you guys like caring about me and stuff like that, but no. But yeah, man, you're right. You create reality, man. Like it's like it's common sense, all this shit, but folks seem like they're bogged down trying to survive instead of trying to survive or just observe. Yeah, it's exciting. Maybe that's why you came down here. Some of us is to experience this anxiety or whatever, even though that sounds weird.
No, why is that weird? You're not gonna put a movie on where nothing happens.
Yeah, I
You're
think-
not gonna play a game without enemies. It's the shit that's the fun part, bro. You get it? It's the other way around.
Yeah, right. It was some anxiety is probably good for natural too, right? Machine, when it is a postmodern thing, like where it became our like our basic safety was met in general. So now it's all about if we don't get our pleasure principle given to us, we freak out. Yeah.
I think that's kind of like more like behaviorism or something. It might be like Pavlov or something, right?
Yeah. Which a lot of the psychiatric manuals were based on that, right?
Right.
Right,
so that might be like Freud or some shit instead of post. See, the
I think he was against
postmodernist
that,
work.
though, kinda, right?
Yeah. They were kind of influenced by it. Right. It's like
okay.
Yeah.
They want to do their version of it, I guess, right?
Yeah, they wanted to do their own version of interpersonal psychology, essentially. Using philosophical dialectics.
Yeah, but you can't put your finger on the mind, though. That's what's cool about it, and it also perplexing.
Well, they
It's
gave
like-
up on that, right? They focused on narrative construction and narrative reconstruction.
That sounds like gaslighting, bro.
Kind of is,
right? Narrative deconstruction. Yeah. We're gonna Mandela effect for you pop culture folks, right? Like a Mandela effect.
Right.
Yeah. Look at this guy. These guys are wild, bro. These fucking Nick Fuenteses and all this shit.
Oh, it's very obvious. Okay, we go in with the bombs really hard. We destroy the Navy. We destroy the missile launch platforms. Okay, well, then you get this logic like, well, you break it, you bought it. Now,
We. What does that really matter to us right here?
Yeah,
it's like, who are they? Were they in the military?
Right. Who are they? Right. Who are they? The people that are causing this now that they've supported
brick
them
wall
100%, right? Like up till now, right? So
yeah,
isn't
you
that
listen to that long enough, you want to bash our head up against that wall behind Justin. That brick wall, like you're right. Like they switch every fucking year. Alex Jones every 2 years, it seems like, with the Trump shit. First of all, he's the first one that told me about left-right paradigm.
Yeah,
like, you shouldn't even be fucking with that shit.
Anybody who changes up every 10 years, they change their entire platform. That's a Fed right there, right? Because they just got a new assignment. It's not You know, it's not too hard to think about. Like, why would somebody change their entire platform like every 10 years and start pretending to be LARPing at something else?
Yeah. Yeah, fucking more into this is something more let's say with this band, you know, Greg Brayton.
Greg
Brayton, yeah.
God damn it.
I don't know. I can't hear you if you're talking.
What happening?
What'd you say? You couldn't? Could you see any of
What's
that?
happening? No, nothing.
No, we
Oh, my
can't see
bad.
anything. Yeah, I
I'm
think you
sorry.
said something about Greg Brayton, and then it's just
Yeah.
like
Can you hear this?
silence. No,
Now can
we
you
can't
see it?
anything either. There's nothing on the
No.
screen. Yeah,
Oh.
The
yeah,
hell?
we're doing like some technical difficulties here, folks. So it is what it is.
Right. Where did my thing go?
Good.
Oh, you got to push share screen.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There's a technique where you can literally, you touch your heart like this. When you touch your heart, your awareness will always go to the place where you feel the touch. So when you call your attention into your heart center and you slow your breathing, just a few breaths slower than usual. When you slow your breathing, it tells your body that you are safe. You're in a place that's safe. And when you're safe, it's a switch. It's like an emotional trigger that frees the rejuvenating and the healing chemistry in the body because the stress and survival chemistry is not needed. So when you slow your breathing and focus in your heart, that is the doorway to that heart intelligence. And if you ask your brain a question under pressure, your brain will go through the logic and the ego loops that will keep you from making the answer. When you ask your heart, the heart's not a polarity organ. So you consciously free yourself from those loops into what is called heart intelligence. And generally your heart will answer before you can finish the question.
Yes, you agree with that?
Yeah, we're using the wrong brain, bro. Because
There you
this
go,
brain
machine.
has like the two halves, right? So
Welcome
this
back.
brain is always like complicated.
This
Like
is
what
the
I learned
dualism.
from my period, my heart was telling me the right thing from the beginning. It was telling me, like, get the fuck out of here. I knew it was wrong, right? But my mind, it kept coming up with like, oh yeah, maybe it's right, maybe it's this. It brings schemes and things. You know what I mean? Your mind can be full, but your heart can't. So yeah, that's why you should never do this. Because you break the
Not do what? What'd you say?
know what they do in the church.
Oh, yeah.
But you're like severing the cord between this and this. You know, the skull and bones, it also means the same. It's your mind and your body, not your heart, right? They do it the other way. They try to cut out the heart, right? And psychopaths style.
Well, people will tell you let your heart get in the way. Like, oh, don't let her, don't give her your heart, or like don't show your feelings or whatever.
Yeah, the heart is a philosopher's stone.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
It's a brain,
Yeah.
but it's a coherent brain. It's a united brain. It's the only, whatever. It's hard to put in words.
Yeah. Even Buddha was talking about it the other day.
Symbolism shows the same, right? The old Egyptian practices and shit.
Oh yeah, when they do that, yeah.
Whatever, blah, blah,
Well,
blah.
in the mythology, like they weigh your heart to a feather. What does that symbolize?
Yeah, in Sufi meditation, they focus on the heart.
On the heart.
We
chakra.
probe the heart. Yeah.
Yeah. All the heart. Yeah. There is something like we can have the artificial heartbeat, like, or the beats, and they sound like this.
Donald Rumsfeld
like that,
without a
like that.
heartbeat for a while, right?
Wait, what was you gonna say?
That Donald Rumsfeld, the guy, he lived without a heartbeat for like a day or whatever because So he was a real monster, bro.
Yeah, he had many heart attacks and stuff. Yeah,
like Darth Vader. Yeah, he actually, I don't remember exactly, but I think he was like, he didn't have a heartbeat or something.
Well, if there's anybody celebrity, that politician that I would think would be like that, we would be him probably, from what I know. Yeah, but there's nothing like the Avian Buddha was saying. There's nothing like the heartbeat, the actual heartbeat when you listen to it. How like there's something about it. I don't know, because it's a natural thing that can never be replicated, and how like how much we resonate with that sound, and
Right.
to me, it's real soul,
Yeah.
soulful.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
our hearts will be weighed. Honestly, most
Yeah.
likely.
Right. Yeah. I heard Brother Panic, the occultist, rest in peace. He said something like, the Egyptians believe that that you're actually not really here. What you think is here is not really you too. So everything that you do here is kind of like the way he said it was like it's not taken into account, which I don't really believe that, because if that's the case, that's that do as thy will type of shit, right? Where people like just do whatever without any consequence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna ask Twilight about that.
Well, we did the broadcast. It was interesting though. I
didn't see it.
I mean,
yet, but
I talked about that. I asked him about that, and he said something like, I forgot what he said, but I won't know. But like, I would think there has to be some standard though, because if you're really doing whatever you want without any ethics,
no, maybe, right? Maybe you're
Right.
just in a fucking game, right? So you're not actually here, you're just somewhere else, and you've done all
Right,
this
right.
stuff in this thing. And maybe you think because they told you about morals and fairness and you have to be nice. Look, when you're a baby, you just want to eat and take shit, right? They have to teach you not to do that. So what if this game is actually Grand Theft Auto 2026? But there's some smart, there's some smart
probably
motherfucking
is.
players. There's some smart motherfucking players.
Yeah.
And they told you you had to get a job and shit, right? Because they're fucking hilarious, right? You're just in a game.
It's a side mission,
whatever the
bro.
fuck you want without any consequences. And now they made you so afraid that you cannot, you know what I mean? Maybe
But you're talking to someone that, like, when I do play video games, that's pretty much the only game I play. And I have to say, when I play that game too much, I start hurting internally because like,
what are you doing in the game then, bro? Tell me.
I'm probably all the killing and shit I be doing and stuff, like on accident and also on purpose for the mission. Yeah, sometimes you just hit people in the car, like, it happens, bro. Like a lot. Or animals. Now they have animals you can hit and shit and hunt. But like, thing is like, and that's me playing the video game that I know it's not real, but however, it takes its toll on me. So when I'm saying that, even if your theory is correct, where someone's playing the game, playing us, bro, if we keep fucking up, if they keep using us or whatever, however it works, and they keep seeing all the fucked up shit we do, I would think that might take its toll on them. Unless there's some type of being that we can't even fathom how they think and process things. So I don't know.
I don't mean you're just in a live stream show. Everybody in the universe is watching you. And that's why when you get your life on order, like with me too, when my life gets boring, bro, somebody brings me drugs. I never pay for drugs. It just show up. So there's probably like
that's the case.
Viewers, like give him some drugs.
Well, that's the case. That's the ultimate. Fuck you. That's the ultimate shadow ban. If there's billions of entities watching right now.
Yeah,
God damn, unless there's 5 people here.
They say it on Sophia, right? That a lot of people, they go on Sophia.
Yeah. Tell us about that. Tell us about that.
Right? Well, a lot of people, when they take Sophia, they end up on a stage and everybody is applauding them. And then they go like, yeah, bro, yeah. Because you're like in a real life show. And it would be pretty funny, right? It's like the watchers could like how do you say, like vote for shit to happen in your life. Are we're gonna bless him or are we gonna fuck him up? You know what I mean?
It's kind of like here these numbnuts in the Poundverse. They go like, "Give $10, I'll kick you off." Someone can pay 10. It's like people doing that.
Like
they're like
a retarded game show. Like
right. When they're like 15,000 Karnak credits to fucking delete the motherfucker.
Yeah,
oh shit! There goes Old Dirty Bastard. Damn, I used to love him. What happened to him? Some motherfucker in the Gneba Gazoo fucking paid to get him, super chatted him to get deleted and shit. That's what actually happened. Fucker.
Maybe, who knows, bro?
Yeah. Where's this guy I was gonna see before I shut it down? I gotta take Ben to school in a second. It was this guy. Oh, here's the guy. He was talking about the holy war. That's what inspired me. I bet you've seen this guy before. Jack Telkite plays this sometime. This guy sometimes. Why are you laughing?
His wife, right?
Beauty of
Oh man!
Not
Oh
Osha.
yeah, we broke this
He's-
down one day.
can be
I broke this down with Talcott one day.
This guy.
Oh yeah, shouldn't
downloaded
emerge yet.
or received.
This is this episode's the thumbnail says Holy War, and this is Iran and the Iran spiritual meaning. I think he's trying to make the microcosm to the macro, saying like, what does this conflict mean to you?
And appropriate it and distort it.
Let him talk for a second.
And use it in the service of soothing and inflating the ego consciousness. And it is this kind of activity that will no longer produce the kind of result that the ego needs to sustain its stability, because its delusions are now so far out of line with the reality that is now coming into manifestation that it will not be able to adapt and to renounce that which is no longer possible.
See, Machine, I want to start dressing like that, so I'll be like the antithesis to you, where you wear all black, I wear all white, like this, with the blanket shroud over me. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I mean, he's talking about the ego consciousness and getting rid of it.
And to be able to relate to the miraculous that is present in the situation for those who have achieved the divinization of the soul through the destruction of the ego.
Anybody want a cat? I don't want a cat.
But this cannot be accomplished
say?
by
You want a cat?
the ego.
Anybody want to buy a cat?
Want to pause it?
Look at it.
You want to cut it? What do you think?
Oh shit.
Seeing this guy reminds me of that video you sent me today, Justin, about that Jewish town and
Oh yeah, the
and,
guy like looks like he has to or something.
he has what you call it
Looks like he-
goyim back in the day.
The goyim.
The goyim.
It's fun though for me because like you know me talking shit about those kind of people because where I grew up with and everybody always telling me I was like not nice, and then now they're all on the same path, right? And I'm like actually more liberal or more loving, you know exactly.
Yeah, for
what I
someone
mean.
that's supposed to be the mean person in the bad guy in the True Life Stories group, I actually like found you to be one of the most thoughtful people.
Yeah,
you did talk a lot of shit though.
Yeah,
I changed you.
I mean the like the use.
Yeah. Mhm.
You know, I had my
Yeah.
opinions about them.
For sure. Yeah.
Turns out to be right, right?
Yeah.
Right. It turns out to be right. Yeah.
Yeah, it turns out I always said it about Hollywood, and always people would be like fucking pissed. I always said the red carpet was only red because everybody's dripping out of their ass because you have to be fucked to get your job. You know what I mean? It's whatever, bro. And everything was true, bro. It's fucking funny, bro. Like, and now we gotta die because some asshole can't get his fucking dick in his pants. You know, like he's gonna push the button just before the picture drops, bro. I would do the same, bro. It's kind of hilarious, right? That's the way we're gonna die, bro, because of some fucking porn shit. You know what I mean?
What's up, Marilyn? Good to see you.
It's
good to see you. Yeah. Well, a dude wearing diapers, bro. That like fucking like that pees himself. President Trump, allegedly. He's the guy. He doesn't want us to find out about his freaky deaky, nasty shit he does. So he. You know, it's all stupid shit, bro.
It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah. And if it wasn't Trump, it'd be somebody else. But it wasn't Biden. It was Trump. I'm not like one of the. I'm not like. It just makes me like sick. I always knew it was theater, but like this is really pissing me off.
Yeah, you look at the people who surround them, though. You know, Roy Cohen. You know, Roger Stone, Steve Bannon.
That's a homosexual, right?
Yeah, it's all like people who like do all sorts of stuff. Right?
Yeah,
Only the really bad people want the power, bro. It's not that hard to think about because, like, if you're a good person, you don't feel like controlling other
It's like,
people. I don't give a
yeah,
fuck what you
it's
do.
like me,
You
bro.
know,
Like that's
like,
why that's what I'm having an issue with, or a little bit, or challenge and wish, like at school teaching. I have all these children that I have to teach and teenagers, and they're like,
you
no, I
gotta keep
don't
your
want the
hands off
power.
it, right? It's really hard to not touch them. Right.
For you, maybe, but like no. But I think my thing is like to metaphorically touch them in a sense of like stupid motherfucker, like in terms of stifling their creativity and making them basically cogs in the wheel, or because in a sense, like that's what you have to do in this Prussian system. And right, I mean, even if you have the best intentions and do slip in your curriculum of imagination and critical thinking, I still have to be like, fuck, stop talking, get your finger out of your nose, or focus type shit. But yeah, this is my karma for being a knucklehead in school. It's being a teacher now. Yeah.
These
But
kids. How can I reach these kids?
whatever, Ragamuffin. I'm gonna give you a call after I take my son to school, bro. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, same. I gotta call Ragamuffin as well. So
yeah, he's making the rounds. When he called me, I was just trying to go to get to sleep last night. He's back. So, guys, any not final. You got so Machine. What do you have going on soon? Calfe?
I mean, I'm banned on the main channel, so
on the main channel.
So I only got the Cyber Caliphate on the main channel. So
you're
we only have
lucky.
the alternative. Yeah. So yeah, let me drop the alternative channel in the chat for you guys.
Yeah.
And
because
we're looking at a bunch of the community around, the Panelverse, and they're making a bunch of shows.
Joku, I saw you.
Yeah, they're making a bunch of shows promoting PDF stuff. So we're
damn, that's disgusting.
Yeah. So we're
shout out to Browns boy
on the alternative channel. Oh
okay,
yeah, Browns has been. Yeah, me and Browns have been documenting this. Yeah, of course.
I have to say, like, because I was like, if you still had the main channel right now, this probably definitely would have gone on later on the week. This episode, this has been good, bro. Yeah, this was fun. I'm glad you guys got to build with me, and it was fun.
Yeah, I still gotta play back some of the classics. You know what I mean? There's a couple things we did. There's one where I called in and then I baited Paul to call into the show. And then there was Joe Cool on, and then you and Joe Cool and Paul went at it. That one was classic.
Yeah, that was classic. Yeah. That was just fucking Joe Cool, I saw you in the back, bro. Like you can't even right when I'm about to shut it down. But yeah, I'm sorry. It's kind of thin out there if Machine doesn't have the Machine Lives channel at the moment. So all you got is, the back, not all you got, but even that backup channel is better than any main channel in the verse. But
it's got it's got like maybe like 40 videos on there that aren't on the main channel. I mean, so it's got a bunch of material on there. So
shout out to Neurojack too. I love his channel too. And
we got 2 shows. We got 2 shows with Neurojack. On the alternative channel. So
right. I mean, and pretty much fuck everyone else. I mean, Landry, I'm cool with Landry, but like, dude, if you want to fucking talk about what's really going on, it's I'll be pretty much streaming every day here at a Gabriel Carbo, aka NBC The Gang, with my brother from another, Justin Van Leeuwen.
Yeah, can I say one more
the
thing?
Machine Lives. Yes, go ahead. Like
one thing I like to do lately is like, the music is programming, right? So now with the Suno AI, I just like make songs to magic myself, right?
Right.
So like you're fucking neveling or visualizing or whatever, right? You can brainwash yourself. Don't let other people do it anymore. You can make awesome fucking music with your own fucking lyrics and brainwashing yourselves while having fun.
Yeah, it's played all day, bro. Yeah. Absolutely.
Vancouver well. Lives. What's up, brother?
You're fucking delusional, buddy.
Hey, greetings, sir.
Hold on, Machine Lies. I'm delusional, right? Your guys' patterns are
Yes,
really,
you are.
You're clear. It's clear and
You're
evident.
completely delusional. You're
I'm
fuck
completely
around
delusional.
and find out for real. Yeah.
Well, how am I going to fuck around and find out?
I don't know. Keep fucking pressing it, man.
With who? With you? What are you going to do about it?
Not me, but somebody's.
Who? What? Who? With CSIS?
I have no clue.
Your partners in the program?
No, we're not in CSIS, bro. You think these people are a part of CSIS? None of us are. That's like the CIA of Canada. Okay.
I know what it is. I know exactly what it is.
All right, and they work with partners in the United States and abroad.
Right. Yeah.
They're not a part of that bullshit.
Right.
What do you mean?
Well, your patterns are pretty evident. Anyways, what's up, Machine Lies? What's up, Machine Lies?
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, what's going on?
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, greetings.
So, what do you think about all this Cage guy here?
Yeah, Cage.
no
I've talked to
idea.
Cage several times.
I know. So you've had interactions with this goof guy?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, several interactions. Yeah.
I'm not fucking goofy. Actually,
you're pretty fucking goofy, dude.
Oh, look at you! You fucking.
Yeah, look at me. Look at me. Why'd you mute yourself? You got a lot of noise in the background from all them fans.
Yeah, that's why I'm fucking muted, because I'm a goddamn grower, idiot.
Growing that dope, huh?
I'm a federal license for it too, idiot.
You putting that government nutrients in there? You putting them government nutrients in there?
You know nothing about botany. You're a fucking pleb. I want to hear it.
Oh, all right. Is that all you got as insults, bro? I'm asking a question. You put the government nutrients in your weed?
No, it's OMRI. It's fucking organic weed.
Yeah, he's growing weed for the Canadian government for sure.
Right. putting that
Putting microchips into your lungs, man. Yeah, bro. Gosh.
You're kind of annoying, Cage. All right, hey, Cage, you had nothing.
You gotta have like a government license to like grow weed in Canada or something.
I do from Health Canada. I've had it for over a decade. Shut the fuck up.
And you can't grow it without using government approved nutrients, which puts the brain fuck.
Okay, just like when you go grab a tomato from the store, there's something called OMRI, right? So if you go grab something labeled organic, like the fucking fruits and vegetables and the fucking meat and all the shit you eat, it has a standard to it. Okay, shut the fuck up and go back to your grocery store.
Dude, you're growing weed for the government, and you put
it's not for the government, you fucking goof. What do
you put nutrients? This guy's annoying. You put nutrients in the weed to grow it. You don't grow it without any nutrients. You put it in the fucking soil. I know how to grow weed, dude. So if you're doing it for the federal government, you're putting the nutrients in it. And they've perfected some concoction in that weed to fuck people's brains up. So, tell me I'm wrong.
Microchips are available, brothers and sisters. RFID chips that right into your brain stem.
How old are you? How old are you, dude? All right. How old are you?
Oh, hell, I'm older than time itself. I'm older than time itself, brother.
Are you like about 15 years old? I
was 15. I was 14 years old. I got into the industry, brother.
I'm asking you a question because your communication skills are very infantile.
You have the power to put me backstage and not hear the answer.
Well, there you go. So what's happening, Machine Lies? How's it going, brother?
Yeah, blessings, sir. Yeah, I've been meaning to contact you for a minute, so I will.
No, that's cool. Yeah, you got my email. So
yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it just today. So
yeah, somebody, I forget who it was. It was Browns Boy, I think maybe. He came and said that you were doing a live and you were sharing information and stuff like that about these people online in the Panelverse.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. We don't see eye to eye on everything, but but yeah, we definitely agree on like 90% of, like the panel verse. I think it's all fake, honestly. Or I think it's contrived. I think they're working with larger networks and so on and so forth. So I've tried my, well, obviously I don't have a lot of time to focus on, just reacting to panels, right? So I've, sort of confined that only to one stream that I do called Made by Machine Bob. But yeah, on the regular show, I literally just look at scholarly materials. Like we look at like research.
It's the philosophers and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. The newest research that's being done, like in philosophy, history, like political science, so on and so forth. I've studied those things at a university level, so I just like to talk to people about that. And I don't like to monetize my channel or try to like have big name content creators come on. I like to just have, discussions with regular people. So
right. That's cool.
Which I'm pretty much a regular person. Machine lies.
Machine lies, Paula, machine lies.
Machine lies, sir. Do I cause a lot of trouble on your panel?
You guys know each other?
Except, yes, I've been on his panel one or two times.
Yeah, Paula was there. Yeah.
The only thing I did was I got mad at Rocky for being stupid, but other than that, it was a pretty good discussion.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Well, Paula, Lindsay Smith is in the chat.
Yeah, I saw her. I said hi to her.
Okay.
If she wants to come up, she's welcome to. I mean, I'm in
she
his
is.
show. I'm sorry, but
She is. She is. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, Browns boy definitely owns his own house. You should go pay him a visit, Lindsay. I think he'd appreciate that.
Well, Cage Reality exited stage left while he was backstage. He didn't like waiting. Too bad.
Apparently, Tarek is here too, and Slave Truth. I think
Tariq is there. Oh, he's back. Cage is back. He didn't go far. He's still backstage waiting. I have a hard time wanting to bring him back up because he's just a disruptor.
Yeah, I think I've been on NPC's panel a couple times. And my favorite person there is usually Avian Buddha because he knows so much shit. The guy has a brain from I don't know where.
Oh yeah, he's close to genius. Yeah, he's close to genius levels. Yeah, actually, I was just talking to him for like 3 hours before this. so I talked to Avian Buddha quite a lot. Actually, he's one of the people I talk to most on the internet, pretty much. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know if you've watched my videos and you've paid attention to what I've been saying. And Cage Reality says, "Bad Apple, you were fucking with the wrong people." Ooh, I'm so scared.
That's his go-to line. Yeah,
I know he's a fucking clown. But so I don't know if you've been paying attention to my videos and you've seen what I've been dealing with the internet fucking running their mouth about me here and there.
Oh yeah,
the little minions of Snafu Snaps.
Yeah,
and, pushing his narrative, and I had Hank up in here whining and crying, about this or that before, and he kind of calmed down today. Shocker, but Cynthia's just steady fucking blowing her Oreo cupcake like he's something special, and it just goes on and on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with Cynthia, I've only watched maybe 10, 15 minutes of her show, period, all time. And that's when I got booted from Snafu's chat. So I got banned from there.
You got booted from Snafu's chat because you were watching Cynthia?
Yeah, I made a comment. I just stated that in 1973, women were given the right to own property in their own name. I said before that we were basically living in slavery to men. If we didn't have a place to go, we didn't have our own place.
Well, one thing that you probably don't know about Snafu is that he's a woman hater. He hates women because his mommy abandoned him. He hates the woman who accepted him as her son and gave him her last name, an adopted mom. He calls her, the C word and calls her a bitch. And, he hates women, whether he'll ever admit it or not, it doesn't much matter. But he hates women.
I'd agree with that. That's pretty much what I've observed also.
Well, I've known the guy since like 2019. I know him fairly well. And I can rest assured that the guy's he's out of his fucking mind. But
the only thing I remember from him way back when was, when he was hanging around Marv, and then all of a sudden he disappeared. So I didn't know what happened to him after that.
Well, he disappeared after hanging out with Marv because Marv was tired of promoting him and helping him build channels after he kept getting his channels deleted for doing the pedo pogo shit. And, being warned, hey, you know what, if you get your channel deleted again, we're not helping you. And then he'd get his channel deleted. And, so Marv got tired of it, and Snafu got a little upset because Marv didn't give him the attention that he required. And so Snafu vowed in late 2019 December to be exact, he vowed to make Marfugal pay dearly on the internet for abandoning him. And I got the text messages to prove it. So, and I've shown him on here a long time. So he has issues with anybody who doesn't want to have a relationship or any connection to him. He the old saying, hell hath no fury like a woman scorn. You guys know that one, right?
Right.
Well, hell hath no fury like a snafu snaps scorn. So
he don't know me that well yet. He's about to find out. So
well, that's why he came after me, because he was harassing and stalking me for about 3 years on my streams. He'd come in the chat and run his mouth and call me a traitor and a sellout because he thinks that I took a bribe of sorts. There's a lot of that weird shit going on with some of these people on here. They think that we can, or people can be bribed. I'm sure it can be, but not me. And I was bribed by Marfugal to not share my audio recordings between me and Marfugal and Dex J, the digital experience guy. No, it's got nothing to do with it. My conversations are private and I don't share them with anybody. And, I declined and he didn't like it. And so the best way for him to get back at somebody that's scorn is trigger them with his shock journalism to get them to commit a crime. And I told him one night when he was harassing me on my live stream on a telephone call, he called me on my cell phone because he couldn't get to me in the chat and told me, you're a sellout, you're a traitor, whining and crying like a bitch, and told him I was going to fucking kick his ass. And he ran to the police, clipped my video, took it to the police, and the Gilbert, Arizona Police Department sent a police report over here to Macomb County. Your machine lies. You're here in Michigan, so they sent it. Yeah. They sent it to Macomb County. And Macomb
I live
County,
here in Detroit, so
yeah.
So I'm close to where Tarek lives, pretty much. Yeah.
Right. So Gilbert, Arizona sent a report here to Macomb County Sheriff. Macomb County Sheriff called me, detective, and said, "Did you say that you were going to beat up Snafu Snaps?" And I said, "Well, yeah, it's on video. Why would I lie about it, right?" I said, "Yeah, I said it, but it's just internet stupid shit." I said, "The dude fucking harasses and stalks me. He's been fucking with me for over 3 years, and I'm tired of it." So they prosecuted me. Not necessarily because they actually think that Snafu Snaps was a poor little victim. More or less is because I've been a thorn in the side of the government here in my area for a long time, where I don't take their shit, and they thought that this might be a way to get back at me.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, where
So,
it's like, where you have like continued run-ins with like certain people or whatever.
Well, it's just funny. So,
yeah, but you mentioned, because one of the things I saw was this court document that you pulled up, and of course I showed that on my show, right, where it said that Snafu was working with somebody named Officer Montgomery or something.
Yeah, it was. He previously worked with Detective Montgomery on a case, and that was
That's what I wanted to know.
That was more than likely him trying to prosecute Montegraph.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah,
I could be wrong, but I think that's what it was about.
Oh, okay.
So what do you want some police reports and emails, and you want to out snafu snaps, or you just want something specific?
Well, no, I'm not really that interested in him. He has taken a certain level of interest in me, as have a lot of the characters online, right? Because so I think like a lot of the characters like Cynthia, the powdered Dusty,
the powdered crackhead, the powdered pussy,
Snafu, and like a lot of them, like obviously, like originally, like I had problems with all of them. See, Cynthia and the powdered Dusty actually come from the Paul and Slaves panel, right? Like there were other places before that. I believe they were like in a personality profiling group where it's like they look at personality types, and then like you go and talk to people who are like typed into like Jungian like personality types or something like that. So there's like internet groups that had this or whatever, and then they went on Paul and Slaves panel. Cynthia and Flow State were there like almost every day. It seemed like, or like like you just turn on Paul and Slaved. Yeah, you could turn on Paul and Slaved and they'd be there a lot. It seemed like and they'd sit there for like hours when they were on there. And they had pretty good relations with Paul and Slave as well.
Yeah.
And Cynthia just went from like pretty much from Paul's panel to then Jack's panel. A lot of them started moving and transitioning to Jack's panel and started supporting Jack Talcott in like sort of a fake way.
Panel hoppers.
And then, and then Dusty started his panel. And then they all sort of congregated at Dusty's panel attacking Paul and Slave. So they had all of these shows where, basically the Powdered Dusty was just making tons of shows trying to basically clout chase off of Paul and Slave, trying to make his new show. So that's like a 3-year transition that happened from Paul's show to Jack Talcott show to then, the Powdered Dusty show.
Well, don't forget about OTW.
Yeah, OTW kind of like OTW was first against Paul on another channel called We Are Awake TV, and then Paul took over OTW's channel.
Yeah.
So,
I've only really been around since like June, after I was maliciously prosecuted and I was being charged, and I'm like, where the fuck is this Snafu Snaps motherfucker hang out on the internet?
Yeah, I was here since 2002. 2022. So 2022 I came on the panels, and then so like the last 4 years I've been observing these people pretty much.
You've recognized the patterns and their typical behaviors, right?
Yeah, like 3.5 years I've been like observing them. They've came on my panel a bunch of times, or whatever. If you go like back in the past, but then I started like making my panels more just like me talking about like scholarly shit, and then they just stopped coming, right?
Yeah, you cut the drama out so they didn't have any fuel for their fire, right?
Right, yeah.
But you were still paying attention to them, and I seen you around a little bit, and I was like, curious, because I'm still learning the lore, as they call it here. It's just, who's connected to who, and you're right. I noticed that Cynthia, she's a clout chaser. She does what she does, and I wasn't around when she was on Paul and Slave, but she was steady on OTW for a while, and then she they had to falling out, and Paul and Slave kind of got her exiled from OTW. and then she took off and started hanging out with other content creators, and she found her way to trying to promote Snafu Snaps, and does all of his dirty work. Like he gets the women, he manipulates the weak the insecure, lonely women. Not all of them are insecure or whatnot, but he's a good manipulator. I'll give Snafu Snaps credit. He's a very, very good at what he does. He can sweet talk, women and some men into doing his dirty work for him. And so, Cynthia is, carrying his water lately, so.
Gentlemen, I'm going to step down if you don't mind.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate you popping up here, Paula.
Yeah, I just wanted to show up and find out a little more information of what I was dealing with.
Well, hopefully you learned a little bit and you heed my warning. Stay away from the guy. Don't get too close to him, or let him get too close to you, I should say. So you're welcome to come back here anytime you want, Paula.
All right. Well, thank you much. And
you take care.
later, Machine.
Yeah, blessings, madam.
Peace out, Paula.
Bye-bye.
So, but yeah, that's but that's the patterns that I see.
Yeah, I don't know if you've met Aluma Tommy as well, right?
Yeah, I know who he is.
So,
he's a little wild. He's a wild card, but I've had normal conversations with him. He doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't mind him. I think he's all right guy.
Yeah. So Aluma Tommy, Snafu, and also Jack Talcott, right? They're in contact with somebody named Rose 777 or whatever, and they've like lived at her house or something like that, right?
And stayed at her house, and she's supposed to be like some infraguard training grounds or something, like a handler.
Well, she might be maybe involved in producing, or at least this is according to her, she may be involved in producing shows, right? So there's an aspect to it where Aluma Tommy, Jack Talcott, and Paul Enslaved all went on this lady's show called Lauren De Laguna and gave like these huge interviews, right? So this happened early on when I started watching, right? So when you look into this lady, Lauren De Laguna, she's actually pretty popular on the internet, right? She's like she's much larger content creator. Like, for example, like Montegraph, who Snafu was like trolling or whatever, right? He came on Jack Talcott's show, and he also came on the Powder Dusty show, right? And just started hanging out with them, right? And that's when Tarek changed his name to T Reigns, right? Because like he was like having a correspondence with Montegraph, right? And also he was protecting Snafu online at the time, Tarek, right? So it was interesting because Tarek had like a whole time when he was first like just showing up on Paul's panel, and then he started then he stopped going to Paul's panel and started corresponding with Snafu. So yeah, so it's pretty interesting, their patterns. But yeah.
Well, one thing that I realized, or it was brought to my attention, I should say, is when Snafu Snaps drugged me into the panelverse. I give it in, like I put it into a visual. Now just imagine me walking down the street, minding my own business, and I walked by this secret club on Broadway, and the doors flung open, and I was drug into this club by people I didn't know, and I realized it was Snafu Snaps. He drugged me into this club, and then I realized that oh, look at all these people in here, and then so I'm kind of like the odd man out. I'm not part of this community. I'm not welcomed into the community, which is fine. I'm not looking to be welcomed in the community. I'm an outsider, and I see a community that I personally would not have voluntarily, willingly participated in, because it's a pretty despicable group of people.
So is this that Marfugal News, or you're talking about?
No. I'm talking about the panelverse when Snafu Snaps did what he did to me, and he drugged me into it. Marfugal isn't much different. At the time when I met the Marfugal group, is and I have a theory on that. Me and Brown's boy have discussed it a little bit and whatnot. But I think that these social media platforms, YouTube and others, but YouTube particularly, they have the ability through their system or AI or whatever it is that they can target specific individuals with particular videos that will be of interest to the target. So they will click on that video and it draws their attention to it. And then, the video is, or the content creator in the video is what the target would be interested in. You know what I mean? Like it's specifically designed. Yeah, I mean, it might be some paranoid schizophrenic type of shit. You never know. But it just seems like that's what's happening. And so when I met Marfugel, I was going through, some, wildlife experiences where, I was looking at the potential of dying and, having to have open heart surgery. And when you start contemplating life a little bit, when you're looking at those types of things, like, well, I could die on the table and, whatever. So I made a pact or an agreement, or I prayed fairly heavily to what, my Heavenly Father. And I said to myself, you know what, I'm going to dedicate my life. If, I make it through this and, I want to have a purpose, so I decided that I was going to give my attention and my free time to defeating the evil of the world. And lo and behold, snafu snaps pop back up into my life, and I call him a fisher of demons, not fisher of men. I call him a fisher of demons. And I met him through the Marfugel network, back in 2018 and 19. And I regret it, but nonetheless, the Marfugel community it's fear porn. It's a bunch of garbage, and whatnot. And it is what it is. And I moved past that and tried going on with my life and doing the type of content and sharing information that I thought was, necessary to do, and pointing out those on the internet that are full of shit and that are what I call harmful content. And that's what I've been focused on. So, it's got me, in a couple of peculiar situations with, people connected to the Marfugel network, and now the Panelverse with this snafu character, in the real life. So it is what it is. You live and you learn, right?
Yeah, I had sort of a similar, genesis. Even in terms of, I was first, published a book. So then I went on The Crucible. And at that time, it was a very small debate show, right? It wasn't a giant, 200K subscriber channel as it is now, right? It was actually less than 10K subscribers at the time. And if you were going to do a debate on that channel, there may be like a couple hundred people watching it, but it wasn't really that big, right? So,
Right.
So I went there to debate Christianity versus Islam, right? And I think I performed pretty well, but I sort of antagonized the host for a while, right? So then I finally debated him live. Right, and this is still before the channel got really, really popular, but there was still, it was still pretty popular at the time. There was like maybe 10K subscribers now on the channel, right? So I debated the host, and he's now like on the news channels and stuff, right?
Okay.
But that debate kind of left me in a place where I had a lot of disagreements with the community there, and of course, I was not invited back to debate on that channel, because like he went on to like go to the whatever podcast, and he kind of stopped doing debates with like smaller groups, right? He was only debating like large celebrities at this point, right? So So I went on to go to another channel called the Chalk Body Outline, and that's where I met all of these panel people.
Okay.
You know, so I like called into that show, and first we would review and critique channels like The Crucible, right? So I saw they were interested in exposing content creators, right? So I would try to expose, you know, content creators with them, and then one day I turned it on.
Expose them in what manner? Like for being shills or phonies?
Yeah, for being
What?
shills and and stuff, and then one day I turned it on and they were exposing me. Right? So I said, "Oh, this is interesting." Right?
Okay.
So I tried to call in, and they wouldn't allow me to call into the show. Right?
So
Right?
they launched a smear campaign against you.
Yeah. So they launched a huge smear campaign against me, like you know, looking up like you know, my private information, and then you know, you know, all that stuff. So then I launched an attack campaign against the you know, Panelverse or whatever. Right? So yeah.
So who was behind looking into your, you know, your private life? Who was behind the smear campaign? Any particular, you know, pinpoint, or was it just a bunch of them?
I would say there's a bunch of people, you know, a bunch of different people. Am I right? Like I think like people, you know, there's like a particular, obviously this particular group that I just mentioned, right? But other than them, I think they're kind of like talking to a lot of other groups that I found were like suspicious, and talking to all these other groups in this area. You know, like Illumitami was one of the guys who always came on their channel, and also Jack Talcott.
Right.
Right. So yeah, just a lot of the people in this area I met through that group of people. And then when I first started my live streams, of course, all these people would come on my live stream. Right. So I would.
Well, have you come to any, you know, recognition of the patterns of like any connections? Because I personally see, like, you know, individuals who are connected to, you know, this guy was an ex-military member, this guy was an ex-prisoner, this guy was in the Proud Boys.
Oh yeah,
I think this guy was
yeah.
in, you know, so.
Well, that's something I mentioned on my show. You know, on my last show, I said that 90% of the YouTube is ex-military, ex-prison, or they were part of some occult organization. Right. Which either they'll openly admit, or after several conversations with them, you sort of figure it out, you know, because they sort of espouse a very particular set of beliefs and ideologies that they couldn't have learned by accident. Right. So,
almost like a psychological training program.
Right.
Psychological warfare.
Right. So I have noticed that 90% of people here are sort of belong to those categories. And then I've also seen, you know, as I was saying, right, like people like The Crucible or Montegraph or Crow 777 Radio, right, or Alex Stein, or you know, people that are part of much larger networks, right, sort of be regularly visiting some of these smaller channels and groups. Right. So there seems to be a particular amount of coordination, and you know, like obviously, you know, we you know, unveiled on the last you know, Made by Machine Bob that we did, the links between you know, the Powder Dusty and Enrique Tarrio of the Proud Boys and so on and so forth. Right. So so it's kind of weird that, you know, almost all of them have some sort of, you know, media connections, and you know.
Well, I could be wrong, but I think from people that I used to pay attention to before, they did a little dive. I think it was Enrique Tarrio. He's Proud Boys, right?
Yeah.
And then there's what's the other fucking group? Like off the top of my head, the ones what the hell was it? Antifa. Somebody was in, I don't know if it was Antifa, but the backstory with Enrique is, I could be wrong with this, but anyways, whoever the leader was of the Proud Boys, which is Enrique, his father was a general in the military or something of that nature. He was adopted. If I I could, I don't think I'm mistaken, but I could be. I'm just trying to go off of memory here, and it's been a while, but there was a general in the military who was in charge of the psychological operations program who adopted 2 kids, and one was Enrique and the other one was running the head of the other program, the other Proud Boy-esque type of shit. I forget what the hell the name of the program is, but
yeah, it's interesting.
But this was something that was a proven fact back in the day. Pretty sure it was Enrique, and he's the guy with the beard, like a Spanish looking dude with a beard. And what's anyways, I don't want to go on and on. I'm trying to crack my brain trying to think of who it was, but you remember the video 2000 Mules that was regarding the election process and the stolen election and whatnot a while back. Do you remember that video that came out?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
You may have heard of it. Well, then there was a follow-up video that was done by Millie Weaver from Alex Jones. It was PSYOP to Steal.
Yeah.
If you watch that video, PSYOP to Steal, you can see what they're doing, in the grand scheme. But I remember, if you ever remember a woman named Amazing Polly?
I think that rings a bell. Yeah.
Well, she was a YouTuber that was kicked off when she started talking about the Jabadoo and whatnot.
Right. Yeah.
And so she, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that she did a video and she showed all the connections. She used to do really deep dives on a lot of this stuff, and she's the one that uncovered that. But nonetheless, the system that's out here, I've done some investigation and looking into research, whatever you want to call it, into InfraGard, and that is an FBI program that uses NGOs to facilitate homeland security type of stuff, the infrastructure, and keeping things on and which is, in my opinion, a way for them to do the gang stalking, which is another way for them to expand it from conducting these psychological operations on the streets, and they brought it into the online community. And so they gang stalk people who, like myself, who share truth. So I'm a target, in my opinion, by, whether it's agents of the government or whatnot. I don't have any proof, but the patterns are very recognizable. And so that's where I've gotten to my system of belief to this day.
Yeah, we had a guy, that was actually working with the Chalk Body Outline group that was much more prominent, that was like exposing, QAnon and stuff, but he passed away, named Davy Crocco. And some of his, journalistic, work was actually very notable, right? He was looking into like transhumanism, and he was also exposing, right before he passed, the child protective services to human trafficking, like pipeline, and so on and so forth. And
that's a source of children, correct?
Yeah, he was working on some real issues there, and that's one of the main reasons I got in contact with that, group, because he was actually exposing the Crucible, right? Because I was they're part of the Crucible group, and he kind of went in there and said that they were sort of going against Owen Benjamin and making all this content against Owen Benjamin to sort of clout chase off of him. So he was saying that all of their content against Owen Benjamin was sort of manufactured, right, to gain clout. Right. And so that was a very interesting idea that he put forward. And Ever since seeing that, I noticed like a lot of the content and the drama is sort of manufactured, sort of gay ops. Where the two sides are sort of know in advance that they're supposed to go against each other.
Right, right, yeah. It's just it gives the appearance of controversy and in this battle, and the same thing with the panel verse. One day they hate each other, the next they're buddies again. Like somebody sent me a message, that said that Snafu Snaps and Cynthia broke up.
Right.
Cynthia did a video and she's like, Snafu Snaps, I'm not gonna do your shit no more, blah blah blah.
Yeah, they did that 20 times already. Yeah,
Right,
like over the course
right.
of 3 years, they've done that 10 times already.
Right. And so when am I supposed to go? Oh my God, now they're not friends no more. Well, it's just
Right.
part of the script, because
Exactly. Yep.
I let into Snafu Snaps pretty good earlier today and the rest of the people and Snaps showed up on Jack Talcott, not long after I ended my stream. And he was on there, he was very docile, he was very, very calm and chill. He wouldn't come in there with his aggressive, pedo pogo shit and threatening Jack and calling him a rapist and all that. And even Paul showed up because I was giving Paul shit in my live. And, these guys all stealth watch, and if they don't stealth watch, they come back and they zip through it and they get bits and pieces. And they know that I don't have any love for them,
Well, one of the main reasons, I just could not talk to Snafu anymore, right? Or just entertain anything he basically says. Like take anything he says seriously anymore. Is that he got $20, from Grace Thorpe the other day to LARP.
Right.
And on Jack.
Yeah, I was there. It was about me.
Yeah, and if that doesn't prove that he's like basically just a pedo pogo, because he's been crying pedo pogo on Grace Thorpe for so long, so he basically works with the pedo pogos, right? So this is basically it, right? So for the extremely dumb person who doesn't understand anything about informants and cops, and they don't understand the relevance of any of that, Snafu Snaps is projecting he's basically is a pedo pogo himself.
Right. Exactly. I got text messages from him telling me back in 2019 that him and his team have information. He's always talking about a team, whether, you can assume that it's, Planet X Watcher or this person or that person and Cynthia, or what changes. But when I was dealing with Snafu Snaps back in 19, 20, 21, and early 22, when I finally cut loose, there was some really strange things that occurred with him. I literally would go to one of my best friend's house that I've known since I was 13 years old. My best friend to this day. I would go to his house just out of the blue, no schedule, just one day, at night, one day, I go to his house anytime I want, right? And every single time I would go to this dude's house, my buddy, Snafu Snaps, would call me. And then even my buddy was like, dude, why the fuck does that dude call you? Because I would tell my buddy, yeah, I met this dude online. He's a fucking weirdo, bro, and blah, blah, blah. And so my phone would ring, and I'd show him the phone. I go, look, it's that motherfucker calling me again. And then he was like, dude, he goes, does he call you all the time? I said, no. It seems like he only calls me when I come over here. And he's like, what the fuck, bro? He goes, what is he doing? Tracking you and stalking you? And I said, I think so. And that's when I was like, I've got to get rid of this fucking guy. And is it possible that he could, because he accuses Dex J, the Marfugal producer,
that's what
of being, some guy who could track your phone and blah blah. And I'm like, I don't believe that he and Marfugal and them are so far separate. I think they're all in the same. They're all part of it, and the hatred or the animosity between them all is just some sort of scripted act of sorts, and so I believe that the dude was tracking my phone somehow. As crazy as it sounds, but what are the fucking odds that every time I went to my buddy's house, he'd fucking call me?
Yeah, I got like a closet, and whatever, like where I like live, where I put my cell phone. So if I want to use it, I have to
Like a
go.
Faraday cage.
Yeah, I gotta like go in the little thing to like use the cell phone, right? So like,
Right.
so the thing is like, I don't really like take my cell phone with me. Like I don't carry it with me. And so yes, I highly advise against like carrying a cell phone. First of all, because of just the radiation is poisoning you, and then secondly, obviously it's you're being tracked everywhere you go just because you have it, right? So
Oh, for sure.
possibly just putting it in a place in your house and treating it like a home line, is probably the best option.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but in my line of work, I'm a truck driver and I kind of need it. I don't
Oh, yeah.
flip maps like I used to, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
need to communicate with
Yeah, I understand,
people,
yeah.
and so
Yeah,
I'm
that's one thing
trying to
that's one thing
retire.
we talk about on the show a lot is that, the technology, it starts off as a convenience and then it becomes a necessity. So we're
No,
basically enslaved to the tools we make, right? So
well, yeah, and I've pointed this out myself many times, and I always say, the computer, it's an amazing intervention, but you could use it for good, you can use it for bad. The cell
Oh,
phone,
yeah.
it's an amazing invention, good, use it for bad. All the way back from the beginning of time, whether it was a flame, it was a great invention, right? Great discovery, but you could use it for good or you could use it for evil. It doesn't matter what it is, You could take that flame and you could, make a fire and keep your cave warm. Or some sinister motherfucker, Snafu Snaps Caveman, could say, fire, burn down, asshole house. So, you could do whatever, it's always, a good and evil, a hammer that can help you build a house, or you could go and beat the shit out of somebody,
Yeah, I mean, if he's tracking people's cell phones, it's not outside the range of possibility that like he may have just like he was targeting somebody when he like set that place on fire or some shit.
Well, I believe it was the mother of his kid. At the time, his daughter's about the right age to
That's
where,
dark.
the mother of his kid was in that hotel room when she was pregnant. He was making hash oil and blew it up.
That's
So,
dark.
his daughter has, I won't even get into it, but the dude doesn't even take care of his daughter. That's kind of a scumbag he is. But then he goes and accuses Landry of being a piece of shit. He gave up his wife and his kids so he could be an internet star. Well, that would be the pot calling the kettle black, but it is none of my business.
Yeah, Landry is more and more just like kind of like professionally minded and a little bit dismayed by the behavior of the people here. I'm not really too worried about Landry that much. But
No, I think he's harmless, even though he works with Alex Stein.
right. But I think even Alex Stein may be to a large degree just a pawn in the game.
An unwitting and unknowing tool. Which a lot of people in the game are. I say that and I say it all the time. Like if you're not working directly for, because I've been exposing First Amendment, auditors, so to speak, for years. And I've said over and over again, like, particular big YouTubers are, the radicalizers of other YouTubers. They are, the gatekeepers to that community. They are, individuals who have backgrounds in psychological operations, in my personal opinion, which is associated with the military that they served in, whether it be a contractor or directly, enlisted or, whatnot. But I've done this for a long time, and I've said over and over again that they, not all of them are knowing participants and working for InfraGard or CSIS, the Canadian version of it, or the NGOs, but they're doing exactly what those who are directly working for them. So they allow them to be a part of the community that they're a part of, and they grow, thinking that they're just some, helpful and useful schlub in the grand scheme of things, when they don't even know that the government says, well, Channel John here he doesn't even know that he's bidding our fucking our plan for us. So we just let them keep doing it because they're doing exactly what the shills are doing, So it's all just, I guess you would, instead of saying guilty by association, but approved by association.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like when you have a sort of like mimetic complexity, you could use like memes, right? Which is like you use like words and images in a way that the image is not normally associated with the word, right? But you train people to associate this image with this word, right? So like simply put, like you can then sort of restructure, like whenever they think of this word, they'll think of this image or this person in this way, so that's sort of like mimetic warfare, like layering
hieroglyphic type of shit where
that's the basic element in it. And they sort of train like in the CIA or whatever, like they'll train you to like associate like image with like a picture with like a smell or a taste or something. So there's like 3 layers of code attached to something, right? And if you could train people to associate things that are not associated and code things in that way, then it'll expand their ability to think about things, right? So it's kind of like
like word association. And when they see a symbol, they know that, oh, this is one of us.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, like the ghost figure, like or when like somebody has an email with 007 at the end of it, and multiple people, and they have 007, or their channel name will have a 333 at the end of it, and multiple people have 333 at the end of it. It sends that message. Yeah, it sends that message to each other that they know that they're all part of it.
Yeah, right.
Like Rose 777 and Snafu Snaps 007 or whatever. It's pattern recognition where you'd be like, oh, well, how come that person has 333 at the end of their name, and that one has 333 at the end of their name, and it just happens to be a bunch of fucking Canadians, So it's not that difficult to recognize if you pay attention, but a lot of people, are they not paying attention, or are they just ignoring it? Because I've had many a times where I say, why is it that this these people in the Panelverse aren't over here in my live stream? Not that I give 2 shits that there's nobody there, but it's just really odd that nobody from the Panelverse is over here commenting and in my chat and having conversations. But if you go and watch that Panelverse, that creator, and that Panelverse creator, and that Panelverse creator, and it's the same motherfuckers in every chat, but they're not in my chat. Not saying that I'm in the Panelverse, but when I'm talking about them and I have the title of my video is something related to the Panelverse, you know what I mean? It's just, to me, it's a clear sign that, they don't want to know. And I can relate that to plausible deniability, because they don't want to know the truth, and they can't, deny knowing the lure or what, particular people have been up to. If they're not known, if they don't reveal themselves, they can still, claim that, oh, what are you talking about? Like Cynthia today, or not today, but in her video yesterday. Well, Snafu Snaps and Hank Flamo says, how come you did this to Bad Apple Media and you took them to court and blah, blah, blah. And Cynthia goes, You took somebody to court? like it's news to her.
Right.
You know, and it's like, you're not a very good actress. You know, are you playing dumb? Or it's just, to me, it's clear and evident. It's like,
Yeah, that's what I pointed out, that later she said she went to the hearing. And I was like, okay.
Well, it's because, I sent her an email telling her,
Right.
You want to know what's going on, bitch? Bring your fucking stupid ass to the fucking hearing and watch Snafu Snaps. Come in and fucking tell the government that he's afraid of bad Apple media. And so then they flip the script and they act like, you know, it's just, it's an endless fucking LARP, you know. And no matter what I say, no matter what I do, they always turn it around on you. And it's not just me. It's anybody who goes against them. They take their words and they turn it around on them. And is it part of that psychological training shit that they learned over at Rose 777's house? And they have class every day, you know, and say, this is what you do. When somebody confronts you, you just flip the script and you turn it on them. You know, do they do live action role play at Rose 777's or, you know, wherever they go to get this fucking training? Or so I don't know. Are they trained? I don't know, but it just seems that they all are acting from the same playbook, you know. It's just really weird.
Yeah, I'm writing a little piece on you know, acting versus LARPing. And one of the you know, so the first you know, like little you know, credo of it is that, you know, the actor uses you know, basically the real world, right, the real character to accentuate the fictional, whereas the LARPer uses the fictional to accentuate the real.
Right.
So it's just like it's kind of like an inversion of acting itself in a way.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like, you know, and you got to wonder yourself, am I the only one that sees this? Is this something that, you know, it's kind of weird. I have to laugh. Get Real Man says, you guys are just jealous you weren't still virgins at the age of 25 like Paul and Saved. yeah, you got me there. I was jealous of being a virgin. You know,
well, I was actually pretty close to that. You know, I mean, I got married when I was like maybe like 18. You know, so I was relatively young, but still, yeah, like, you know, that was around the age when I lost my virginity. Like, you know, I didn't lose my virginity until I got married. So I'm an extremely odd character, right?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I was brought up in a Southern Baptist family, and you know, you got married and you did everything right. There, you know, back when I was a kid, you know, there was sex, you know, and drugs and rock and roll, but you know, I was raised differently where I respected women and I didn't see them as a sexual object, you know.
Yeah, I was raised in sort of a strict you know, like sort of religious, you know, so yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm still to this day, I'm not a, you know, I there was a point in time in my life where I was a womanizer and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go bang chicks and you know, have one night stands and whatever. But you know, that wasn't what I really wanted out of life. So, you know, I had normal relationships, but to you know, use sex as a weapon, it wasn't something that I, you know, was taught to do. You know what I mean? Or whatnot. And you know, I've done a lot. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, I should say, when it comes to relationships, and you know. But yeah, whatever. I agree with my weird life story, I guess you could say. But yeah, we all have our, you know, one of my, well, not just one of my one sister was married at 15 years old to the preacher's, you know, son. My other sister got married at 17 years old to the preacher's, you know, son. And, you know, it's just the way of life. My brother was married to his high school sweetheart when I was 4 years old, and all my brothers were married to their high school girlfriends, and that's that was what I was brought up to see, or that's what you get married and you have a normal relationship, and that two people, man, yeah, two men, I'm gay. Somebody will take that and clip it, but two people in a relationship, a man and a woman, that's what it was. You didn't fornicate, you didn't have sex out of marriage and shit like that, but we're not in that kind of world anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really, I'm sort of like caught between two LARPs. Like one is the cyber LARP, and the other is sort of the medieval LARP. So we talk about like sort of like, like transhumanism, and then we talk about like medieval philosophy. So it's kind of a very strange.
From one end of the spectrum to the other.
Yeah.
From early times and the medieval early times to the modern, artificial intelligence,
Yeah, that's kind of where we're headed, because like Christianity and Islam are still here, right? And they're pretty much dominant, right? Along with Judaism, right? And also the Roman system is still here, right? So we sort of live still in a medieval world, but then in another sense, we're moving towards an unknown future. So I think like that is the appropriate perspective, is like, we're kind of like stuck in like, Rome, but like also future Rome, or whatever.
Yeah, we like future Futurama, like that cartoon, right? Definitely, man. We're on the cusp of the unknown for sure. Is it going to happen? Is it just some talk right now, or are we going to start getting the Neuralink microchips planted in us? Do we really need the Neuralink microchips? We are antennae, we are electric beings, and information can flow through us, and we can be if you ever pay attention to Sabrina Wallace. I don't know if you know who Sabrina Wallace is, but she has some very interesting perspective on humanity and our role in the AI convergence between humans and artificial intelligence.
Yeah, she's like one of those magnetic frequency type of people, right? She talks about that.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, things of that nature. But she knows what she's talking about, So
yeah, there's a lot of that type of stuff that's obviously being used as weapons, harnessing the body's energy, right? And they're saying that obviously the entire thing where they have to like put a chip in you, that's old news, because they have non-surgical implants. They have nano machines that can be programmed from a distance.
Nanobots, right.
Yeah, so you could eat these, or these could be injected into you, and so on and so forth. So they don't need to put a chip in you at all, right? So this is the problem, that we're sort of looking at, is the problem of like sort of nano machines and also pharmacogenomics, right? Because the food is sort of changing us on a genetic level, right? Because it's inundated with chemicals and stuff that alters your genes, because it has endocrine disruptors and so on and so forth. So
exactly.
So people who think that the issues the issues are man-made, right, and the solutions are technological, right? That's always going to be a problem, right? Because because technology is replacing humans, right? And it's always sort of led to a loss of human autonomy. So this is the problem, is that, and you could see that with the sort of people that are the environmentalists, right? They say man's destroying the earth and technology is going to save us. Well, who's going to make the technology that's going to save man?
Technology is going to become self-aware, and we're not going to be needed anymore.
Yeah,
we'll be obsolete. So,
right.
They tell us about all that. They could tell us all about it in their predictive programming in their Hollywood picture shows. So it's not something that we're like, well, what's going to happen? I think we got a pretty good idea what's going to happen.
Yeah. So it's like, if you look at like philosophy, like there's no solutions there. If you look at like science, there's no solutions there, because the science that the government has is not the science that the people have. So there's a huge, mismatch between the rule of experts and, so it's time for the common person to sort of engage in sort of multidisciplinary research, and dare I say, we need real whistleblowers, real journalists. And,
Well, we got some already?
No.
Are you sure? I keep hearing about it. I keep hearing this shit every day. Real fishers and men, real journalists, whistleblowers, man.
Sadly, they're not around.
Exposing the traitors and frauds and criminals.
We need to train new ones for sure.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, it's absolutely like Yellow Jello said in here. It's loosh, and we are their loosh. We feed them what they need, our energy and our manifesting of their desire. So, this could be a very, very long conversation, very deep, but unfortunately, yeah, it's getting late. It's 3 a.m.
Yeah, it's very late. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. Yeah,
I've been up since 7 a.m. I worked today. I did a lot of I've been up for a while, and I'm tired as hell. And I would love to sit here and I would love to sit here and continue the conversation, but I don't want to pull an OTW and fall asleep on my stream.
Yeah. We're there. We're always there on Saturday night. Also Tuesday and Wednesday night. So that's so I keep like a regular schedule. But yeah, so come by anytime. But yeah, I'll contact soon, and we can continue these conversations. But yeah, blessings, sir. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, get in touch. Send me an email or whatnot, and try to have a connection or whatever off a line. Or not. It doesn't matter. But hey, appreciate you for coming up here. I'm glad you decided to swing through. And,
yeah.
I enjoyed having a conversation with you. So we'll talk again soon.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, talk to you soon, sir.
All right, man. Stop by anytime, man. All right. Yeah. We'll see you. All right.
Peace.
Bye-bye. All right, man. So anywho, there you have it. I spent 2 hours and 39 minutes waiting for the old snafu snaps to show up. Was I holding my breath? No, I wasn't holding my breath. I'm still here. I didn't turn blue. I didn't pass out. But nonetheless, I think that it was a productive evening. Got a little information out of the old Hank Flamo. Proved once again that Cage's reality is a fucking nitwit. Who's nothing but a childish turd burglar, a Canadian fucktard. And met another individual that Snafu Snaps likes to harass and give a hard time to. Paula Nitz. Thanks for swinging through. And appreciate you, Machine Lives, for stopping in, having a conversation. And I appreciate you too, Hank Flamo. Despite the fact that you get a little wild there and you show your emotional side sometimes, which hey, I'm not gonna knock you. We all have an emotional side, a passionate side. But, you know, what's up, Cynthia could have came in here and told us that they had a falling out, her and her little Oreo cupcake, and, you know, but no, it won't last long. They'll be back to loving each other like no other in the next couple of days. We'll see how that goes. You know, like Machine Lies says, it's been done 20 times. They hate, they love, they hate, they love. This is what they do. This is the LARP. That's the loop. The loopy-loos. They do it again. But I appreciate all of you who stopped through, who decided to hang out and chit-chat in the chat box. Well, there was a few of you that I would like to have had come up here, you know, like the old Linzilla. I would have even entertained the old Tariq to come up and have a few words to clarify your offer to have me do research or investigate, you know, Donna damage, which I don't know where that insanity comes from. I couldn't tell you, but I kind of don't care. You know, Donna damage is damaged Donna. You know, you can't make rhyme nor reason of some of the shit that these people do or say. They'll say, you're crazy, Bad Apple Media. You're paranoid, schizophrenic. You're delusional. Well, okay. I'm pretty sure that I'm not far off the mark with the things that y'all are up to. Just like Machine Lies, it's pattern recognition. And I tell most of you guys, if you're part of some gang stalking program, no matter who's behind it, you might want to go and tell your handlers that you need better training because your shit just doesn't work on me. You're not going to manipulate me. You're not going to play games with me. You're not going to get me to do what you want me to do. It just ain't going to happen. I'm not that guy. I'll never be that guy. Oh, you want me to play Cynthia's song? I'll play Cynthia's song. I like that song. I'm going to have to get the lyrics down and sing it myself because I think that I could sing it pretty damn good. My popcorn is the most buttery. Do you put a little garlic sprinkles on it? Little Parmesan? Little white cheddar? You know how you go to the movies and you put the popcorn in the bucket and the butter and you shake it up, and then you got the little flavor jars over on the side where you can sprinkle some flavoring on it, and you shake it up some more, and you put the white cheddar, or you put the garlic on it, or maybe the Parmesan. Sometimes even jalapeno. Yeah, there's sometimes. Well, I haven't been in the movies in a long time. I'm pretty sure they still do that. Man, I'm so old school. And me and my family would go to the movies. We'd go to the drive-in, and we would pop our own popcorn, and we put it in a paper shopping bag. And I loved it because I was always we're driving to the movies, and I'd see that bag in the back. We'd have 2 liters of soda, you know, and some snacks. And I would like, man, looking at that bag, you see the grease and the butter just absorbing onto that paper bag, and you're like, oh, can't wait till the movie starts. And then we dig into that popcorn. And then we get to the drive-in, and, you know, we'd find that right spot in the station wagon. And then, you know, we'd get our blankets out, and we get on the roof, and we'd all lay up on the top of the roof, you know, us kids. And then some of us would get on the hood, and then it was time to go play at the little play center down at the front. And then you'd play until it got dark. And all of a sudden, you'd hear the music, and you'd look up on the screen, and you would see the wire walking hot dog or the popcorn dancing around. So you would like, oh my God, it's 5 minutes to showtime. So then you would play a little bit more, and you'd watch it, and you'd wait, and it'd say 3 minutes to showtime. You're like, all right, Gotta bust to the car, man. So then you be dodging in between the cars, and you find your car, station wagon, and you'd jump up on that roof and you get your spot, and the sun was going down, and it was just a slight little cool breeze in the air that just relaxed that sweat that you had on you from playing on the playground shit, run around like a maniac. And then you get your Dixie cup with soda, and you get a bowl because my mom would bring a big Tupperware bowl so she could scoop the popcorn into the Tupperware bowl and put it up on the roof for us all. And I'd always try to get into the middle so I could be right in the middle and I wouldn't have to reach too far to get to the popcorn. Man, the good old days. If you didn't live in the 70s and you weren't living in the 80s as a young adolescent or a teenager, I turned 18 years old in 1986, man. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, the 70s and the 80s, if I could turn back the hands of time and turn back history and society, everything in it, that's where I would go. Because it was the best fucking life, man. Didn't have this fucked up internet, all these wackadoodle motherfuckers on here causing trouble and drama and all that shit. When I was growing up, you talk shit, you get bust in your mouth, and you didn't talk shit no more. Here on the internet, motherfuckers talk shit all day long. All day, all night, day in and day out. You call a motherfucker a pedo pogo, you call someone a pedophile back in the 70s, you get your ass whooped. You wouldn't call nobody a pedophile again unless the word pedophile probably didn't even exist. As far as I remember, it didn't exist. It was a child molester. That's what you called it back then. You didn't have no fancy word calling a pedophile. Man, we had so many drive-in theaters in my neighborhood, my town. We had the Galaxy, we had the Van Dyke Drive-In, we had the Troy Drive-In, we had the Mount Clemens Drive-In, we had Bel Air Drive-In, we had where the hell else we had? Shit, there was like 7 or 8 drive-in theaters, and you'd be looking in the newspaper. You'd be like, my mom would say, "Go get a newspaper. We're gonna go to the movies tonight." I'd be like, "Fuck yeah!" Me and my brother would run to the movies or go to the store and get the newspaper and hope there was a newspaper in the box. Because if there wasn't, we had to go to the next box to get a newspaper. It was before they put the fucking movies on the phone. You had to go into the newspaper to find out was at the drive-in theater. And then so it was a big old family fest to figure out what movies we were going to go and see. And you know what? I didn't really care because honestly, at that age, I was sleeping by the middle of the first movie. I'd eat my popcorn, drink my soda, watch the movie, put my head down. Next thing you know, I'm fucking sawing logs. And my older brother would pick me up off the roof, put me in the back seat. Next thing you know, we'd be driving home and I would see the light, the street lights. It'd get bright and then get dark and it'd get bright and it would get dark and it would get bright and it would get dark. And if you didn't grow up in the 70s and 80s, you don't know what it was like driving down the road because we didn't have these LED lights that shined everywhere. The street light, it was right where the street light was at. And then between that street light and the next street light, it got dark. So you knew that, you could see it would light up, get dark, it'd light up, get dark. Man, and then I get home, my brother would be shaking me, "Wake up, we're home. And I would pretend to be sleeping. And he'd be like, "I know you're awake. You just want me to carry me a little." And so then I'd make my brother carry me and put me in the bed. That was the good old days, man. Yeah. Oh, don't get me started on skating rinks, all my skate-a-thons. Oh, don't get me started, man. Be all my skate-a-thons. I was 13 years old, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old. We would go out all night long and go to the skating rinks. They'd be called skate-a-thon. And we'd be smoking weed, partying, doing skleeners, man, rock and rolling, double skating with the girls, man, it was good old times. You guys don't know what you was missing if you weren't born in the 70s and 80s, or not born, but if you didn't live through the 70s, 80s as young man and teenagers. The best of times, the worst of times. But all right, enough of me reminiscing about the good old days. I miss them days, man. I really do. I look at old pictures and I'm like, man, whatever happened to this fucking world, man? Whatever happened to it? I don't know. But I wish it was like that again. But I know that it ain't gonna be like that unless you find some small town somewhere, and they still have like the old Arby's, like the big hat with the lights all around it, like the individual light bulbs that outline big old Arby's hat, or whatever, man. It's just like the old shit. Those, man, when I roll through a town and I see like something that reminds me of the good old days, I'm like, man, this is a good town. It's got to be a good town. So, all right, man, I've had enough. Late, 3 o'clock in the morning. Got to go to bed. Been way too long waiting for cowards to show up. I had a couple of good people that showed up. Three people come up on the panel, had conversations. I won't say that Cage Reality, you're kind of a shithead. I think you're a fucktard, Canadian dumb fuck. Yeah, that's what I think about you, Cage Reality. You can kiss my ass. You can kiss my ass. All right, appreciate y'all. And where is it at? Let me jump up here. Let me jump up here and find something. Where did it go? I'll give my moderator Lynette what she wants. What Lynette wants, Lynette gets. So until the next time, we're going to put this cool ass tune up in here. And we're going to sign off with the Woosy tune. This is the Woosy tune. The Woosy tune. That's what we're going to call it. We're going to call it the Woosy tune. So make sure I'm sharing the Woosy tune. So appreciate y'all. We'll catch you on the flip side. And have a good night. Bye, Apple Media. Peace out.
The loudmouth cunt stomps in like she's heaven's lost gift. Cocky ass bitch with a soul full of shit. Cigarette breath and a busted face. Talking all tough, but she's out of place. Think you're hot shit, bitch, you just trash. All bark, no bite, sounding like a yapping mud, talking out your ass. Every word you spew's pure fucking shit. You're the reason hell runs out of time. Can't stand up, bitch who thinks her shit don't stink. Walking on her tippy toes, pour another drink. Middle-aged mess with a manly tone. Filthy fucking train wreck horse, sitting all alone. Big mouth bitch, running your filthy ass lips. Riding to the core, just a filthy fucking train. Yeah. She's got drama dripping off her tongue, talking big shit since she was.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault but society's because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for Black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping Black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm Black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3, those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into Group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into Group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in Group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into Group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into Group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into Group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power, but for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases, a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent, but we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way. But what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful would be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed.
One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern,
and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends.
Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead.
The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all.
Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: if a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle: a new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle: people do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable
in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a mass of propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog.
and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent. And in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by a technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology, as it progresses, would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system.
No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble.
For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior: alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward: economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion or crime or corruption or evasion of work or depression and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate or a declining birth rate or something else, so that either the society breaks down or its functioning becomes too inefficient and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational and consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan Learning Centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance considered by itself will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once. But since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explained in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate, the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance.
Hence the population explosion with all that that implies.
Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence, it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up a new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed, but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society.
But an ideology, in order to gain enthusiastic support, must have a positive ideal as well as a negative one. It must be for something as well as against something. The positive ideal that we propose is nature, that is, wild nature. Those aspects of the functioning of the earth and its living things that are independent of human management and free of human interference and control. And with wild nature, we include human nature, by which we mean those aspects of the functioning of the human individual that are not subject to regulation by organized society, but are products of chance or free will or God, depending on your philosophical or religious opinions.
Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to technology for several reasons. Nature, which is outside the power of the system, is the opposite of technology, which seeks to expand indefinitely the power of the system. Most people will agree that nature is beautiful. Certainly, it has tremendous popular appeal. The radical environmentalists already hold an ideology that exalts nature and opposes technology.
It is not necessary for the sake of nature to set up some chimerical utopia or any new kind of social order. Nature takes care of itself.
It was a spontaneous creation that existed long before any human society, and for countless centuries, many different kinds of human societies coexisted with nature without doing it an excessive amount of damage. Only with the Industrial Revolution did the effect of human society on nature become really devastating. To relieve the pressure on nature, it is not necessary to create some special kind of social system. It is only necessary to get rid of industrial society. Granted, this will not solve all problems. Industrial society has already done tremendous damage to nature and will take a very long time for the scars to heal. Besides, even pre-industrial societies can do significant damage to nature. Nevertheless, getting rid of industrial society will accomplish a great deal. It will relieve the worst of the pressure on nature so that the scars can begin to heal. It will remove the capacity of organized society to keep increasing its control over nature, including human nature. Whatever kind of society may exist after the demise of the industrial system, it is certain that most people will live close to nature, because in the absence of advanced technology, there is no other way people can live. To feed themselves, they must be peasants, or herdsmen, or fishermen, or hunters, etc. And generally speaking, local autonomy should tend to increase, because lack of advanced technology and rapid communications will limit the capacity of governments or other large organizations to control local communities. As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you must sacrifice another. Most people hate psychological conflict. For this reason, they avoid doing any serious thinking about difficult social issues, and they like to have such issues presented to them in simple black and white terms. This is all good, and that is all bad. The revolutionary ideology should therefore be developed on two levels. On the more sophisticated level, the ideology should address itself to people who are intelligent, thoughtful, and rational. The object should be to create a core of people who will be opposed to the industrial system on a rational, thought-out basis, with full appreciation of the problems and ambiguities involved, and of the price that has to be paid for getting rid of the system. It is particularly important to attract people of this type, as they are capable people and will be instrumental in influencing others. These people should be addressed on as rational a level as possible. Facts should never intentionally be distorted, and intemperate language should be avoided. This does not mean that no appeal can be made to the emotions, but in making such appeal, care should be taken to avoid misrepresenting the truth or doing anything else that would destroy the intellectual respectability of the ideology. On a second level, the ideology should be propagated in a simplified form that will enable the unthinking majority to see the conflict of technology versus nature in unambiguous terms. But even on the second level, the ideology should not be expressed in language that is so cheap, intemperate, or irrational that it alienates people from the thoughtful and rational type. Cheap, intemperate propaganda sometimes achieves impressive short-term gains, but it will be more advantageous in the long run to keep the loyalty of a small number of intelligently committed people than to arouse the passions of an unthinking, fickle mob who will change their attitude as soon as someone comes along with a better propaganda gimmick. However, propaganda of the rabble-rousing type may be necessary when the system is nearing the point of collapse, and there is a final struggle between rival ideologies to determine which will become dominant when the old worldview goes under. Prior to that final struggle, the revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system, but one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of people and the power-holding elite of the industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude whether you blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public or blame the public for allowing itself to be manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power elite and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization, because each side in a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above. The revolution must be international and worldwide. It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots! The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter of technology. More reasonably, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology while nasty dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead, instead, to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken, and it is worth taking, since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity because people need power. Modern man is a collective entity, that is, the industrial system has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license comes rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers in which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find it and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a human goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid, long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth. So that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological system. It would be hopeless for revolutionaries to try and attack the system without using some modern technology. If nothing else, they must use the communications media to spread their message. But they should use modern technology for only one purpose: to attack the technological system. Imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, "Wine isn't bad for you if you drink in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I just take one little drink." Well, you know what's going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. Revolutionaries should have as many children as they can. There is strong scientific evidence that social attitudes are to a significant extent inherited. No one suggests that a social attitude is a direct outcome of a person's genetic constitution, but it appears that personality traits are partly inherited, and that certain personality traits tend, within the context of our society, to make a person more likely to hold this or that social attitude. Objections to these findings have been raised, but the objections are feeble and seem to be ideologically motivated. In any event, no one denies that children tend on the average to hold social attitudes similar to those of their parents. From our point of view, it doesn't matter all that much whether the attitudes are passed on genetically or through childhood training. In either case, they are passed on. The trouble is that many of the people who are inclined to rebel against the industrial system are also concerned about the population problems. Hence, they are apt to have few or no children. In this way, they may be handing the world over to the sort of people who support or at least accept the industrial system. To ensure the strength of the next generation of revolutionaries, the present generation should reproduce itself abundantly. In doing so, they will be worsening the population problem only slightly. And the important problem is to get rid of the industrial system, because once the industrial system is gone, the world's population necessarily will decrease. Whereas if the industrial system survives, it will continue developing new techniques of food production that may enable the world's population to keep increasing almost indefinitely. With regard to revolutionary strategy, the only points on which we absolutely insist are that the single overriding goal must be the elimination of modern technology, and that no other goal can be allowed to compete with this one. For the rest, revolutionaries should take an empirical approach. If experience indicates that some of the recommendations made in the foregoing paragraphs are not going to give good results, then those recommendations should be discarded. 2 kinds of technology. An argument likely to be raised against our proposed revolution is that it is bound to fail because, it is claimed, throughout history technology has always progressed, never regressed. Hence, technological regression is impossible, but this claim is false. We distinguish between 2 kinds of technology, which we will call small-scale technology and organization-dependent technology. Small-scale technology is technology that can be used by small-scale communities without outside assistance. Organization-dependent technology is technology that is dependent on large-scale social organization. We are aware of no significant cases of regression in small-scale technology, but organization-dependent technology does regress when the social organization on which it depends breaks down. Example: when the Roman Empire fell apart, the Roman small-scale technology survived because any clever village craftsman could build, for instance, a water wheel. Any skilled smith could make steel by Roman methods, and so forth. But the Romans' organization-dependent technology did regress. Their aqueducts fell into disrepair and were never rebuilt. Their techniques of road construction were lost. The Roman system of urban sanitation was forgotten, so that not until rather recent times did the sanitation of European cities equal that of ancient Rome. The reason why technology has always seemed to progress is that until perhaps a century or 2 before the Industrial Revolution, most technology was small-scale technology. But most of the technology developed since the Industrial Revolution is organization-dependent technology. Take the refrigerator, for example. Without factory-made parts or the facilities of a post-industrial machine shop, it would be virtually impossible for a handful of local craftsmen to build a refrigerator. If by some miracle they did succeed in building one, it would be useless to them without a reliable source of electric power. So they would have have to dam a stream and build a generator. Generators require large amounts of copper wire. Imagine trying to make that wire without modern machinery. And where would they get gas suitable for refrigeration? It would be much easier to build an ice house or preserve food by drying or picking, as was done before the invention of the refrigerator. So it is clear that if the industrial system were once thoroughly broken down, refrigeration technology would quickly be lost. The same is true of other organization-dependent technology. And once this technology had been lost for a generation or so, it would take centuries to rebuild it, just as it took centuries to build it the first time around. Surviving technical books would be few and scattered. An industrial society, if built from scratch without outside help, can only be built in a series of stages. You need tools to make tools to make tools to make tools. A long process of economic development and social organization is required. And, even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems not to have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. In the late Middle Ages, there were four main civilizations that were about equally advanced: Europe, the Islamic world, India, and the Far East, China, Japan, Korea. Three of those civilizations remained more or less stable, and only Europe became dynamic. No one knows why Europe became dynamic at that time. Historians have their theories, but these are only speculation. At any rate, it is clear that rapid development toward a technological form of society occurs only under special conditions, so there is no reason to assume that a long-lasting technological regression cannot be brought about. Would society eventually develop again toward an industrial technological form? Maybe, but there is no use in worrying about it since we can't predict or control events 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Those problems must be dealt with by the people who will live at that time. The danger of leftism. Because of their need for rebellion and for membership in a movement, leftists or persons of similar psychological type are often unattracted to a rebellious or activist movement whose goals and membership are not initially leftist. The resulting influx of leftish types can easily turn a non-leftist movement into a leftist one, so that leftist goals replace or distort the original goals of the movement. To avoid this, a movement that exalts nature and opposes technology must take a resolutely anti-leftist stance and must avoid all collaboration with leftists. Leftism is, in the long run, inconsistent with wild nature, with human freedom, and with the elimination of modern technology. Leftism is collectivist. It seeks to bind together the entire world, both nature and the human race, into a unified whole. But this implies management of nature and of human life by organized society, and it requires advanced technology. You can't have a united world without rapid transportation and communication. You can't make all people love one another without sophisticated psychological techniques. You can't have a planned society without the necessary technological base. Above all, leftism is driven by the need for power, and the leftist seeks power on the collective basis through identification with a mass movement or an organization. Leftism is unlikely to ever give up technology because technology is too valuable a source of collective power. The anarchist too seeks power, but he seeks it on an individual or small group basis. He wants individual and small groups to be able to control the circumstances of their own lives. He opposes technology because it makes small groups dependent on large organizations. Some leftists may seem to oppose technology, but they will oppose it only so long as they are outsiders and the technological system is controlled by non-leftists. If leftism ever becomes dominant in society so that the technological system becomes a tool in the hands of leftists, they will enthusiastically use it and promote its growth. In doing this, they will be repeating a pattern that leftism has shown again and again in the past. When the Bolsheviks in Russia were outsiders, they vigorously opposed censorship and the secret police. They advocated self-determination for ethnic minorities and so forth. But as soon as they came into power themselves, they imposed a tighter censorship and created a more ruthless secret police than any that had existed under the Tsars, and they oppressed ethnic minorities at least as much as the Tsars had done. In the United States a couple of decades ago, when leftists were a minority in our universities, leftist professors were vigorous proponents of academic freedom. But today, in those of our universities where leftists have become dominant, they have shown themselves ready to take away from everyone else's academic freedom. This is political correctness. The same will happen with leftists and technology. They will use it to oppress everyone else if they ever get it under their own control. In earlier revolutions, leftists of the most power-hungry type repeatedly have first cooperated with non-leftist revolutionaries, as well as with leftists of a more libertarian inclination, and later have double-crossed them to seize power for themselves. Robespierre did this in the French Revolution, the Bolsheviks did it in the Russian Revolution, the Communists did it in Spain in 1938, and Castro and his followers did it in Cuba. Given the past history of leftism, it would be utterly foolish for non-leftist revolutionaries today to collaborate with leftists. Various thinkers have pointed out that leftism is a kind of religion. Leftism is not a religion in the strictest sense because leftist doctrine does not postulate the existence of any supernatural being. But for the leftist, leftism plays a psychological role, much like that which religion plays for some people. The leftist needs to believe in leftism. His beliefs are not easily modified by logic or facts. He has a deep conviction that leftism is morally right with a capital R, and that he has not only a right but a duty to impose leftist morality on everyone. However, many of the people we are referring to as leftists do not think of themselves as leftists and would not describe their system of beliefs as leftism. We use the term leftism because we don't know of any better words to designate the spectrum of related creeds that includes the feminists, gay rights, political correctness, etc. movements, and because these movements have a strong affinity with the old left. Leftism is a totalitarian force. Wherever leftism is in a position of power, it tends to invade every private corner and force every thought into a leftist mold. In part, this is because of the quasi-religious character of leftism. Everything contrary to leftist beliefs represents sin. More importantly, leftism is a totalitarian force because of the leftist drive for power. The leftist seeks to satisfy his need for power through identification with a social movement, and he tries to go through the power process by helping to pursue and attain goals of that movement. But no matter how far the movement has gone in attaining its goals, the leftist is never satisfied because his activism is a surrogate activity. That is, the leftist's real motive is not to attain the ostensible goals of leftism. In reality, he is motivated by the sense of power he gets from struggling for and then reaching a social goal. Consequently, the leftist is never satisfied with the goals he has already attained. His need for the power process leads him always to pursue some new goal. The leftist wants equal opportunities for minorities. When that is attained, he insists on statistical equality of achievement by minorities. And as long as anyone harbors, in some corner of his mind, a negative attitude towards some minority, the leftist has to re-educate him. And ethnic minorities are not enough. No one can be allowed to have a negative attitude toward homosexuals, disabled people, fat people, old people, ugly people, and on and on and on. It is not enough that the public should be informed about the hazards of smoking. A warning has to be stamped on every package of cigarettes. Then cigarette advertising has to be restricted, if not banned. The activists will never be satisfied until tobacco is outlawed, and after that it will be alcohol, then junk food, etc. Activists have fought gross child abuse, which is reasonable, but now they want to stop all spanking. When they've done that, they will want to ban something else they consider unwholesome, and then another thing, and then another. They will never be satisfied until they have complete control over all child-rearing practices, and then they will move on to another cause. Suppose you asked leftists to make a list of all the things that were wrong with society. Then suppose you instituted every social change that they demanded. It is safe to say that within a couple years, the majority of leftists would find something new to complain about, some new social evil to correct, because once again, the leftist is motivated less by distress at society's ills than by the need to satisfy his drive for power by imposing his solutions on society. Because of the restrictions placed on their thoughts and behavior by their high level of socialization, many leftists of the over-socialized type cannot pursue power in the ways that other people do. For them, the drive for power has only one morally acceptable outlet, and that is in the struggle to impose their morality on everyone. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, are true believers in the sense of Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer. But not all true believers are of the same psychological type as leftists. Presumably, a true-believing Nazi, for instance, is very different psychologically from a true-believing leftist. Because of their capacity for single-minded devotion to a cause, true believers are a useful, perhaps necessary ingredient of any revolutionary movement. This presents a problem with which we must admit we don't know how to deal. We aren't sure how to harness the energies of the true believer to a revolution against technology. At present, all we can say is that no true believer will make a safe recruit to the revolution unless his commitment is exclusively to the destruction of technology. If he is committed also to another ideal, he may want to use technology as a tool for pursuing that other ideal. Some readers may say, this stuff about leftism is a lot of crap. I know John and Jane who are leftish types, and they don't have all these totalitarian tendencies. It's quite true that many leftists, possibly even a numerical majority, are decent people who sincerely believe in tolerating others' values, up to a point, and wouldn't want to use high-handed methods to reach their social goals. Our remarks about leftism are not meant to apply to every individual leftist, but to describe the general character of leftism as a movement. And the general character of a movement is not necessarily determined by the numerical proportions of the various kinds of people involved in the movement. The people who rise to positions of power in leftist movements tend to be leftists of the most power-hungry type, because power-hungry people are those who strive hardest to get into positions of power. Once the power-hungry types have captured control of the movement, there are many leftists of a gentler breed who inwardly disapprove of many of the actions of the leaders, but cannot bring themselves to oppose them. They need their faith in the movement, and because they cannot give up this faith, they go along with the leaders. True, some leftists do have the guts to oppose the totalitarian tendencies that emerge, but they generally lose because the power-hungry types are better organized, are more ruthless and Machiavellian, and have taken care to build themselves a strong power base. These phenomena appeared clearly in Russia and other countries that were taken over by leftists. Similarly, before the breakdown of communism in the USSR, leftish types in the West would seldom criticize that country. If prodded, they would admit that the USSR did many things wrong, but then they would try to find excuses for the communists and begin talking about the faults of the West. They always opposed Western military resistance to communist aggression. Leftish types all over the world vigorously protested the U.S. military action in Vietnam, but when the USSR invaded Afghanistan, they did nothing. Not that they approved of the Soviet actions, but because of their leftist faith, they just couldn't bear to put themselves in opposition to communism. Today, in those of our universities where political correctness has become dominant, there are probably many leftish types who privately disapprove of the suppression of academic freedom, but they go along with it anyway. Thus, the fact that many individual leftists are personally mild and fairly tolerant people by no means prevents leftism as a whole from having a totalitarian tendency. Our discussion of leftism has a serious weakness. It is still far from clear what we mean by the word leftist. There doesn't seem to be much we can do about this. Today, leftism is fragmented into a whole spectrum of activist movements, yet not all activist movements are leftist, and some activist movements, for example, radical environmentalism, seem to include both personalities of the leftist type and personalities of thoroughly unleftist types who ought to know better than to collaborate with leftists. Varieties of leftists fade out gradually into varieties of non-leftists, and we ourselves would often be hard-pressed to decide whether a given individual is a leftist or not a leftist. To the extent that it is defined at all, our conception of leftism is defined by the discussion of it that we have given in this article, and we can only advise the reader to use his own judgment in deciding who is a leftist. But it will be helpful to list some criteria for diagnosing leftism. These criteria cannot be applied in a cut-and-dried manner. Some individuals may meet some criteria without being leftists, and some leftists may not meet any of the criteria. Again, you just have to use your judgment. The leftist is oriented towards large-scale collectivism. He emphasizes the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. He has a negative attitude toward individualism. He often takes a moralistic tone. He tends to be for gun control, for sex education and other psychologically enlightened educational methods, for social planning, for affirmative action, for multiculturalism. He tends to identify with victims. He tends to be against competition and against violence, but he often finds excuses for those leftists who do commit violence. He is fond of using the common catchphrases of the left like racism, sexism, homophobia, capitalism, imperialism, neocolonialism, genocide, social change, social justice, social responsibility. Maybe the best diagnostic trait of the leftist is his tendency to sympathize with the following movements: feminism, gay rights, ethnic rights, disability rights, animal rights, political correctness. Anyone who strongly sympathizes with all of these movements is most certainly a leftist. The more dangerous leftists, that is, those who are most power-hungry, are often characterized by arrogance or a dogmatic approach to ideology. However, the most dangerous leftists of all may be certain over-socialized types who avoid irritating displays of aggressiveness and refrain from advertising their leftism, but work quietly and unobtrusively to promote collectivist values, enlightened psychological techniques for socializing children, dependence of the individual on the system, and so forth. These crypto-leftists, as we may call them, approximate certain bourgeois types as far as practical action is concerned, but differ from them in psychology, ideology, and motivation. The ordinary bourgeois tries to bring people under the control of the system in order to protect his way of life, or he does so simply because his attitudes are conventional. The crypto-leftist tries to bring people under control of the system because he is a true believer in a collectivist ideology. The crypto-leftist is differentiated from the average leftist of the over-socialized type by the fact that his rebellious impulse is weaker and he is more securely socialized. He is differentiated from the ordinary well-socialized bourgeois by the fact that there is some deep lack within him that makes it necessary for him to devote himself to a cause and immerse himself in a collectivity. And maybe his well-sublimated drive for power is stronger than that of the average bourgeois. Final note. Throughout this article, we've made imprecise statements and statements that ought to have had all sorts of qualifications and reservations attached to them. And some of our statements may be flatly false. Lack of sufficient information and the need for brevity made it impossible for us to formulate our assertions more precisely or add all the necessary qualifications. And of course, in a discussion of this kind, one must rely heavily on intuitive judgment, and that can sometimes be wrong. So we don't claim that this article expresses more than a crude approximation of the truth. All the same, we are reasonably confident that the general outlines of the picture we have painted here are roughly correct. Just one weak point needs to be mentioned. We have portrayed leftism in its modern form as a phenomenon peculiar to our time and as a symptom of the disruption of the power process. But we might possibly be wrong about this. Over-socialized types who try to satisfy their drive for power by imposing their morality on everyone have certainly been around for a long time. But we think that the decisive role played by feelings of inferiority, low self-esteem, powerlessness, identification with victims by people who are not themselves victims, is a peculiarity of modern leftism. Identification with victims by people not themselves victims can be seen to some extent in 19th century leftism and in early Christianity, but as far as we can make out, symptoms of low self-esteem, etc., were not nearly so evident in these movements or in any other movements as they are in modern leftism. But we are not in a position to assert confidently that no such movements have existed prior to modern leftism. This is a significant question to which historians ought to give their attention.
Be sure to check out Syllogism Podcast Episode 5 for our analysis on this manuscript. And if you enjoyed this reading, do me a solid, like and subscribe.
Drymans, let me show you. Keep it in mind, this is just one point of view. Drymans living in a third world country, fucked up but hungry without no money. Drymans trying to adjust to the circumstance, missing more than one leg or more than one hand. Drymans being chased off your land by a funny looking man in a suit that works for the bank. Drymans, what's happening to the ecosystem and the animals it feeds? It damage the trees, the rainforests that get destroyed annually. Damn, it's just me who cares about the air that we breathe. Drymans, the nuclear threat that we live with. One bomb and everybody's dead, that's some sick shit. Drymans, HIV statistics, the affected person that you might have sex with. Life goes on, but Drymans living with the afterthought that maybe you could have prevented it. Drymans imminent, comes in other forms. The sick pedophiles who support child porn. Never mind the offenders, think about what the victims go through, what the fuck they gotta live with. Drymans, the prince of population. Some belong there, but also some belong on probation. Drymans not being able to change one thing, cause the system you live in says you ain't shit. Drymans, corporate scandal. Drymans, a handful of COs playing you for the damn fool. Drymans being a millionaire, but you gotta recoup half the budget from your 10% share. Drymans having one too many women, even though you always need to spare one swimming. Drymans dealing with your jealous impulses, learning how to hold it all in with no emotion. Drymans blind devotion. Drymans having your deepest secrets exposed in the open. Drymans having your heart broken, and the person who broke it doesn't even motherfucking notice. Drymans trying to carry the burden all by yourself on your shoulders, and it don't exist. Drymans being falsely accused. Drymans the latest news. Drymans what gives people clues. Drymans a tool you can use to distract the enemy so they can never improve. Drymans fear devils and fear God. Drymans a long, hard tech support death job. Drymans the life of an up-and-coming actor, rapper, athlete, or building contractor. Drymans a rookie cop calling for backup. Three-strike perpetrator that's gang tatted up. Drymans the spin zone of a politician. Drymans K-Solo when he said the rhyme did it. Drymans the struggle of change. Drymans inevitable, there is no other way. Drymans what drains life force out of you. Drymans negative what drama can empower you. Drymans love, Drymans pain. Drama exists in everything, every day. Drymans the yin, Drymans the yang. Drymans the innate nature of man. Drama contracts, drama expands.
Yo, I shatter dreams like Jordan, assault and batter your team. Your squadron will be barred from Africa, Adam and Eve from the garden. I'm carving my initials on your forehead, so every night before bed you see the BP shut off the board head. Reverse that, a curse at the first whack. Nigga with the worst rap, you see ain't worth jack. Hit him with 1,000 pounds of pressure per slap. Make his whole body jerk back. Watch the earth crack, hand him his purse back. I'm the first Latin rapper to baffle your skull. Master the flow, niggas be swerving, I'm blacking and cold like Nat King. I be rapping and tongues packing the ones, magnums, cannons, and Gatling guns. It's Big Pun, the one and only son of Tony Montana. You ain't promised mañana in the rotten Montana. Come on, Fana, we need more rhymes. Feeling marijuana, snake bite, anaconda. A man of honor would wanna try to match my persona. Sometimes drama, and I blow my own mind like Nirvana, comma, and go the whole nine like Madonna. Go try to find another rhymer with my kind of grammar. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. Adrenaline, uncut, straight to the gut, medicine, more cure for pain. I quote your brain like polyurethane. Simple and plain, I'll explain it in layman terms. If you came to learn how to make fire, I'ma make it burn. Higher and hotter than lava, the scholar and Roger, as smart as MacGyver, could put honor inside the heart of a liar. Involved in the life of crime, fuck it, I like to shine. Up in the white and lime, touch with the pipe design, plushed out. No pockets about to flush out. If you're not in it for this finish, get the fuck out, take a hike. We could even battle the make it right. Your head, lace the mic, you finish, say goodnight. Head to head in the street, I leave you dead in your feet, saddling beef. I'll even let you rhyme to the Benjamin beat, but it won't matter. Your dream's still going shattered. It's a long ladder to climb, and mine is gonna stagger. So get out of town before I hit you with the loudest sound you ever heard. There's a bird playing you out of bounds. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, shaking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, shaking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, shaking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. You know the fun edition with your whole steeds is unofficial. I come and get you and let the desert ease. Tongue issue with one pistol and two clips. I make it cuckoo flips like acrobatics. I'm charismatic. My dad is magic. It makes rappers disappear. Whisper in your ear, crystal clear. Come here, let me kiss your tears. Everything you fear is here. You ain't gotta search further. The first murder's the worst. Now I thirst further for reverse birth. Every verse hurts. Every curse word's already more offending than that immerse worse. I thirst for blood like a vampire. Any man claiming his camp's tighter is a goddamn liar. I'll set him on fire, retire your chain of thought, drain a quart of blood out your brain and leave you insane in the dark. The king of New York lays his crown and the boogie down and sprays the town with the Mac hoodie down. I'm no joke. I'll soak your face with the sweeper, die in disgrace. I'll face your death through the speaker. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination.
Furious like the fire from Pelon, Brooklyn phenom. This all peons, flow for eons. Most step is beyond the fact most cats can agree on. Is we on the same frequency? If not, change it down and get on it. I flip Elizabethan and Rabonics, keep heat like comets. We speak into deep street sonics. Who want it? Heaven dances so sonic and eat tonics. Don't get charged with your schoolboy comments. Or blazing on your man chronic. I twist the hard cats back to blue bonnets. I repeat, who want it? Damn time on it is the time on the tradition of combustion, ignition, propulsion. Put a cease on expulsion. The principle. Your academics inadmissible. You're indefensible. My style is so comprehensible. Cats take at the heart like a ventricle. You temporary like a weather pattern. Forgotten like you never happened. You'll never say whatever happened to most. My light shine close from the east to the left coast. North and south both, cause it sound dope. Why your voice sound choked with the next man's style between your teeth, tongue and dope like got to wash your mouth out with soap. My pen stroke is leaving other men broke. What I invoke is never asleep, ever woke. It controls the soul of your foes and kinfolk. Maintain my scope from beginning to end quote. Like pretty high, no riders get clipped and shot down. Bitch behind technological, neurological, unstoppable. Title bandit and shit. Power raise your hands in the air. Everybody get with it. The universe magnetically. Big boy scientific, you don't stop. Here go hold to the rhythm, you don't bust it. So raise your hands in the air. Everybody get with it. The universe magnetically. You see I coming to the party in the B-boy stands. I rock on the mic, Yo, son, it's in my chromosomes to rock this. I got this. Watch this. Assemble my rap, tap your pockets. Knock this. Stimulate nerve ends and chakras. Smart art breaking apart hearts of darkness. Down for the longest. Sun peak the songless. Radiate enormous. Pure peak performance. Vocal cords the strongest. Acapella a chordless. Hit sound. Draw crowds like space shuttle launches. We have left on. We gone in Brooklyn, New York. Make the world moonwalk like John Glenn. So I'm sending it out for the short, the long haul. Earth sky, left, right, in between, and all y'all. So raise your hands in the
Everybody get with it, the universe flow. Magnetically, be one. Scientific, you don't stop. They go on to the rhythm, you don't bust it. So raise your hands in the air. Everybody get with it, the universe flow. Magnetically, be one. Scientific, you don't stop. You see you coming to the party in the B-boy fans. I rock on the mic, make the girl dance. Fly like a dove, they come from up above. I'm rocking on the mic and you can call me Most Love.
Kraftwerk.
Hey yo, scientific, my hand kissing, robotic-listic, optimistic. You probably missed it. Watch me dolly dick and Scotty Waddy competent me. Big microphone, hippie, kipsy, crispy chicken burst, fuck up a stone Richie. Chop the O, sprinkle a little snow inside of Optimo. Swing the John McEnroe, rap rock and roll, tidy bow, gun hole pro. Starsky with the gum show, hit the rum slow, parole kids, live for Punto, Patone Stizzy really high. The vivid laser I got, jump in a Harley ride, box, I freak a lemon pie, got it. Lord forgive me, Miss Sally shot it, Tracy got shot in the face, my house was overcrowded. You fake cats done heard it first, on the house sitting on your turf that time. Trooping Link first show, check out the rat kingpin. Summertime fine jury dripping, face of the box, I seen your ear twitching. As soon as I drove off, Cap came to me with 3 photos, give one to Ray. That season they raw, lightning raw, fever heaters. Knock neither Shiva for Heva. Diva got rock from the receiver bleeder. Portfolio looking fancy in the pantry. My man got bigger dime, son, your shit is scampy. Base that, throw it to your mouth, don't waste that. See gold slamping in the throne with King Tut hat straight off. Yeah, yeah. Just one shot niggas, smack all y'all niggas, nigga rats. Universal death threats. Yeah, this be the God body. Yeah, no doubt. judge wise. Yo, spiced out Calvin Coolers, lounging with 7 duelists. The great adventures of Slick, licking with 6 Rugies. Rock those big boy Pilates out of Woodbridge. Porch for the biggest beer, seasoned giraffe frizz, rotisserie roast, chicory, cinnamon, scented glaze, perfect the fine chew with itself. Let's smoke, all hell to my hands. 50 thou praise you, dirty notes, the nasal drip, click, flipped on fam. Dancing with Lance and them bitches, flicking deuce bitches. Kick down the ace's face, snatch Jack Riches. Also compulsive lies, flies with my name on it. Dick made the cover, now count how many veins on it. Scooby snack, Jurassic, plastic gas, booby trap. 10 years working for me, you wanna tap shit? Bong, 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 your bell went wrong, wrong, wrong. Staple lands where the ambulance don't come. Yeah, you see what I mean? See what I mean, you motherfucking crybabies? Get in line, punk. You should be studying your arts instead of studying me. That's how you lost the first job, punk. Now get in line, when you get your little thick ass tossed up. Shit, I study on the Bruce Lee, nigga. He was on the 4, I was on the 3rd.
Honey, just flip, black men do cause continental drift. One whip of paddle gets my divine stiff. Big rock, late night, hit a tick-tock on my clock. I used to run up and pit, a crab lock, hit a stash, dip back to the left, make a flip, uptown. Now we back on your ab, cognito, fatal Hakito blow, pop a needle, dick a knock knee hole, bust out a fetal, 9-inch long, strong, probably pop the bitch thumb, spit on her, spin out bangs on my chest like Kong King, comes to the fling, point the killer bee sting, wing things, right through your head, bing, snap the wing off of bats, my battle axe, tongue hacks tracks, once the ball drop, I'ma snatch 10 jacks, pass the track to a niggerette, puff a loose-leaf cigarette, while your man search the internet for Bob Digitech, in stereo, crazy as Shapiro, multiply myself 10 times, standing next to 0, and snap my fingers like the Fonz, and bag me a golden bond, skin girl with the honey blonde, dip hair, make a nigga flip in his chair, had the armpit shaved off, perfect with the nail, stomach fat as a pancake for a man's sake, used to fuck her when she ministrate, but it made her hyperventilate, Brooklyn, I know, Queen, I know, Shaolin, I know, Bronx, I know, Jersey, I know, Long Island, I know.
It's pretty ugly right here. It's pretty ugly right here. It's pretty ugly. Wow.
Yo, what the fuck are y'all thinking? Letting apathy get on a mic? That's like unleashing a fucking atomic bomb. Yo, this is self-titled, the motherfucking mother molester. Yo, apathy, rip the spines out these
niggas. Spit an incredible verse, your head'll reverse and burst. So blood chemical squirts all over medical shirts. Professional works of art spark exceptional words. Short circuit lights and cause an electrical surge. Rhymes shine like lights off of pieces of ice. My speech is precise, slice like psychokinesis and fights. Rhymes reaches heights of beacons and satellites. What man can scan Venus and find pieces of mic. My feet is tight with genius light. Spit with the speed of light. Strike in the night. Strip you of your Adidas stripe. You see this and you bite cause you couldn't beat this hype. I'ma torture your wife while my fist squeezes the vice. What your leash is the spike. Race leeches and mice right on the peaches and spice. Till she screeches with fright. The meanest to recite reaches for the weakest device. And releases to the people say Jesus, he's nice. I'm a bad man. Manage to damage an amateur when I slap slackers and backpackers. My rap shatters your whack matter forever. Clever but still better with skill to sever your head, so bet that I'm ill. On the best records, erected and rip it and wreck it. I erupted and ruptured your rap labels, building to wreckage. Respect it, cause apathetic is magnetic, electric, effective, and known to charge negative when I said it.
1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun.
Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun.
1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun.
Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun. I'm electrically charged like jumper cables got attached to the mic. Jacker, you white? I got a black gap with a sight. I sat upon a satellite last Saturday night, beefing with a space rapper till we battle for mice. I could think about you making shatter platinum and ice. You try flattery and apathy will flatten you twice. Just to obtain the fame or be half as nice, you'd have to train every day twice for half your life. Every MC I see wanna be live as me. I'm at the level of perfection that you strive to be.
I got insight, don't even need my eyes to see. All knowing, nothing on earth surprising me. I'm on some fly shit, on some old open up your eyes shit. Superhero for rap, never be the sidekick. Cats try to see in my mind like they were sidekick, but I kick the rhymes with spine shatter when I spit. Spectacular! Spectators are left spellbound, helpless like women rape victims being held down. I'm like a nuclear facility in meltdown, radiating physical, making your spirit hellbound. Coming from CT, rocking in 3D, throwing root beers in your fridge for trying to see me. 1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun. Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun. 1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun. Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun. 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 Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
To be imposed, and a world governing body will be created to enforce them. Crises precipitate change.
Virus to bring plotting your demise. I wanna devise a virus to bring dire straits to your environment. Crush your corporations with a mild touch. Trash the whole computer system and revert you to papyrus. I wanna make a super virus strong enough to cause blackouts in every single metropolis. Cause they don't wanna unify us, so fuck it. Total anarchy and can't nobody stop us. You see, late in the evening, fucked up on my computer and my mind starts roaming. I create like a heathen. The first cycles of this virus I can send through a modem. Infiltration hits your station. No Microsoft or enhanced DOS will impede. Society thinks they're safe when bingo, hard drive crashes from the rending. A lot of hackers tried viruses before. Vaporize your text like so much whiteout. I want it where file replication is a chore. Lights out, shut down entire White House. I don't want just a bug that could be corrected. I'm erecting immaculate design. Break the nation down section by section. Even to the greatest minds, it's impossible to find. I wanna devise a virus to bring dire straits to your environment. Crush your corporations with a mild touch. Trash your whole computer system and revert you to papyrus. I wanna devise a virus to bring dire straits to your environment. Crush your corporations with a mild touch. Trash your whole computer system and revert you to papyrus.
I have already planned. The plan is programmed into every one of my 1,000 robots. We will not hesitate. We will destroy the Homo sapien. Please stay where you are.
I'm making some shit in my basement. Don't tell him no. I love you. I wanna develop a super virus, better by far than that old Y2K. This is 3030, the time of global unification. Break right through they terminals, burn them all, slaves to silicon. Corrupt politicians with leaders and their keywords. FBI and spies stealing bombs, dissipate their plans in their face and catch the fever. Everybody loot the stores, get your canned goods. Even space stations are having a hard time. Peacekeepers seek to take our manhood, which results in the form of global apartheid. Ghettos are trash dumps with gas pumps, exploded and burnt out since before the Great Union. The last punks walk around like mass monks, ready to manipulate the database or break through them. Human rights come in 100th place. Mass production has always been number one. New Earth has become a repugnant place, so it's time to spread the fear that's fun to some.
Too long have we tried to extend our glorious empire out to the stars, only to be driven back.
I wanna devise a virus to bring dire straits to your environment. Pressure corporations with a mild touch. Trash the whole computer system and revert you to papyrus. I wanna devise a virus to bring dire straits to your environment. Pressure corporations with a mild touch. Trash the whole computer system and revert you to papyrus.
Why don't you try sticking your head up your ass? See if you fit. Yeah?
Students, the martyrs, shooters with llamas, Uzis with armor, cruising through like the Unabomber, maneuver like the army. This hell awaiters, or is this a living hell on earth? But what if life's another kind of test, prepares for the worst? Swerve through the darkest trenches, learning God's perceptions and intentions through grimy legends, plotting benches through project benches. I've learned a lot of lessons, time will test us. Comrades will ride against us over pride and jealousy. It's kind of senseless. I describe relentless from an environment that's crime infested, knowing my total potential to rise is endless. Higher than ever was making it look effortless to the death of us. It's not the precipice, but with the messages. I know the ledge like I know the edge of the cliff overlooking the rocky road of robin. Me, my holy disciples, just a couple killers that's also known to Mosey Trifle. Holding the rifle to your dome while quoting the Bible.
Oh, so man, I got everything. I got Bennies, I got black beauties, I got pink cars, yellow jackets, reds, blacks, speed, acid, pumpkin, Dexys, Valium, Azarax, Dragon Eggs, Chinese ladies. I got the everything, man. You name it, I got it. I got a pill make you throw up and don't worry about it. I got a pill make you throw up and die.
Raised in the slum, fallen angels with razors and guns, briefcases of drugs, hatred and love, taking the blood, facing the blunt, we ultramagnetically raising it up, like purple rain angel dust, the cocaine from the plug, shooters with AKs, take a bomb, get what they want, run the gun, you extended the bomb till everything's done, take everyone's head, end of the world, everyone's dead, they say we're doomed to die too, and hell awaits us in the end, maybe they right, maybe they wrong though, who are they to say, they afraid, gave up on their dreams, we ain't the same, we're the rarest breed, there's nothing that we can't achieve, but in the meantime, pass the beat, word, listen to the beat.
He kept his sword, decapitated many heads. Watch my 9mm go, assassinate many souls. He kept his sword, decapitated many heads. Watch my 9mm go, assassinate many souls. Yeah. Dig, dug dinosaur bones from out the Diamond District. 93706 be the crime zone. Mixed chemical rap, channel full of history. Pirate ships, the microchip, seller of the century. Murder mugs, material, slang experiment influenced by the fly shirt niggas who be getting it. Guap holders, bosses who whack cats in the establishment for flossing. The great gospel is the oath. Take notes, we caking up, taking your post. Nautica boats, melodic approach. My product is dope. Shots of the boy, cops on the beat, walking with heat, kicking in your door. Top of the morning, butt naked getaway, trigger spray, espionage, collage, my handguns, menage a trois. Y'all niggas get cuffed and start converting the lard. Speaking in swine, going out the whole 9 yards. Coward, you have power, now you're tucking in your penis. Cause clowns only wanna act hard when it's convenient. Get down to the sound of a genius and watch my 9mm go. And I ain't got nothing to prove. You fucking with who? Your food ain't nothing to chew. Now what it do? My new shit crushing you dudes. So bring your gang and watch my 9mm go. Watch my 9mm go. Watch my 9mm go.
Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
Watch my 9mm go.
Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang.
Watch my 9mm go.
Yo, French fry, fox fur freaks, fuck financially, I monkey dick. Fat hoes down, who wanna dance with me? Abusive on the bitch for exclusive kicks. True shit, I'm a loose smith, 9 to 5 round producer.
producing. On the grind, line for line, it's wine juices. Check my distillery, I keep the dimes boosted. My album selling just cause of the cover of it. We thugging whole budgets, drug money and luggage. I'm the street's answer. Songs I write, songs you write. Only write the real nigga anthems. Give this nigga some money before he have a tantrum. I'm cold lamping, 88 mind state, new millennium upgrade. Kept the baby face, chair full of peach fuzz. Hebrew thug, I'm leaving with love. Y'all niggas better leave me alone. An exit in blood, my goons will make you bleed for them stones, chump. Blown up mission, listen back and this is grown up business. Play your part, know your position. I'm back in the kitchen with hard white, cooking up all night. Watch my 9mm go. And I ain't got nothing to prove. You fucking with who? Your food ain't nothing to chew. Now what it do? My new shit crushing your dudes. So bring your gang and watch my 9mm go. Bang, bang, bang. Watch my 9mm go. Bang, bang, bang. Watch my 9mm go. Bang, bang. Watch my 9mm go. Bang, bang, bang.
This that new shit, El Producto style, El Producto style. What? Let me find out. Somebody wanna throw with the perceptionist in the rhyme bout.
You're getting sent to timeout.
Hit the corner, son, see our shit blow. When I let the shine out, I'm outstanding. When I start landing, blows to leave your crew disbanding. Mr. Lift and acrobatic live, y'all doing the damn thing. Got crews running and they pulling their hamstring.
Injury, grab the ace bandage, face damage, rip up your tongue to change language. Me do whether me piano, did I scare ya? Here's some laws to adhere to. Step in, step up, or break north. My rebuttal is a space shuttle ready for takeoff. Blast away, I eat the sun past the day. Peace to Jam Master J.
He ain't no Gilligan's Isle-style or castaways.
Bamboozled,
doing what masters say.
Who proves you?
Perceptionist crew is a who's who of dope beats, rhymes, and cuts. Now what? What's that sound? The jam's bout to lift an acrobatic, yeah, we don't sniff. You lightweights bounce soon as the wind. How could you be committed if your girl won't? I heard your new album, kid, that shit. Here's an opportunity you just can't. Come see Perceptionist at the show. If you wanna see the real flow, let's go.
Go down and check the earth for the ultimate source. Come back and hit the booth with the ultimate force. It goes when I let blow. Take a sucker duck, motherfuck back to electro. This ain't no fraternity step show. Wait, you'll be traded up state like Bledsoe. Freeze, don't you move a muscle, I said so. Stand at these, check at these, hiccup the dread flow.
I love it when I see my people bobbing their head, yo. Crowd straight while I got security petrol. If you think you're too good to move your ass, then take your narrow tail to the back of the class. Yeah, I know we known for bringing facts to the mass. Me and Mr. Lift back to back for the past decade. Now we moving on to the next phase. New album,
world tour.
Let's get paid.
Everybody get a place, better duck down. You try to jump up, you get a buck now. Rough style sandpaper, meet your makeup, baker. I apply the backbreaker.
You got your back broke on vinyl. Ask Mike Tyson, homeboy is spinal. Niggas need to move on up like Lionel. You ain't seeing Perceptionist and that's final. What's that sound? The jam's bout to lift an acrobatic, yo, we don't sniff. You lightweights bounce soon as the wind. How could you be committed if your girl won't? I heard your new album, kid, that shit. Here's an opportunity you just can't. Come see Perceptionist at the show. If you wanna see the real flow, let's go. This that new shit, that new shit. This that new shit, that new shit.
So, anytime you need like to put a tap on a phone,
or need to get out of the country really quick,
or scared the shit out of somebody, you know, you just give us a call. You give them a number. Say you got the spot, set us up. So you on the line, give it up to me. Hopefully you have the word information that I
Find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy. You find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy. Galactus versus Skeletor, Outlaster, the Skylight Schoolmaster, Laughter, Makava Tank Blaster, Master Vast Factor, faster than a disaster broadcaster. Not much is known of the background of the man many call the Cobra Commander. He was once a used car salesman in the land. He eventually became a small businessman. Pegs, I broke his legs worse than all horses. No one would indulge the witness stand. My grandeur is a plan pure. Your suggestion ran sewers. I put the juggernaut in the perfect plex. It broke his champ Thor. The next came strong guy from the X-Men, but I intercept him, broke his neck then, pick him up and socked him to the next rim. I may have a look of scrutiny. I destroy rappers abusively. They lose stupidly. I profusely strive to stop God's mutiny. Hog swine and potpourri. There is no ghost of me. I approach from trees. A good poltergeist openly. I take Lady J from G.I. Joe to Idaho, then the African cuisine at Toto's. You'll find my mind is filled with N209s and rap stage promos. You're in custody. I have antipathy. I disjoin your sympathy, then disunite the vertical line of your spine from guides A to Z. Stay away from me. You're trusting a centipede. I'm from the high C. I break disease in your skull plate, believing it's not make-believe. You find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy. You find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy. God's wrath on Christ was propitiation, personification, hyphenation, legislation, punctuation, prohibition, appropriation, expropriation, precipitation, arbitration, pronunciation, privation, procuration, approximation, preparation, preposition, capitalization. I anticipate and depict the universe's vindication. On barefoot, God used me, I destroy configurations. The many deaths of Starscream, he's traitorous. Decepticon death greatness. People hated God created. Adam and Eve were naked. Now we're outdated and not related. And all heaven is awaited. The excellent panegyric MC estrangement. The Punisher Gleam uses combat experience. Deemed 4 years interference as a U.S. Marine in a special operations team. Unit in the Vietnam ring. When I found him, he was doing something unseen. So I broke his breastbone and fractured his spleen. The inauguration of the patient. I obliterate further than aerospaces. I murder the thing. When stars die, it kills the thinking ancients. A rocket went up to disturb the satellite known by the Nazarites. Academite Mike, gigabyte flight, petabyte, Galabia, attack site fight. It causes all the supervillains and X-Men's fright. The rhymes I write make all night meteors crash right. You find out there's no land ahoy, poor boy. Stand avoid, I break you like some toys. Die android, my love joy. A fuse hunt, redeploy. Use once and destroy.
Can't nobody fuck around with VP. Who else you go and find yourself DEAD? You only got your eye on the prize you can't see. Cause I ain't really living my life for plan B. Anybody brave enough to come against me, go and find your body in the bottom of the Dead Sea. How dare you ever in your life walk past me without acknowledging this man as G.O.D. I always been here, always been deranged focus. The heat is always in my hand like chain smokers. Hard work, dedication to sustained dopeness. Bust a motherfucker head till his brain opens. Stay cooking in the kitchen like we hot sofrito. I was always smoking Wakata with poppy people. I ain't never doing anything that's not illegal. Read the Torah law, black mask, black hero. This is duel to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. M.O.B.B. Ain't nobody play around. Vinny P.P. Fuck around, lay around. This is duel to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. M.O.B.B. Ain't nobody play around. Vinny P.P. Fuck around, lay around.
I had you laid out, posturepedic. Before the day's out, somebody gon' be laying bleeding. Keep fucking with me, bring you to the darker side. Where the wolves playing nothing but your karma lie. You get it back tenfold, yeah, I do you dirty. I'm in my dirty 30s, that mean I'm past the worry. I got it mapped out, every plan hashed out. Perfectly executed, squeeze till I'm fresh out. I got goonies, all they do is stick their neck out. For a nigga, cause it's loyalty and nothing less. And with it's on, you know they got them tools Rollies on deck. What you looking at, boy? You ain't a boss yet. Infamous, yeah, we celebrate life. Pour liquor for the dead, kill niggas on sight. When they get beside themselves, we run it right up on them. Leave them where they stand and pour some fucking liquor on them. Something like
to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. M.O.B.B. Ain't nobody play around. Vinny P.P. Fuck around, lay around. This a tool to the death. This is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. M.O.B.B. Ain't nobody play around. Vinny P.P. Fuck around, lay around.
Let me start from the beginning at the top of the list. First off, nobody could do it like this. No matter how hard you try, hard you go. No matter how hard your beats, ill you flow. Can't fuck with P, yeah, this we know. I'm not a rapper, I'm a master of ceremonial. Gatherings at venues is jam-packed. Fuck rap, I'm in it for cream and that's that. Try to stop my dough, I run you off the map. You try to stop my life, I blow you out your hat. The most thuggish, the most ruggish, the most AKAs you heard of is bandana, banana clip, R.I.P. I can't help it, my career don't cease. No, my name don't wear out, I go on forever. That other shit a pass and fad, it won't ever.
Damn. Woo. Yo, let me see some heads nodding, fist pumping, feet stomping, ass shaking, necks breaking, earthquaking. Let's move. Fuck a battle, we got nothing to prove. Let's move. Facts one, supply the people with the groove. Let's move.
Hard tracks remind me of blacks with scarred backs. These are facts. Drowning in the swamp like Artax. Boston to Fairfax. Chill, watch Miramax flicks. Then I start to get sick. Heel drop. Take 39 like the Hale Bob. 4 teachers, 1 meal cop. Then the atmosphere will get real hot.
My flow is like torrential downpours, making steel rock. We pros whose credentials drown yours on the real blocks. It's not coincidental that we tour some real spots. Appeal, goddammit, never take it for granted. Write a memo and hand it to your receptionist. The game's about to change, here come the receptionist.
I'm a genie, the next time you see me it's Ouija. It's easy, I'm folding this dimension and breezing. Event Horizon, Miles Bennett, Dyson, M. Tyson, M. Bison, the components for
2 black orators
of the year.
Yeah, hear the masters of the hemisphere.
Universe,
pumping knowledge through the verse.
Intensity,
adrenaline, hip-hop's propelling through my melanin. Gentlemen,
live on David Letterman, you're sold on the brother's whole song. You wanna hear another verse? Everybody cool, hola.
Let me see some heads nodding, fist pumping, feet stomping, ass shaking, necks breaking, earthquaking. Let's move. Fuck a battle, we got nothing to prove. Let's move. Receptionists provide the people with the groove. Let's move. Let's move. Let's move.
We wanna show you what oppression is, so we'll speak in jail sentences 3 to 5,
25 to life.
Mega trife, use a mega knife to slice through the afterlife. Soul spill,
so ill,
so chill,
so will
take you on a rhyme adventure, mind dimension, time to venture.
Time to enter with the prime inventors of a style essential. Intercontinental champions are stomping and you're camping, and we positively lamping in your spot.
You're booted.
Raise the perceptionist flag. 21 guns saluted. Everyone's lungs polluted. Women and young included.
Computers are ones recruited. Look how the hung maneuver.
Strange fruit used to swing from the southern trees. Now there's only leaves and those who laid the path of love and need.
Discoveries and the brothers freeze. Others beg and plead for some empathy. Enemy, there's no remedy.
We cooking up that hot shit,
but not sharing the recipe.
Let me see some heads nodding, fist pumping, feet stomping, ass shaking, necks breaking, earthquaking. Let's move. Fuck a battle, we got nothing to prove. Let's move. Receptionists provide the people with the groove. Let's move. Let me see some heads nodding, fist pumping, feet stomping, ass shaking, necks breaking, earthquaking. Let's move. Fuck a battle, we got nothing to prove. Let's move. Receptionists provide the people with the groove. Let's move. Let's move. Let's move.
Like Godzilla. We start rappers like Godzilla. Demigod killers. We start rappers like Godzilla. Demigod killers. We start
out of my cell with the smell of gunpowder like a shotgun shell. The spell's broken, I've awoken, crawling out from the ocean. Breathe fire approaching you in a violent motion. Try to kill the monster in me with a vial of potion. Devil went down to Georgia with his violin smoking, soaking up the radiation, growing 80 feet tall. Spike a fighter jet to the ground like a beach ball. Throw your body up in the sky and let it free fall. My freestyles hit your heart harder than speedballs. The bald eagles all evil, watch what they teach y'all. The small people called feeble might just eat y'all. I'm Godzilla, vanilla, gorilla, still a scary villain who carry weapons to kill and bury military. Fighter pilots start ejected from jets when I eat up cassette decks like a pet T-Rex.
We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla.
Demigod killers.
We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla.
Demigod killers.
We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla.
Somebody tell the president to wake up. It looks like there's a monster with my genetic makeup. I take a meteor, was orbiting Florida, crash landed through my door, and then I started absorbing a sort of force that would send a transformer to the corridor. To Earth, I'm a foreigner. Disperse the coordinates till my missiles show up. You show up dead, I send you to a sleepover on a blow-up bed. Look at me and you staring at evil. Pity the fool, push him in a kiddie pool or use heroin needles. Holding 2 Tommies, I survived the tsunami on a surfboard. Y'all scared to fight even if it's with Nerf swords. All these pussy motherfuckers been shook since they started pulling skeletons and rappers out my footprints. And 4 minutes later, you got a 44-floor story Florida gator scaling a skyscraper.
We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla.
Demigod killers.
We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla.
Demigod killers.
We start rappers like Godzilla.
No sleep till Brooklyn. Goddamn, that boy's beastie. My flow's too tough for TV. Gun boys, fuck yeah. I'm in the building, but it's vacant. See, I ain't got it all upstairs. It's MO. I need bodyguards, I need none. Squeeze the juice out of rapper like a Capri Sun. Fucker, it's Brownsville, home of the blocker. Talking OG, nigga, chop, shot, ta 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 ta.
Clip, reload in them. Rolls before hoes, here shit these hoes with them. You decided to ride and come out the fold with them. Out the sunroof, go get them. I show you rap cats, real battle rap. This is Sparta. We the hardest and we rattle racks, battle that. I'm where the trouble at. Bring a couple stacks, go bananas, leave a mess where your nana tatted at.
We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla.
Demigod killers.
We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla.
Demigod killers.
We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla.
Yeah, darkness, empty gun. Yeah. Talk to him. Ayo, check it on, darkness. Ayo, check it on. Empty gun, empty pockets, no funds. Tempted to jack other dealers. Don't wanna end up a bum, but don't wanna end up slump. Don't wanna end up in a ditch. Throw the die, J. Risk what it takes. So pray the dark God will show you the way. The mark start is falling, you gotta make it out. This maze full of witch women and devilish demons. This is the path to enlightenment. Big money, full clips, and capitalist street kids. Split ways, fuck the press, empty they pockets. Be ruthless, I'm fiending for the green, reaching for the beam. Reach for whatever it takes to accomplish your dreams. Fuck positive vibes, fuck all bring negativity and hives. This whole world is full of fucking lies. Make the God fucking fry. This is your time. Gotta fill these pockets, I need money. I'm in a hurry. Gotta dodge the piggies. Gotta escape the trap. Gotta bury evidence in the cemetery. It's getting fucking dreary. Let's darkness. Empty gun, cold sweat, no funds. Gold buried in the cemetery. Gotta escape the feds. Gotta make something out of what's left. Gun in my left hand path. Got me seeing things different. Seeing things for what they is. It's horrific. Talk to him, yo, check it on darkness. I see a bridge above the abyss. I see a bitch above the body of a single mother's kid. Never trust a trick. Hoes whisper traps, get blood puddles. Ego strokers need to be broke. Leave them in shambles, don't listen to their fables. Empty gun beside me. I need goals to protect my pride, please. I need money to make more green. The streets is filled with mostly snitches. Careful when fetching anything for these bitches. Talib Kweli said, white men are institutionalized racist. Liberal women are institutionalized hardest. I only pay attention to bricks, so I could give a fuck about the color of your skin or the bitch that spits poison in the ears of foolish men. Don't need to be socially conscious, my ignorance is bliss. Don't need a bitch beside me to fully fathom what love is. I see hate and love for its benefit. Self-love is a lie, so I look inside my hate to build a full enterprise. Empty gun in my hand with an empty mind. I'm done, now let me count these fucking bands. Darkness, yeah, let's go.
Robbery for 6 years.
You missed out on hella money, food, weed, and beer.
Caught home, stupid Jackie never answered the phone. What you been doing?
Trying to concentrate on come-ups. We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs
I threw
at
the
you.
gat in the back of his act. I wore gloves so my fingers wouldn't make contact. It's either that or do time for this herringbone snatch. F that, partner, take the rap and watch your back. And he's back, who's that? Cadillac all black, yo, that's my folks. Young Motion getting out with his yokes. Changing channels, out toes, switching up the Sopranos. When they see us, got them curled up in the corner like fears. Pop the trunk, get your stuff out, switch the cars and move fast. Make them walk the plank, the pirates out here holding his shank. You don't understand the time that you're doing for me. Just in case in Clifton, Santiago out there for free. Well, don't tell your partner, we got to get it together. No more domestic import people stuck out there in customs. I don't trust a mother, about as far as I can chuck him. His bodyguard looks familiar, I'm recognizing the scar. Officers got us at gunpoint, they searching the car. 2 Chinese men trying to launder about 500 grand. They homosexuals, I leave the mail pimping the stand. United States government officials look for the man. Santiago got his pictures up in the post office, but Santiago is a big image of a ghost. Last seen selling hats, Northeast, Southwest Coast. We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
I went to Ralph's, bought me chicken, my girl some spam. Drove in the block with a green Fleetwood Brougham. Gold dating rims with the diamonds on the engine trims. Truck full with heroin, check it out the Merowin. 2 shotguns, grenades, vodka stashed under the seat. LAPD took my license, but can't see me. Tinted windows, big powder, here's for your nose. Straight from Miami, Colombian, Puerto Rico. Immigrant right-hand man, nicknamed Chico. Jamaican posse at the house drinking Carlos Rossi. Carbine 41 shot, banana clip machine gun. Duffel bags work my Cuban West Indian shirt. Calling the feds up with private numbers trying to network. Official numbers in the stash. Glove compartment, counting bricks with incense. In an empty apartment, up on the 4th floor with lactose. Mix and raw, answer the door, stand behind it with a 44. Some sucker named Rail, kid rung the wrong bell. Shut up Aisha, this girl trying to blow my spot. I got a babysit, I'm chilling, yo, the block is hot. Transfer my ammo, no text in the hefty bag. Hit the street, I talk on sales when I meet.
We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
We all over.
Taking over.
Mic controller.
High roller.
Northeast, Southwest Coast.
Throwing bombs at you.
There. They say his see a new swordsman there. They say his kung fu strange, but very good. So I'd like to fight him. No need. We've no quarrel with him, and nor has he with us. So leave him be and let him pass. And if he does give trouble, others can deal with him.
With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. With every breath, I defy death. The natural. With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. Inspired to write, I shed light.
Subliminal perception stimuli, explore your soul and then begin to vivify. Primarily the moral science, choosing who to vilify, no vilify, and look within to also slay your incubi. The immaterial domain in your pineal known as inner eye. The wave function of a hydrogen atom that raising the energy levels of quantum mechanics and function of rapping. I went on a tip with the tongue of the devil, but now I'ma flip it. You best to shut your mouth up now to zip it. The non-relativistic, the multiplication of verbal linguistics, the people sadistic. External influences taint your energy. Potential wells of finite depth, the oceans of your memories. Magnetic resonance and imaging, the people pillaging. The model unitary matrix, everyone is living alternative silicon. Computer the superconductor, my spirit is spit of the verse, no spit of the curse, just spit of the truth, and spit of the thirst. The people immersed, the beast of the first and deadlier than ever, growing better with age. Now faith to white from cannabis, smoke smolder in the shell with sage.
With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. With every breath, I defy death. The natural. With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. Inspired to write, I shed light.
The path was laden with 1,000 skulls, flaming chariots, puff gas to douse the bulls. I am the eternal one, involuntary shrouds are pulled and eyes are wide. Run for cover, make sure you don't die inside. Ripping you apart to pieces like a vicious lion's pride and fable spread. Resisting and we rise like I was baking bread. Cosmic repertoire, we are the gods, but now we slaves instead. You made your bed. Consequences, ladies with their babies fled. The ones they caught were chopped to pieces. Dogs with mangy rabies fed. The river stunk. Chasing them, they grabbing you to take a dunk. They will make you eat and sleep the same place that you take a dump. Protect, provide, and learn to blend
blend your camouflage, the best survive. I am blessed and guaranteed to always make it out alive. But you and I, now keep your voice down before you go and blow the spot. The jails are full and built to hold yourselves. There's always open spots. You'll sit and rot, no longer see the sun at all. Or run it down, just locked away forever as the planet's spinning round and round. They got you.
A new swordsman there. They say his kung fu strange, but very good. So I'd like to fight him. No need. We've no quarrel with him, and nor has he with us. So leave him be and let him pass. And if he does give trouble, others can deal with him.
Why not? Can I rock all the gear that I got, yo? Why not? Can I split? Leave it for the plot, yo. Why not? Can I be the illest man on the spot? Why not? Can I talk about the problems I got? Why not? Can I just get a regular job, yo? Why not? Can I make it in rap and I'm stepping, yo? Why not? Can I add a yo and sneaks on my feet, yo? Why not? Can I be for the street with the dope sound? I got the pump jumping up from the front to the back row. So what? I rock the key that I got. So what? Wanna tell you that I'll leave it for the plot. So what? I'm the man on the spot. So what? Tell you the problems I got. So what? If I don't got a regular job. So what? Kick a lyric on my head pops. So what? If I take it to the top, I'll be who I be. Let the fat beat drop. I got the most open up from the front to the back row. I just wanna flip it, crack the combination. That's a murder and takes a lot of patience. I know all you heads wanna illustrate, sell it. I know they be telling you to do what they do. I know you be skeptic, I'm open shit up. I know it's a must show to take a minute. I think about where you're standing. The shot is landing. I know time is now, you be caring, I know. I got the pump jumping up from the front to the back row. ولا من دار بحاليا الاسود مقروني بالحاجة الاسود مقروني الاسود مقروني انت عندي العادي يكيدوني اي 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 مقروني فارس وانا سرجي ومعمر خالص انا بقيت نقايس في الزين اللي ريت وامس شوف ماذا لابس ومحانة مع الراس وكابس يا الخرصي بكس الغسايس عالزند تحاسس الوقت العاكس زينك لا ريدا في غدامس ليس في قابسك نشوفك يتبدل لوني اي 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 اي
اللاحق البنات بعمره لا يترفض ليله مانيش دليلي تابعت مغطيط طويله مغطيط طويله ونادون عيونك نادوني خرجت تتمشى تتبق تركي مثيل حضاره الرقبه شاويه وش بينها كاغد الوزاره قولي لي يا وما نعرف شي من الحزاره كن روح ضحيه عالجانك ما هوش خساره كن شوف البيال نولي كلا قتلوني اي 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 اي, أي
Desperation tentacles. I've been alone since 89. We've got a man straight in disguise. They know 3 completes the 5. This is a church that should believe. They all want a freedom cause, 'cause they all need to dream a cause. They all need to be a cause. You've got all ends, pretty good, but I seem to be in disbelief. Check my time. You've got fornication crimes. I've seen you death on television. Cue a mortal childlike time. Separation is divine. Here's a strike beneath your knees. They all want to love the cause, 'cause they all need to be the cause. They all want to fuck the cause. Take me down, down through this. Kill the one within the bliss. Here's a waiting room that wants to say goodbye. They all wanna love the cause. They all need to be the cause. They all want to dream a cause. They all need to fuck the cause.
Stroke, 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 stroke.
My mind speaks mathematics. Sometimes I feel English is a poor translation of my heart's palpitations. That's why I give it to you quarter notes at a time, so that my rhymes are aided by body gyrations. But now it's like each hymn ain't nothing but a word with countless synonyms. Where should I begin with them? Every sentence is a jail bed, locking me into bars of meaning with so much space between them, and it's all real. If I took a little bit of time to reflect on the unreal, my brain might peel off my mind to reveal this Pegasus spree well, wholesale fairy tale echo in the conch shell. But why say it if you can't see it? I could call it abstract and say take what you want from it. I could do that all day till my tongue tongue goes numb from it, but see what good will come from it. I got something to say, I can't run from it, I gotta confront it. I can't watch while this music that taught me so much as a child grows louder every day, but the world grows dumb from it. So every line that I draw from my pen that shapes a letter that makes a word that feeds a verse is a swim for home, a place for infinite styles, but it feels like 9,000 miles. So I stroke through the Atlantic, stroke through the Pacific, stroke through the Indian, stroke through the Arctic, stroke through the cold current, stroke through the warm current, stroke through the fair and the foul for 9,000 miles. Stroke like you're swimming from the sharks and the slave ship. Stroke from the suicide jump to a brave trip. Stroke like you see the shoreline in the distance. Stroke like if you don't, you'll drown in the instant. Stroke, so here we are again, the same space and mind, but now we in a different place at a different time, a different taste to a different rhyme, with so many flavors to embrace. I can't waste the line, so I'm going for self with no hesitation, cause my self-expression is my self-preservation. My skills pay bills to fulfill my will, to do for others what I do for myself, like motivation through verses. If it was a virtual conversation on the pros and the cons of a real situation, inspired by my knowledge of self-determination to ease the frustrations of miseducation. This wise God music from I, taking your eye from trials and tribulations to kingdom and the patience. This wide hard path is beaten by beats made from good vibrations, passed down for generations on a stroke through the Atlantic, stroke through the Pacific, stroke through the Indian, stroke through the Arctic, stroke through the cold current, stroke through the warm current, stroke through the fair and the foul for 9,000 miles. Stroke like you're swimming from the sharks and the slave ship. Stroke from a suicide jump to a brave trip. Stroke like you see the shoreline in the distance. Stroke like if you don't, you'll drown in the instant. Stroke, I get hyped, I get home at night, I get a beat in my head, I get my book to write, I get writer's block, I get so stressed that I get dope rhymes from it just to get rest. I get frustrated from this whole world mess, so when I got to get the bad air out my chest, I get on the mic and strive to be the best. But it's not just the flow, there's more to the test. I gotta spit like there's no time to waste, spit like I can't take away this life taste, spit for rebellion, spit for resistance, spit for accuracy, spit for distance. I can't just spit that shit you can market, even though I know we got the same target. And I can't just spit that old rhetoric, I gotta spit what's 10 steps ahead of it. I gotta spit for the life of my kids, and not just the next meal from my next deal. I feel like these rhymes can shape tomorrow, so they can walk through it with a little less sorrow. I gotta spit out the mouthpiece protection, and stick and move these lines to perfection. I gotta spit shit no one ever thought of, spit like I'm a choke on the salt water when I stroke through the Atlantic, stroke through the Pacific, stroke through the Indian, stroke through the Arctic, stroke through the cold current, stroke through the warm current, stroke through the fair and the foul for 9,000 miles. Stroke like you're swimming from the sharks and the slave ship. Stroke from a suicide jump to a brave trip. Stroke like you see the shoreline in the distance. Stroke like if you don't, you'll drown any instant. Stroke.
Persia, a stitch of murder. The war observer saw him lynch a herder. Blood rinsed from a lurker. Took a miss when he heard her. Her neck in his grip, then he jerked her. Whispered pagan prayers, then let her go down the stairs. Curtains blew everywhere. He hurried through the night air. Lights flared from the watchtower. Search team with rock wallers. Kings that got power. From queens that drop flowers. Screams grew a lot louder. He schemes as the fox prowler. Caught him on the trail. Lift the veil, tried to impale. It didn't go well. They both fell. Grabbed his coattail. As the moon swelled in the open sky, the ocean in his eyes saw blue whales. From mountain high, the falcon glide above the island tribes of Cork. Smiling at his finger prize from off his cloth. He fell to his own demise for all his losses. Hell has thrones inside. His flesh and bones collected by the tides. Sand wet with foam, bubbles till they dry. The morning comes, the sky is lit with the sun. Hits the earth kingdom, full 360 is spun. Prince amongst the living ones, children will run. Sit down and listen stunned how his mission was won. He said the night before I had dreams of being betrayed by the God. They consulted on a plan, I prayed on it hard. By day I cannot rest, by night there is no peace. I spoke to nobles, the wise men, and the holy priests. They told me it was grief, showed me to my sleep. I slowly went in deep. There I fought on beasts, awakened with torn sheets, wrestled with devils and leveled his armies. The calm meek was breathed. Too tense to speak, I turned the other cheek after I murdered his elite. I'm the Canaanite king with Babylonian wing. My battle's holy supreme. Arrows are loaded on your team. As I swing the axe, all our kings are black. I'm the murderer and Merkaba. All bow and worship us. No book can interpret us. We're before night. We are pure light. We absorb sight. We the tallest height. We are called the bright. We're social culture. As the day falls to its closure, like a retrograde turning off its motor. And the earth's shadow is in full exposure. 200,000 rays of light, slightly beige white, silvery dark grays overtake the third boulder. The land of kings and gods in the heavens are now lower. Talk to him, priest. For a fortress, they ride on horses and kill with soldiers. The greed of man, the seed of damn, for we are the I am. Back when Africa was a tropical rainforest, the Tyrannosaurus, the planet's purest, went from combat with hands to swordmen. The cannons. All from Berber, the prince of Persia, a stitch of murder. The war observer saw him lynch a herder. Blood rinsed from a lurker. Took a miss when he heard her. Her neck in his grip, then he jerked her. Whispered pagan prayers, then let her go down the stairs. Curtains blew everywhere. He hurried through the night air. Lights flared from the watchtower. Search team with rock wallers. Kings that got power. From queens that drop flowers. Screams grew a lot louder. He schemes as the fox prowler. Caught him on the trail. Lift the veil, tried to impale. It didn't go well. They both fell. Grabbed his coattail. As the moon swelled in the open sky, the ocean in his eyes saw blue whales. From mountain high, the falcon glide above the island tribes of Cork. Smiling at his finger prize from off his cloth. He fell to his own demise for all his losses. Hell has thrones inside. His flesh and bones collected by the tides. Sand wet with foam, bubbles till they dry. The morning comes, the sky is lit with the sun. Hits the earth kingdom, full 360 is spun. Prince amongst the living ones, children will run. Sit down and listen stunned how his mission was won. He said the night before I had dreams of being betrayed by the God. They consulted on a plan, I prayed on it hard. By day I cannot rest, by night there is no peace. I spoke to nobles, the wise men, and the holy priests. They told me it was grief, showed me to my sleep. I slowly went in deep. There I fought on beasts, awakened with torn sheets, wrestled with devils and leveled his armies. The calm meek was breathed. Too tense to speak, I turned the other cheek after I murdered his elite. I'm the Canaanite king with Babylonian wing. My battle's holy supreme. Arrows are loaded on your team. As I swing the axe, all our kings are black. I'm the murderer and Merkaba. All bow and worship us. No book can interpret us. We're before night. We are pure light. We absorb sight. We the tallest height. We are called the bright. We're social culture. As the day falls to its closure, like a retrograde turning off its motor. And the earth's shadow is in full exposure. 200,000 rays of light, slightly beige white, silvery dark grays overtake the third boulder. The land of kings and gods in the heavens are now lower. Talk to him, priest. For a fortress, they ride on horses and kill with soldiers. The greed of man, the seed of damn, for we are the I am. Back when Africa was a tropical rainforest, the Tyrannosaurus, the planet's purest, went from combat with hands to swordmen. The cannons for warring, check the canyons for drawings. Spamming major land of porous, unknown forces. The first books was just talking, and man found the way to record it. In ancient Samaria, they found records of schools and mortgage, tools they used for schools and soaring. Back when the natives first saw New Orleans. winter ghost in a white coat. I emerged from out of a blizzard, words are mystic. You disturb the true and living, the king and new of the village. My flow is carried by spirits and pulled from white bulls from heaven and lift by griffins. You all bear witness to my winters. As I play the white grand piano in the snow with candle, I press the keys, you see the death angel on ski and goggles. Younger I was killer cardinal, the eagle owl, bring rats back to my hollow. There's none above me. I've been ruler since Anubis was a puppy, and Hollow Man was in a tree just a monkey, and Solomon stood before me just a dummy. Told Pharaoh to his face, y'all as good as mummies. I turned the Arctic and Gothic, went to Nebula in a rocket, dropped treasures from the cockpit. Return of the prophet and burnt orange garments, and pupils the shape of almonds. Bow and pay homage. Owls stay dormant till the day is dawning. Long wings and silence. Balance. My stance is 60 triangular. My room is circular. That's a Merkaba. Move timetables like furniture. Mathematics. Add and subtract like burglars. Multiply. No divide. Division is religion. I vocalize. Most collide cause they superstitious. Horseshoes and crucifixes. Just being thoughtful, Jehovah Witness. Nines from the kitchen, the most savage lyrics written. Envision, tablets, slackish on broken mirrors.
We make the summer snow just to prove and show all the above is caused by the Son of Man flow. We make the summer snow just to prove and show all the above is caused by the Son of Man flow.
Purity attack, unrighteous step back. Purity attack, unholy step back. Purity attack, with a purity rock. Unrighteous step back. Purity attack, purity and talk, and purity non-stop. Purity non-stop, and purity and talk. I'm gonna hit the devil with a purity rock. Purity attack, on the mountain top. Purity attack, on the mountain top. Purity attack, on the mountain top. And purity attack, from the very lowest drop. Go down devil. Purity rock. Purity, purity knock. Purity knock and purity up. Kryptonite with a kryptonite rock. Hit them with a kryptonite rock. Hit them with the lick and hit them with the kick. Unrighteousness go backward. Unholiness go backward. I command thee. Evil spirit go backward. Evil souls go backward. Evil words go backward. Come where's no king. Evil sounds go backward. Evil tongue. Clip, clip, clip. Evil tongue. Pow, pow, pow. Evil sons. Go back. Go back. Go back. Step back.